나비
심판이 끊겨가지고
네네.
괜찮은데요?
자 이러면
2대3입니다. 2대3.
나비게 동독기도 한번 피해줬고
네, 클럽 다운됐고요.
하지만 한방 서로 한방
서로 정확하게
아,
다운되면서 마지막 남은 자나나
설다비
설다비
아니 오늘 진짜 명사수 강림했는데요?
그렇죠. 설다비의 나딘
들어가서 마지막 남은 자나나를 마무리하면서
카르텔이 있기 때문에요.
또 아래에서 이번엔 또 흔들다비.
네, 그리고 양궁장에서도 무기를 만드는 제작팀이 한번 나왔었기 때문에 이건 약간 C의 위험을 피할 수가 없습니다. 지금은 교전하기보다 잽을 날려서 상대방을 와 이렇게 갉아먹고
이게
그냥
잽인가요? 이건 잽이 아닌
이거-
것 같은데요.
메타가 어퍼컷입니다 지금.
이거는
잽을
네.
명체나 꽂는데 이게 어떻게
그렇죠.
먹혀져요?
다운됐어요.
아니 잽이 자꾸 관자놀이에 막 들어오는데
아
이게
너무 아픈데요. 이거 붓기가 구워지고 있습니다.
이건 반칙이잖아요. 이거 무슨 데미지입니까 이게?
일단은 시간은 탱글다미가 굉장히 많은 상황이다 보니까 여기에서부터 킬 먹는 싸움이 굉장히 중요하다.
맞습니다.
맞아.
마타 싸움 중요해요.
본격적으로 정신없는 교전이 시작되고 맙니다. 오른쪽에서도 한 명 다운됐고요.
자 소보루가 정말 맛있게 한 입 했고 시간도 회복한 상태에서 BNK도 시간 없고요.
자,
근데
이판
여기서
선수
아디가가
도와줘.
살면
자,
이판이 먼저 이판이 먼저 다운됩니다. 자, 마지막 남은 범 선수.
자 이거는 그래도 범 선수 입장에서는 불편하거든요.
자 근데 이게 범 선수가 오래 버텨주면서 서로의 체력을 많이 시간을 많이 깎아놨거든요.
네네. 자, 카루카 마지막 한
와,
점.
지금
범
대황제범.
와 이거 좋아 보면서 한번 더 해보나요?
아 근데 시간이 그래도
근데 시간이 얼마 없습니다. 남은 시간 더 적어요, 범.
자,
5초.
그래도 4등 아니야
3초.
3등 아니야 차이는 크거든요.
근데 2초 1초 다운됩니다.
와 시야를 체크해주고 있고 이러면 상대 위치 보이는 상황에서 포킹 들어가죠.
자, 네, 류리 선수 포킹. 오, 아파요. 너무 아파요.
결국 쇼우가 앞으로 배치기를 쓸 수는 없거든요. 먹돌진을 아꼈다가 잘 써야 되기 때문에 그렇게 한 번 또 스킬 미스나는 거 굉장히
들어갔습니다. 류리.
와 근데
와.
살았어요. 이러면은
일단 살면 됩니다.
자,
일단
힐.
살면 되는데
자 한 번 빨아들였고요.
생각보다 펴주고
우리가 페나 빨아들였거든요.
페나를
나이를 못 속이면
나딘이 아직까지 살아있는데요.
대결답이 자 그래도
일단
데려갔어요.
스칼렛 다운되고 류리.
이러면 쇼우 대
이러면.
셀리는
쇼우 대 셀인데요.
그렇죠.
셀린이
스파클이
유리한데요.
유리하게 가져가겠는데요.
이거는 교전을 너무 잘했는데요. 스파클 결국 쫓아가면 사실 누가 이길지 지금
그리고
예상이 되죠.
네, 시간도 워낙 적고요 글러브 선수가
네네.
이게 너무 좋았던 건 사실 저는 이 엠마의 갑작스러운 진입으로 상대방의 이런 포킹 구도나 배치 구도를 망가뜨려놨던 게 컸다고 생각하거든요.
그렇습니다. 그리고 사실 리우리 선수가 잘 빨아들이긴 했습니다만 스칼렛 선수가 마지막까지 안쪽으로 파고들면서 나딘 잡아줬던 그 움직임. 근데 그것마저서 진호 선수가 네
이게 이렇게 되나요? 네, 이렇게
정말
다시 들어가서
완벽하네요.
네. 블랑슈가
그때는 딱 애셔 입장에선 답이 없거든요.
네, 이제 본격적으로 조금씩 들어가고 있습니다. 경기 네이트와 애쉬의 마지막 교전이 일어나기 직전입니다.
자, 그래서
자,
엘레나
죠
오히려 위쪽으로 들어가고 있고 조회수를 녹이고 있습니다. 진호
자 그럼 엘레나
자,
때리다가
들어가고
제로진 1대1 구도 1대1 구도
아래쪽
아래쪽
제로진 대 피해드.
제로진이
하지만 지원이
근데 이러면은 이 사이에 친호 선수가 마무리했어요.
나딘이
오, 네.
등장하면서 마무리가 될 것 같은데요.
그 마지막 남은 지호크 선수 체력이 거의 없습니다.
자,
일단
그러면은 마무리까지.
네, 이렇게 마무리가 되면서 마지막 라운드 최종 생존 경기 이네이트가
사이버즈였습니다만 또 다른 클로에 이번엔 샤킨이고요. 오 그리고 페라도 있고요.
자, 생명공을 누가 먼저 불렀네요.
와, 그리고 스타크의 조합은 사실상 진짜 데미지가 순식간에 뽑히는 조합이기 때문에 용환이 유지력을 아무리 좀 챙겨준다고 하더라도 한 방에 터지는 모습도 보여주고 있고 근데 이게 스택이 야네 스택이 조금 애매해서
오 리우리 그래서 앞쪽으로 과감하게 뚫어주는 모습
자,
하자.
오히려?
불게 키면서 한턴 버팁니다.
자 그래도 이거 퍼드라곤 키면서 지금 야니 스택 쌓고는 있거든요.
자 변이 리우리 여기서 무빙으로 자 비둘기 한턴 피했기 때문에 한턴 더 밑을 수 있고 리우리 어그로 핑퐁 좋아요. 자 여기서 한 턴만 버텨주면 됩니다.
다가오는 버거의
여기서 변이!
마무리 버렸고요.
정말 이게 무서워요. 아이템 밸류가 부족한데도 불구하고 한 번 더? 한 번 더? 잠시만 이거 한 번 이거는
모를만 하거든요.
모를만 하거든요.
야네 위치를 모를만 합니다.
자 리다가 보였는데 야는 지금 어디 있는지 몰라요. 근데 일단 덫은 제대로 깔아두긴 했어가지고 턴이 한 턴 걸어서 가기 힘들어집니다만 쇼가 슬쩍슬쩍 얼굴을 보여주고 있고.
근데 이거 얀이 이렇게 계속 밀리면 CNJ 전선이 밀리면 얀의 저 포지셔닝 자체가 의미가 없어졌거든요.
그렇죠.
자, 그래서
글러브 선수가 다시 한번 돌아가고요. 자,
이번에는
이어서
조금
뜨거운
위험하게
맛이
블럭
맛.
잘 긁었어요.
예, 상당히 뜨거운 맛에 엠마에게 적중하면서 버버 선수 먼저 잡아낸 탱글담입니다.
쇼를 무시해?
약간 사고가 났던 것 같고.
자, 그러면 이번 다시 한번 이 대전끼리의 싸움 어떻게 될까요?
그렇죠.
그래서
이제는 좀
사이버즈?
다르다거든요.
아,
넘겼고요.
이게 지금
콤보
밸류가
타네.
진짜 좋거든요.
네, 사이버즈.
네, 사이버즈가.
그 저 콤보.
까지. 자, 그러면 블랑크
들어가네요.
만나겠는데요.
이거 마커스 위치는 좋은데 자 여기서 더 진입할 수 있나요? 벽공 되지 않았고 그러니까 강화 펜터 없어요.
자, 스프링트랩 피해냈습니다. 오턴즈. 그 다음에 세비 선수가 지금 마커스 다시 한번 희절 각을 보고 있는데 강한 결석 쓰고 들어갑니다.
잘 죽는데요.
네, 여기서
탱글다비.
자, 이러면 세대인데 처치하고요. 나머지 자 오토함즈와
이거
블랑크
터미네이트 될 수도 있겠는데요.
그렇습니다. 자, 강한 결석 사용된 상태에서 설답이 위험합니다. 설답이.
아니 블랑슈가 오히려 한입 하러 온 탱글다비를 완벽하게
오이쪽 이제 체이서 나오나요? 자, 리우리의 체이서 나옵니다.
나왔는데
까지 만들어.
더 싸우면 아까랑은 좀 다를 거거든요.
그렇죠. 리우리 포션. 자, 근데 먼저 설답이 나중에 녹아버리고 글러브까지 위험하면요. 이거.
그리고 방금
이상한데요?
강노가 수아 파랑새에 완벽하게 카운터당했어요.
게다가 지금 리우리 선수 시간도 부족합니다. 자, 세비 선수의
까지겠는데요?
마커스가 쫓아가게 되면서 포인트 만드는 블랑슈입니다.
팀이 먼저 교전을 이렇게 적극적으로 걸 수가 있었던 거고요.
근데 이거 지금 미나가 없는데
자,
하나
그리고
없는데.
경기로 스파크리 스포츠 전매 특허 변이 콤보 들어가면서 7번째 필드팀 만드는 스파크리를 올려갑니다. 자, 이쪽은 스파크리 스포츠와 BNKPX인데요. 자, 로즈너 그리고 페날딜, 로즈너 페날딜 하지만 생명 공을 탔기 때문에 먼저 서 정리하고요. 자, 이어서 위쪽은 통화랑.
자 이칼
통화랑.
선수도 페나 선수 마무리하려고 쫓아가는데
와 범이
자, 이러면요 변이 걸리고 평타?
강화평
자 이거
자.
그러면은
2대1이지만 이나가 없기 때문에
맞습니다.
1.3대1입니다. 1.3대1.
하지만 니나
쉽니다.
조금 있으면 이제
자,
돌기
그렇기
때문에
때문에
페나
시간
선수
버티고
휴식하고
있는
시간
클로에.
버티고
자,
그렇죠.
니나 나왔습니다. 자, 아직까지 궁기가 없지만 그 사이에 현재 범 선수와 스칼렛 선수가 자 하고 있으면서 인형극 들어가고요. 인형극
자 이러면은
에어본
셀린이라도
들어갑니다.
터뜨려야 된다라는 마인드였을 텐데
네.
오
여기 많은-
다행히 또 들어왔어요.
여러 번 같이 맞다 보면은 감당이 안 됩니다.
자, 유지력 좋은 실험체입니다만
이거 스타트 너무 좋아요.
자, 스프링트를 한번 끌어내고
그대로
아쉽게
결승으로 쭉
득점 빼내고요.
빠지고
자,
이렇게
이러면
궁극기가 빠지면
더블
너네
킥도
뭐할 수
있고.
있지?
들어가는
바로 진입 들어갑니다.
자,
넘어가고요.
넘어가고요.
자 근데 여기서
근데 이거 수아가 다운되면 이거 블랑스
다운된 건
입장에서는
이건 좀 큰데요?
많이 크죠?
메인 딜이
세미?
살짝 마무리가 된 건데.
자,
여기서
샤키니 마무리가 안 됐습니다.
살았고.
샤키니 마무리가 안
자,
됐습니다.
그래도 아직 궁극기가 쿨인 이 신팀 궁극기가 없으면 굉장히 약하고 마커스는 그냥 평타만 때려도 일단 세다
팍 들어가서
라는
근데요?
마인드일 거라서
그리고 리브리와
합니다.
요한!
하는데
하지만
요한도
여기서 이제
때리고
샤키니 때문에
인상하고 적당히 교전한다고 쳤을 때는 이제는 교전 쪽의 위주보다도 운영적인 디테일도 많이 필요합니다.
변이 들어가고요. 시네마 쪽으로 익스플리시브.
3대 2거든요.
그렇죠.
스크리스는
쫓아갑니다.
오, 페나!
페나?
깔끔한데요?
이 선수 들어가겠다 전략을 선택을 해줬기 때문에 과감하게 들어가준 이 진입이 굉장히 좋았고요.
자, 들어갑니다. 페나 요. 오, KSW 얀 잡아내고 이어서 백수의
페나!
미다이리까지.
오,
오, 하늘나리를 통한 과감한 진입 그리고 2킬을 추가로 따내는 페나의 얀.
발을 붙인 것도 좋았고
범의
이거를
거침
잘
없는
피했어요?
이시.
근데 한번 잘 흘려줬으면
그렇죠.
오히려
자,
이런 난이나 질감 만들 수 있는
자,
타이밍인데
딜러브의
나비니.
쇼가 먼저 잡히게 되고요. 자, 이어서 로즈너 잡을 수 있는 텔레비.
이거 다운 안 돼요.
근데 BNK가 서커스를 너무 잘해요.
네.
그러니까요.
일단 자 이렇게 와
진짜 아니 장난 없네요.
와, 게다가 꽂는 자 제이시피.
그런데
제이시피 피해치고 자, 그리고 로즈너까지.
약간 큰데요.
자, 강
이거 한 팀 때문에 안 잡히면 너무 안타까워요.
자, 이거 마이라서요.
위해서
오토함즈 위험합니다. 그리고
스파크리
스파크리
스포츠가
스포츠까지 등장하면
건물 안으로 들어가 버렸어요. 이러면은 CNK가 맛있게 먹으려고 들어오는 거? 자, 데스사이버는 놓치지 않나요?
자, 도발 들어가고요. 이어 다시 한번 들어갑니다.
근데 이거 8팀이나 있다는
하르스.
걸 계속 의식하고 있어야 됩니다.
그렇죠. 인원이 굉장히 많아요. 위쪽에서는 자, 기회를 놓치지
CNK
않는
출동.
대전하다 CNJ가 들어가고 있습니다.
열차입니다.
우리 이렇게
여기서
쫓아오나?
그런데 발사.
근데 너무 혼자 발사된 느낌인데요.
KSW까지 잡히게 되면요. 대전하다 CNJ.
같은 경우에도 뭐 수아에다가 그다음에 양 같은 경우도 해보고. 아, 근데
오!
이거 수아가
변이 이어지는 콤보. 다시 한번 아나프의 아나프의 페나의 양.
그렇죠.
예.
자,
자,
그래서
와, 진짜 안 아프다.
야.
자, 이러면 근데 결국 포킹하는 거는 사실 어렵다 보니까 신팀 입장에서는 기회 딱 잡았을 때 이렇게 들어갈 거거든요.
공격 한번 빠졌고요. 밀어냅니다.
근데 키아라
밀어냅니다.
공을 정말 잘 빼는.
야!
야, 탈턱주.
자,
자, 그리고
쭉
요한이
들어오고요.
힐 들어가고. 자, 이거 엠마가 살려야 돼요. 엠마가 살려.
먼저 자
땅
요한
보고.
근데
아, 이러면.
스파클리 스포츠 남아있는 키아라까지 정리하면서 이번 두 번째 라운드.
지금부터는 이제 또 합류하는 타이밍인데 와
이거를?
이걸 어떻게 알아요?
아, 진짜 너무
와 이건 너무 앞길인데요.
자
이거는
어떻게든
손들어
1킬.
꼼짝 마.
그렇죠.
블랑스까지 스킬이 왔어요. 아 근데 이거 수아가 따로 떨어져 있는 모습. 자 방망이 스킬로 버티면서
자,
오히려
오히려.
안쪽으로 파고듭니다.
코리아
근데
쪽으로
이게
들어갔습니다만.
합류가 너무 오래 걸리긴 했어요. 근데
자,
이거 다운만 되면.
세대들.
살았어요. 자 근데 상대방도 유지력 꽤 좋습니다.
그리고 공포탄이 이제 돌았기 때문에. 자, 조금만 더
파란색으로
천천히
역궁.
각을 봐줘야 되겠고요. 하늘나리.
밀어내고요. 이어서
스프링크랩.
자 그대로 적중하게 되면서 블랑슈의 5번째 킬까지 봐도 건곤권과 페르소나 가지고 있는 상태에서 블랑슈를 만나게 됩니다.
오 생각한 쪽으로 들어왔는데
와.
제어 살기만 하면 되는데 이건 정확히 잡았어요.
자 이어서 그대로 세비까지 자 하늘날이 없고요.
이게
자,
어제부터 계속
보겠는데요.
나오는 그림이면 송아랑 선수의 블라스트 웨이브가 진짜 예술적으로
빠져나가는 블랑슈 그리고 이쪽 BNKPX가 그대로
좁긴
사이버즈.
좁은데 결국 아야한테 그냥 들어갈 수만 있으면 된다예요.
근데 이거 아야한테 충분히 들어갈 만하거든요. 자 근데
짧은 한식이고 진주역을 들어갑니다. 망나니
어,
망나니
망나니는
아야가
미끼입니다.
아야가 결국에는
이렇게 되면요 이거 터미네이터 각까지 나오겠는데요. 그죠? 사이버즈 터미네이터
그렇죠.
각까지 나오겠는데요.
자 이거 기절 맞았고 이러면 로즈너
자 하나인데
다음 뭐
여기서
돈키호테
돈키호테
한 번 더
오디세이.
오디세이 뭐 한 번 더 오디세이 한 번 더.
자 이거
맞췄다.
예정되어 있었습니다.
근딜들 잡을 때 특화된 조합이지 저렇게 원딜들 많은 조합한테는 팔이 짧아서 사실 그렇게까지 특화되지는 않습니다.
자범 들어갔어요.
Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what is going over there on the Korean side, but they've got party hats going on.
They got something going on over there. I don't know what's happening.
Maybe it's someone's birthday or something, but
and they're
let's bring it
clapping.
around over here. Yeah, no, they're clapping in some. I don't know what's happening over there, but they're clapping around. Maybe there's a celebration going on, but you know what? Either way, you and I are always celebrating because if we're on at this time, you guys know what that means. We are here for the Eternal Return Masters Season 5 Phase 3. We got another day going on, and you can see up at the top of the screen, today is going to be the finals. I am so excited. How are you doing tonight, Super?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you, Shuvi. I am very excited as well. It is the final, so this is the last chance for any of these teams, to get these circuit points to maybe make it instantly to day 2, or even qualify for that spot for the season finals. That is, I think, going to be happening. I think 4 weeks from now, in person. It is obviously going to be that Atlanta event where all the teams will, gather into the arena, and they will be playing for the trophy for season 5 for ERM.
I know, right? Ooh, this is going to be a high-stakes game. Yesterday was absolutely high stakes as well because a lot of the teams that were playing in the wildcards were teams that were looking to get their placements into at least day number 1. But now we are locked in for the genuine 8 teams that are going to be playing for a majority of the circuit points that are going to be going to any of these teams throughout the course of this weekend. And right here is going to be the end-all, be-all for a good chunk of these teams, right? Some of them we'll see go into the season finals day 1 and day 2. Some of them, if their performances aren't good enough and they can't get in there, yeah, we might see them for LCQ, but there's also a very good chance we might not see them for LCQ as well. This has to be a good day for a good chunk of these teams. Otherwise, as I said, last day we're going to see them potentially throughout the entire rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams already have some circuit points, but obviously we do have some newcomer teams like Sin, who did make it to the finals, right? We have not seen them at all in the Phase 1 or Phase 2, and they were able to crawl their way up into the finals, playing a pretty unorthodox comp, and I kind of want to go over, what some of these teams might be playing, because I don't know if you remember, but during the group stages and during the wildcards, we did have a lot of bans. I think over the course of the weekend, we probably had over about like 10 character bans. A lot of variety, a lot of kind of mix and match, and a lot of coincidences with some of these teams, kind of grouping up with each other. Like I know in one group we saw the Adriana ban, and then in the wildcards we saw the Chloe ban coming out. So, kind of interested to see what some of these teams might be playing, when these characters do get off the table for some of these teams.
Absolutely. And speaking of the teams, we've been looking at the teams on the screen, and we're also now looking at the predictions from the Africa TV channel side of things. The votes have spoken.
Yeah, looks like Mira Sejong has got their votes back. They have earned the trust in the fans back. They have proven themselves once again. And now they have 50% of the votes. And in the wildcard teams, BNK FairX, we know, how strong this team is. They've been having such a great performance throughout the season. And I think they did end up winning Phase 2. So they're going to be our defending Phase champions going into this, going into today.
Yep, and as for Mida and Sejong, they were, I really hate to say it, but the big losers of Phase 2, right? This time around, they're in the finals. They want to make that change. They want to change history this time around, actually get some good results this time around too, because thanks to the performance that they had in Phase number 2, they're actually not completely safe for going straight into day number 1 or day number 2, for the season finals either. They have to do pretty well today to secure themselves at least a good hefty number of that circuit point. A lot of teams are right behind that 500 point mark, which is Mida and Sejong's vanguard into the top 4, right? There's a lot of things that could happen today, and for Mida and Sejong, it all needs to go right. And of course, for all the other teams, it's the exact same thing as well. They're not going to let Mida and Sejong get away with it easily, and nor, I think, should Mida and Sejong allow that to happen either.
Yeah, it would be surprising if Mira Sejong don't make it straight to day 2. I think almost every phase, almost every season, they are the top team, or they're always in the top 4s, and then they instantly make it to day number 2. So, if a team does end up knocking Mira Sejong down, or if they don't have a good performance today, we might see them in that day number 1 for the finals.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Super excited for today. I just can't wait to see what kind of character selections are going to come through today, because you and I talked about it yesterday too, Super, but there are some interesting potential character bans that, even if we did see a couple of them over the weekend, you were talking about the 10 unique bans that could potentially come through. Today, in and of itself, with the combination of these teams, could either spell some really familiar bands that we've seen over the weekend, or very unfamiliar bands that could potentially just kind of rummage its way in there with very, very unique consequences.
Yeah, but outside of that, let's just go over the circuit point ranking so you guys can see where these teams stand and what these teams are kind of fighting for. We do have Team Asher with 950 points. I think they're already guaranteed, in that top 4. BNK FairX with 760, Auto Arms with 760, Mira Sejong with 630, and Sparkle Esports Cartel right behind them with only 100 points. And both of these teams, they're in the finals here, getting in it as well. They are about 260 points behind, but if they do end up winning today, they should be able to make it in as well.
Exactly. All of the teams that are playing in the finals already today is already given 130 points, which is the bare minimum.
Oh, that's why I see like Sin with 130 as well. Okay.
And Mida and Sejong is also sitting at 630. So it's already off the bat. Sin, even if they don't make it through any of the additional points just given to them from getting better placement than some of the other teams, they'll at least be guaranteed to go straight into the LCQ finals, which is actually really, really advantageous for this team.
Yeah.
So Already off the bat, they're off to a good start, but you can see that there is a big gap between them and even that 11th place spot of Team Blanche, but then starting from there, it becomes a lot closer of a gap. So Team Sin, if they want to get some good performances today and have an end goal of going into at least day number 1 of the season finals, we're going to have to see some incredible plays from them, and I don't think...
How much points does a second place give? I think it's like 350. Right?
Oh, yeah.
'Cause if they give the second place, they might be able to get in straight up. I know first place is 500. So if they get first place, they're obviously going to be guaranteed into season finals day 1. But not sure if a second place is enough for them.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We really will have to see. It's just, I really want to see Team Sin do well today, but over the course of the weekend, we have very, very much seen that they've had some pop-off games, but I don't think they've been super, super consistent. If they were able to fix that for today, I don't think it would be that big of a deal. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The character selections are already underway. Romantic is hovering that Chloe, and this is what we talked about yesterday, right?
Is he gonna lock that in? Maybe to get it banned? I mean, maybe, because Fauna gonna be on that Chloe, and obviously we know Sin is gonna be playing that Chloe, Johan, and Kiara. I feel like he's just gonna swap. I feel like is he gonna lock it in?
He's got 10 seconds to flip-flop. He's unlocked it. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense, right?
Oh, we're gonna have a Nadine ban then, and Demai, so...
and the Rozzy. Okay.
Swap it around. So we just have the Nadine ban, I think, coming out here. It's only 2 Mais, 2 Alonsos, 2 Marcuses, so a lot of duplicates. But it's just gonna be that Nadine. Oh, Hayes as well, you're right.
Hayes ban. Wow, okay. So we've got ourselves quite a series on our hands. Already off the bat in game number 1.
2 new unique bans this weekend again. So wow, a lot of different character picks coming out from these teams throughout this weekend. So it kind of goes to show, the meta is actually pretty versatile.
It really is, but you can see that most of that meta is still revolving around the same idea though, right? That's what's really nice about this, is that you're not locked into one specific comp just because that composition is good. There's a lot of variety with the meta that players are trying to revolve around. What are you most comfortable with? Yes, the idea is still going to be the same. We're seeing a lot of these front-to-back compositions where you have double backline with an additional front line. Yes, that is going to be the case, but you can see that most of these teams have the same identity, just with a different flavor to it. That's what's really nice for me right now. It's just, yeah, there are some teams that are still running the same flavor, so that's where the bans are coming from.
Yeah, we have Gang 8 and Mayor Sejong played the exact same team. We got the Mai, Hayes, and the Dean. This team comp, I think, honestly, it didn't really get changed on the current patch as well, on the live server, because Hayes actually got buffed with the Cataclysm weapon, and I don't think the Dean got touched too much, but I think Mai did end up getting nerfed a little bit. But yeah, this team comp is just really, really strong, and it's good to see both these teams play this typical front to back. But I kind of wanted to talk about I guess how many bans we've had this weekend. I think it's been like 10 plus, right? We've had Mai being banned, Hayes now, Nadine, Chloe got banned, Yan,
Rozzy was banned, Yan was banned,
Rozzy, Priya, Marcus,
got a whole
Adriana got banned. I feel like there was one more. Oh, Aya got banned.
That's
true. 10 already. I think that's 10 already.
That is already so many characters that have been banned over the course of the weekend. And a couple of them were definitely a little bit out of nowhere, right? Like the Aya one just coming in right at the end of it. The assault rifle chains that you've been mentioning quite a lot throughout the course of the weekend, definitely being a little bit of a factor in that actually coming through. Although on the flip side, let's see what ends up happening here. Fauna, I don't think he's going to stay alive any longer. Puppet Theater as an attempt, but he does get the kill. I think Taekyung should be able to chase this through. Just the Burger Foot should do it. Oh, okay, he's going to invest the Smithereens. Alright, buddy. I see how it is. Whereas on the flip side, Auto Arms, they're chasing a little bit too far, as Cinema now isolated against 2 members of Team Sparkle Esports. Is he going to be able to get out? He is running.
Yeah, and there we go. A great blast wave from Sung Harang. Going to be able to secure that one out. Sad Hand's going to respawn back in here. Ooh, I do like this angle from Taekyung. Maybe if he finds something, he's going to get double volley though instantly. But no damage is going to be able to connect on to Taekyung. they are gonna get some damage off. The 4-bar does go down. It's not gonna really hit anyone here, as both teams will just disengage.
Yeah, everybody's just fine. Everybody's just playing around. A bit of a slower early game, right, compared to most of the games we've seen so far throughout the course of the weekend. Whereas Taekyung, he's like, wait, I just saw that Chloe. No, it's not the same one. It's a different Chloe. Sakin farming a little bit split away from his teammates. You can see that Team Sin at the moment. Kiara quite a ways away, right? This is a genuine split farm team composition. We've seen it over the course of the weekend, but there is everybody grouped back up. Checkmate forced out for G-Work, which is quite surprising. He is going to take the White Lily out. That's a lot of pressure gone from the side of Team Asher already early on. As a level 1 checkmate, it is still quite a long cooldown, and Piet is still sitting on the leather shield. What is going on in this game?
Yeah, I think they're just probably just split farming here, because a lot of teams in the early game, as long as you could, you know, go wide and, you know, you're able to get these consoles, you're going to be able to get a lot of farm. And a lot of times, if you are able to get, you know, the early game farm, and you're able to get maybe like two or three zones of farm, you will be able to get the early 4-square columns, and the early triple 4-square column is really strong. Oh, on the bottom side here, looks like Sin is going to be caught. Johan is just gonna fall to the side of Team Cartel. NCMB, very nice vision play, just gonna chill in that bush there, as the Johan did not end up checking that. So yeah, they will be able to claim one for themselves. But Juvie, another thing I wanted to comment about that, I don't know if you saw, but once again, I think 7 out of the 8 teams here are running that Soul Stealer augment.
Definitely going to be a common theme throughout the course of this weekend, I think, right? I mean, it has already been, I should say, today, because we've already seen the results of how strong that Soul Stealer has been, and today is pretty much a culmination of all of the teams that have been running that thing anyways, save for Team Sparkle Esports, right? But we talked about them already before, whereas they're picking up kills still, even without it. Paying, taken down to the ground. Jangy also in a little bit of trouble. He's going to get locked down. Beautiful crowd control stack onto the Marcus. Another fight near Hotel, as we got about 20 seconds to go before transition items start popping around. Kyungi Innate getting control of Hotel for now.
Yeah, this is the mirror battle, actually. Both teams are playing the exact same comp, so it's just going to be, you know, whichever team is going to be able to play this team comp better. There's the point from the Alonzo. I think he'll get some damage in. Here comes the rockets coming out from the haze. Looks like they're gonna back away, and I just realized BNKFX is also playing that Nadine haze, but it's gonna be Rosner on that Alonzo. Great taunt coming out from Donana, gonna get some damage in. Oh wow, Ignite actually finds a perfect taunt onto One Circle, and One Circle will actually end up falling, as Zerojin has a great follow-up, a great SMG burst, and it will be getting, and they're gonna win that 2-0. Another great taunt coming out from Ignite, gonna be able to lock down Scarlet, as Team Sparkle Esports, they TP'd in, they tried to go for third party to get that tree, but Gagani is just able to hold the fort down so nicely.
They are not even holding the fort, they are doing the Alamo at this point. Well, I don't know how they're doing it, but they managed to lock it down and still take away the tree despite 3-4 other teams being inside of Hotel. Well done, and this is something that I did want to mention about this specific composition. Mira and Sejong, this is the exact composition they were using during Phase 2 that knocked them out, whereas Kyungi Innate found an incredible amount of success with this exact composition. I'm not entirely sure if it's the greatest idea right now to duke it out up against Kyungi Innate using their signature comp as Team Mira and Sejong, but for now they are going to be treading the waters. We know that most of this comp is going to be banned for the next game anyway, so we'll see what the resulting responses are going to be. But we do see that Kyungi Innate is already at such a lead with all the kills they managed to secure in Hotel, on top of that the tree.
Yeah, 4 field kills for themselves. Sparkle Esports also having 4 field kills too, so yeah, we have to see, you know, how these teams maybe duke it out here. Any point will be really important, especially in a checkpoint like format. We've seen so many teams, you know, 1 or 2 points away, and then, you know, they just have to play that extra game to get, you know, those extra points, and, you know, they won't have that extra game buffer. But it looks like on the top side here, it looks like teams are just going to be calling in, getting their buys, getting Innate where it was able to spend all their credits, so they will be able to contest this battle zone with a full amount of items. They just need to get this 4-squared slam, that looks like. I think they are going to go for that radar on the Nadine, but I think Sin is going to try to prevent this from happening, and looks like disengage is completely called. They're just going to give up the battle zone. Great recognition from Sin to just force it in while the Nadine has the 4-score, and Roster is going to get instantly bursted down. Sung Harong is going to fall on the other side. Fauna's forced to pop Soul Link, and it's just going to be the Haze that's alive. And they actually trade 2 for 2. Fauna is going to get the res. The res is going to come first. And I think the Haze will just have to run here. Actually, they are going to be able to get the res on Alonso, but oh, they're going to look the turn as well. Alonso is going to use the damage reduction. Haze rockets are going to come out, and yeah, looks like a disengage is going to be called. So 2 kills traded on both the sides of BNK Theorix and for Team Sparkle Esports.
Very risky plays coming from both of those teams. That's not even the battle zone, by the way, right? If any of those guys played a little bit of a misplay, then it would have been lights out for any one of those 2 teams. But there's still fights happening all over the place as Gyeonggi now trying to duke it out up against Team Sin, but now they're the ones on the downside. 2 members down from Gyeonggi. Incredible play from Team Sin as they're going to be starting off strong. Fantastic exclusive coming through from Denana. He's trying to soak up as much damage as possible, but it's just not going to be enough.
Oh my
Haze
god,
Rocket still
the
just
return.
launching. Romantic is still alive. He's sitting on double-digit
yeah.
HP bars. 1 circle goes in. The shield is still there. Stun's not going to result in anything. Pied getting taken down to about a quarter of his HP. He's still running around. G-Work trying to play it out, but the beautiful dash coming from the SMG. He's trying so hard to pick up at least another one, maybe a bit more damage.
my
Beautiful
god.
shotgun. 1 circle is
is he
playing
dead?
like a
They're
god. G-Work, he needs to get out. Oh, he doesn't. He picks up 1, but that's it. Team Asher lights out 2 kills, and that's it. 1 circle runs them down. Romantic follows suit. What a beautiful play from our Haze.
1 circle just playing out of his mind, just able to sidestep, get that stun off on the Alonso Altake, and yeah, that's going to be it. Asher going out in 8th place. You kind of have to, you know, wonder if they should have, you know, tried to look for the turn, or if they should have just called for the full disengage, and, you know, they immediately pay the price for it.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think even Team Asher was expecting 1 circle to go that hard into the Alonso, because you saw as soon as the Alatak went, they were planning on turning, but oh my god, 1 circle just with the perfect timings. Shotgun at this stage already does have a relatively low cooldown, since you're probably running 30% CDR on the Haze, but that's a lot of damage taken by the Haze right now. The SMG burst, the Beak Grinder is in, Jinho gets taken
that's
down.
a minus 250.
And now a minus 500 for Team Gyeonggi. They're 1-upping them.
Look at their credits as well. It's going to be such a big setback for this team, and Team MSJ, they're going to reap all the rewards here in stream. They're going to be able to get that purple box, and they're going to be able to get that Tree of Life and the credits of Team Gyeonggi Innate. So very, very nicely played. I don't know if you saw kind of how they macroed in that team fight, but Romantic was actually chilling on the top side out of vision. So Gyeonggi Innate, they walked forward, and Romantic came from an off angle, and they were able to kind of pincer them. So very, 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 very nicely played, and a very nice heads-up play from Team Mirai Sejong.
Yeah, and I want to highlight the decision made by Team Gyeonggi Innate right now. They opted to res the Mai instead of the Nadine. So they're opting to play a lot more of a safer game instead of risky with the Nadine, trying to get a little bit more of that efficient res off, which I will say, it is smart because there are still so many other teams alive, but at the same time,
I like this from Theorix.
BNK Theorix and CMB just used the moving reload, but there's so many people around here. He blinks on now, he's trying to get out, but the SMG meat grinder yet again. There's so many teams running the Haze. Jengi gets taken down, Peng's getting shot down by the Rockets. One after another, the Rockets reign true. Down goes another team, Cartel, 2 kills as well, down.
Sunny Soul just hitting every single Haze Rockets, and that is going to be it. Team Cartel falling down in 7th place already. We have 2 teams fully wiped off the map, and wow, what a great macro play from BNK Theorix. Just recognizing a team was taking their console, and they sat in a blind spot and let Cartel walk past them. And then BNK Theorix, they just walk behind them, and now Cartel is sandwiched, and there's really not much that they could do. So very, very nicely played. Ooh, I like this from Team Sparkle Esports as well. Going to be able to going to sit behind a wall, but Marcus is so tanky. With that force field, they used everything, and they weren't able to take him down just yet.
I wonder if Taeyong already has the solar system miniature, because he has been really liking that item on the Marcus as of late. That does provide bonus sustain for the Marcus, right? A lot of the combo from Sparkle Esports typically comes out before the force field is even able to be procced. So I will say he's quite tanky for himself at the moment, which is good. Liguri, he's going to send it. Quick
Oh
cut
my
is in.
God.
Where's the plague? There it is. But double taunt coming in from Denana.
Those
Not
rockets.
looking good though.
Good damage
One
coming out from
execute.
E.
There it is. No, the execute reset doesn't come through. But Liguri, he's still on the chase. Trying to get the damage in. There's the shotgun, but the lockdown
Oh
comes
my
in.
God.
I am Johan. This could be Mira and Sejong taken out. And it will
dead.
be Team Sin. Another team wiped. Our top 3 teams are gone. 3 teams from the group stages that were sent straight to the finals cut down by Team Sin.
Yeah, Kiara just able to find so much damage onto these backliners, able to just jump on in, use that Q and just kind of rip them to shreds, and then the ultimate coming out, using that judgment onto Romantic and, you know, instantly executing them. Very, very nicely played from Team Sin. Gonna be able to fully wipe off Mira Sejong, and Mira Sejong, they were looking really good in this game. They had so many items, they had so many kills, and yeah, they will go down in 6th place.
This is looking to be a banger series already, Super. I am loving it. And of all the things, it's quite ironic that Team Gyeonggi Innate was the one that stays alive between all the teams sent straight to the finals from the group stages. I will say their early game might have been good, but so far their mid game has been a little bit shaky. Still, they're alive compared to all the other 3 teams that were sent straight to the finals. They're in a better spot. Beautiful blast wave in, but that does seal the deal for Songharang. No escape path left whatsoever. Fauna's still trying to recover this as much as possible. The magnetic field is good. Rocket launchers raining true. The blink coming in from Sonzar. This could be another wipe. You're right. The shots are just not there. Oh, just barely living. Puppet Theater was able to just barely snatch the members of BNK Fearx before Fauna was able to make it to safety. They are chasing indeed. They know exactly where he's going. There's the recon drones coming in. Is the Hyperloop coming in as well? There's the warehouse Hyperloop. Where is the Haze gonna end up? Right where he needs to be. Not like this. Fauna, 1 rocket, 2 rockets, 3 rockets, and the 4th rockets. No way.
And that is going to be Sparkle Esports going out as well. So we have another team wipe. And there's only 4 teams left for day number 4.
What the heck is going on? We had a faster pace of game than this yesterday during the wildcards, but this is just sequential. It's one after another. Teams are just getting wiped. Decisive team decision making from all of these teams. The Hyperloop into Warehouse was perfect. Beautifully done from Team BNK Fearx.
Yeah, very clean team fights from all these teams. And yeah, looks like we do have Wickline coming out, coming over into school. So I wonder if some of these teams are going to, you know, try hovering for this. Do you have Lumi? Oh, it looks like he is. He's just gonna buy some cams. Okay.
Yay! Really cheap, by the way. You taught me that. I definitely noticed because ever since you told me that it was 5 credits, I haven't really actually paid attention to it until you mentioned it to me. I have been buying them, so I hope you're proud of me.
Yeah, either in like the mid to late game, I think the best buys if you obviously if you can't buy the item is just cameras or medkits. I think the food like the free food isn't really that great anymore because the medkits, you know, is just so much better. And oh my god, look at the Bianca. The Bianca has this bikini. They got you know, fully like a fully decked out items. Oh, I meant Kiara, sorry. if I did say Bianca.
It's all good. It's all good.
And yeah, they are looking really, really strong here. Having that extra shield, you know, making that Kiara slightly more tanky, kind of all they need here. And it looks like it will be Team Sin gonna be able to get this Wickline completely for free. So another blood going into the hands of this team. This team comp is looking really, really good. Yeah, I don't even know what some of these backline, you know, team comps can really do with, you know, the Haze and Nadine, because the Kiara, they could just you know, use Judgment in and just chunk them down for all their HP.
Look at the items on this Kiara. They just got the red shoes. They just got the Nosferatu. How filthy of a late game Kiara build is that? Team Sin is poised to take away the rest of this lobby, even upgrading it with the Dawn. I will say, man, Team Sin, their team composition is looking terrifying, and if we see Liguri's Plague being as effective as yesterday, holy crap, these teams are in trouble.
Yeah, and the Holy Water going over to the Kiara as well, so that's just going to make the Kiara even more tanky. With that Johan, I think these teams are going to be fighting an uphill battle into that team.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. But still, with 4 teams alive, the map is still pretty open, right? That's the one still beneficial thing going for a lot of these teams right now. And the zones that are open are quite big. It's going to be Cemetery, Chapel, Forest, as well as School. 4 zones that are quite big in the game. Taekyung trying to jump on towards Chino. You can see the monkey wire over the wall, but he's just not getting the damage done on the Marcus. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Zero Jin is already dead though. Sandhand about to get taken down. It will be the minded to knock it. Cinema, he needs to get something done now. He wants to get the res and he will get it. But Taekyung, he's already wiped it.
Yeah, Taekyung completely solos the Nadine, and that is going to be Team Auto Arms going to come out on top with this pre-Marcus comp, as they will be able to get a nice team wipe here. Looks like they are going to be buying this blood as well first. Sad hand. So Nadine is going to get a lot more power here. Having that, blood weapon is really, really strong. And yeah, it will come down to only 3 teams left for day number 5. So not much kills to go around just yet. So it will be a relatively low kill game number 1.
Indeed, and because of how open the map has been so far, we're even seeing things like Combat Epinephrine coming out for Team Auto Arms. It was put on Sandhand, so his kiting capability is going to be slightly more beneficial with the added movement speed. He already has a ton of transition on his side that allows him to kite already to begin with, so we'll see how it goes. Alonso already investing, his shield is already gone. Force field invested from the side of Taekyung. Bomb is trying to chase this down, but look at this, the squirrel trap's right there. He gets slowed down. He's so isolated from the rest of his team, but the big grinder is in! He gets taken down. Okay, here we go. Taekyung's still alive, right? Remember, this Marcus is super strong in this patch. The damage is insane, but the Executioner bonus, Bomb, what are you doing? He walks straight into the arms of the Marcus, and that's gonna set the deal. Team BNK Furex gets taken down. Team Auto Arms picks up another 3.
Sadhands did end up blowing up, so if Team Sin does end up walking over, then that is going to mean that it will be a Team Sin victory for free. I don't know if they recognize that the other team did end up getting wiped here. So I think most teams would probably just wait. But if Team Sin does end up recognizing that, Auto Arms might be split, maybe they lost a member. It is really hard to tell though, because it was 3 question marks, so you're not able to actually see the number. So I think Team Auto Arms will probably get the res here. But yeah, very, very nicely played from Auto Arms. Taeyoung, this Marcus is just able to just take so much damage from this Nadine. The Nadine was just autoing, just pelting bullets into them. But yeah, they were just able to just win that front to back. Sad Hands, and Sad Hands did end up going down, but got enough damage off, I would say, in that team fight. And yeah, that will be Auto Arms winning it. Not too cleanly, because they did end up losing a member, but as long as they get the rest off here, it's not too bad.
Indeed, Lumi is sitting inside Chapel right now. It's going to loop down towards Warehouse. The only problem with this is I don't know what the routing is going to be like. I have a strange feeling that Team Auto Arms is going to have to dive deep into Factory in order to catch Lumi out. They should start getting into position very, very soon. Lumi is making their way up. No, it just disappeared. It hits day 6.
It's okay. They will get the free res off here.
That is true.
Yeah, they are just sitting in each zone by themselves here. I think Team Sin doesn't want to risk it, and they don't want to go in. So it looks like they will get the res off, and it will come down to a final 3v3. It's just going to be up to Sad Hands to stay alive, but that Kiara having that triple blood, that means the execution range for that HP is going to be so much higher. I think Sad Hands can just die at half HP if the PR just uses the judgment in.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem right now. Sadhand has to play like an absolute micro god. He needs to bring out the energy he gets from his Razi into the Nadine right now. Otherwise, he is going to get absolutely obliterated by the last judgment. It will, quite frankly, be the last judgment of Sadhand at this stage if he doesn't play well.
From Priya and the Nadine, so it's looking pretty good for the teams, for the side of Team Auto Arms here. Kiara gonna use their shield. Just gonna jump in and they find the angle with the Johan root. And I think that is going to be it. Sad Hand's gonna try looking for an angle. There's a last judgment. And yeah. Wait, Taeyoung actually just gonna TP on in. But I don't think there's really much Taeyoung can do, as that is gonna be Team Sin, our newcomer team, coming out to win our first game in the finals for Season 5 Phase 3.
8 kills first place, and you know what, that's probably one of the best performances that I've seen from this team in a long time, because of the fact that they were able to knock down some priority teams in this game by themselves. Well played to Team Sin. They're going to be able to get themselves a hefty start into the series like they did yesterday during the wildcards. The question is, though, as I mentioned before the game started, is that going to be a consistent thing we get to see over the course of today, or is it just going to be a one-time thing that we have indeed seen throughout the course of this weekend?
Yeah, that was very nicely played. I think it was off the back of Johan getting that nice Q root, and then it was just really easy to follow up, and they just obliterated the Priya. The Priya didn't even get a chance.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm actually surprised that Sadhan opted to go back in there, right? Because I think the normal plan would just be to wait out the Plague, because you know the Priya is going to be able to reset that over and over again. Just let them kill the Priya body, reset a little bit. You can try for the 2v3. We've seen it over and over again with the Marcus.
I think the 2v3 would be really hard for them just because they have the Johan there.
Oh, absolutely, but I don't think it's a smart idea
I
for
mean,
Nadine to run into a Plague.
Yeah, the only chance they had was for like the full reset, and then maybe look for the 2v3 without Kiara having that Plague up. I do agree, just because they did invest obviously a lot into that Priya, but yeah, it was a clean pick from the side of Team Sin. So I think at that point, it's kind of doomed from Sad Hands and the side of Team Auto Arms.
Indeed. It was a pretty fun game, but we do get to see Team Sin walking away with a win. As I said before game number 1 started, I did actually expect them to get a game like this at least once throughout the course of the series. I believe in group stages, wildcards, and now the finals, they've always had that one game where they were able to win every single series so far throughout the course of the weekend. So that's been checked off, right? That requirement's been checked off for Team Sin. They need to pull this off again, though, and that's where the real problems begin. The lobby itself was really set up, I think, for Team Sin to succeed. A lot of the big name teams were taken down earlier on into the game, although I will give credit where credit is due. Team Sin managing to 3v3 and wipe out the entirety of Mira and Sejong. That was absolutely quite impressive.
Yeah, I think Kiara is such a strong pick when you do get that snowball rolling, and I think Sin is doing a really, really good job. At the very end, you saw them; they had 3 bloods, and they're just able to kind of find these backline angles, and they are able to just one-shot the backliners with this Kiara pick. There's really not much some of these teams can do, because a lot of the damage will just be lost on the side of these tank plus double backline teams. And it's really easy, for this Kiara to have access, and they can also sort of win the front to back with the Chloe as well, with the Johan Chloe.
Mhm.
I just think this team comp is actually pretty well rounded out with this Johan, just because Johan provides so much, I would say, right now. What's the amount of healing he provides, the extra damage he gives, and then on top of that, he does have some nice CC with those roots. Right, if he is able to land that route, he's going to be able to, or I guess for the side of Team Sin, they're easily able to follow it up with that Chloe knockup, and then the Kiara can go in as well. But
sure.
On the side of the standings, it looks like it's actually really, really close here. Sin only having 8 field kills, so they only got 16 points. BNK Felix not too far behind with only 13. Auto Arms with 12. Sparkly Sports with 10. So a pretty spread distribution in points, I would say, for game number 1. There's no team that kind of dominated in this game. All the teams, if you look at their field kills, have less than 10.
Yeah, until we got to day number 4, day number 5, every single team that knocked out each other got taken down right afterwards too. Right, we saw Team Mira and Sejong knocking down Team Asher, and then they also got correspondingly taken down by Team Sin. We saw BNK Fearex also falling down. We saw Auto Arms making it all the way to the end. Sparkle Esports also falling down. A lot of very decisive team fights that happened throughout the course of game number 1, which means that the overall point total for the entire lobby isn't going to be at a super, super high level.
Yeah,
this just means a longer series.
Yeah, because there's not that many kills going around when teams are getting fully wiped, because obviously teams won't be able to res, so that means there's going to be less and less points when teams aren't able to res, and that is the kind of the result of that game where no team had more than 10 points.
Exactly, and that's fine. I think it's a great benchmark for us to set at the earlier stages of the series. A lot of our teams probably now have fully understood what the situation of the lobby itself could theoretically be like, although that's going to definitely change in game number 2. We have a couple bans coming in that are very, 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 very important. We saw the prio and we saw the importance of the characters that did get banned after game 1 from game number 1 as well. That's one of the reasons why the ban rule exists, is to change things around, especially when characters have that much significance in these lobbies. The Haze and the Nadine gone for game 2. Let's see how it affects it.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what these teams end up swapping to. It looks like BNK3X is just going to go back to their signature Suwa plus Cicella. So Cicella's going to come back on the table here. Team Asher, they're going to lock in that Chloe. Are they actually going to fully lock this in to get the Chloe band off the table for Team Sin and Team Sparkle Esports? I think it would be a nice heads-up play. Cinema maybe locks in the Chloe as well, but looking at their augment choice, I think they're just going to swap back. And Mira Sejong, they're going to go back to their signature Bernice Theodore. I do like to see that coming out for them once that Nadine and Hayes are banned, and it will be locked in. There will be a Rozzy ban coming through as well. Sad Hands, NCMB, and Charles as well. So yeah, Rozzy's going to be off the table for game number 3.
Yes.
And I think that is it. I don't think there's any other bans. We actually have 2 Cicellas as well.
Zerojin and Huns are both of our Haze players from game number 1 going into the Cicella for game number 2. Suppose they're looking for a bit more of the pick, whereas the Haze is much more oriented around the poke side of things. Double Marcus coming through again for Chengi and Bum. No bans on that yet in this series. We got the double Yans, as you mentioned, for Pied and Taegyong. Bum not opting to go on to that one just yet, since the Marcus is still going to be alive in this game.
Yeah, Marcus is not going to get banned either. It's just the Haze, it looks like. Or sorry, not the Haze, but the Rozzy. 2 Mai's, 2 Marcuses, 2 Cicellas, 2 Chloe's. So a lot of duplicate picks, but it's only going to be that Rozzy that's going to be off the table.
And that's completely fine. I think for most of these players, they're going to be able to play the Nadine again anyways in game number 2.
Yeah, they're just going to go back.
Game 3, exactly. And with no tanks really being banned, there's no limitations being placed on the fact that you're able to play the Nadine. Right, a lot of the characters, a lot of the teams that are playing the Nadine right now really rely on a solid frontline. We saw the Alonso, we saw the Marcus, none of those banned. Same thing for Mai, she's still going to be alive and kicking after game number 2 as well. It really does allow this Nadine to have that opening, to have that spacing up in the front line, which is why I don't think a lot of these teams are going to be too worried about the Rozzy ban. Maybe Sad Hand is going to be a bit, as his name states, sad about it, but I think he'll be fine with the Nadine. He's shown some really promising results on that character throughout the weekend too.
Yeah, I mean, in the previous game, they were playing that Nadine, and they did show that they can definitely play that character. It looks like one circle is gonna get caught here. Gonna just blink and TP with that CC immunity. I think they will be out. Yeah, they're just gonna get on out of there. And I'm kind of excited to see one circle back on this Theodore. He's really well known, for being like the best Theodore in Korea, and he just plays this character so well. So they're gonna have to see. They are playing Mai instead of Alonso, because that Alonso is usually the bread and butter of the team comp, but I think Mai can do just about the same as long as you are hitting those taunts.
I think the reason why Mai is being brought into the table here is that Alonso, while he is really good with this composition, with the Soul Stealer meta, a lot of compositions can run out of his finger point really easily, whereas Mai, she can chase so much easier. She can also run the Soul Stealer if she really wanted to. I've seen a lot of Quakes going around for the Mai, but in this situation where you are running a Bernice Theo, you're probably going to let them run the Blink. Nice counter kill coming through from the Rozzy. And you yourself is going to be running the Soul Stealer instead. So we'll see what the results of that is going to be, as Taegyong getting taken down very low, but he's still alive. Everybody's still alive from both of the teams sitting inside of Hotel at the moment. Taegyong still hanging around the outside. He is getting the resets on his cooldowns, but his health bar a bit too low. It will be a reset with the White Lily being taken by Team Auto Arms. This should fully call for it on the Sad Hand. He just missed his Q. Doesn't get the dash off. G-Work, does he really want to go for this? Yeah, not just yet.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. I do think Alonso probably isn't as good in the meta just because of how prominent Soul Stealer is. Soul Stealer, you just pop it, you get so much movement speed, and then you kind of just kite back and run away from the Alonso Altake, and Alonso will just never be able to get the point off.
He's always just going to be sitting around. His main duty in a game like this, in a meta like this, where Soul Stealer is such a bound of a tactical skill, is just sitting up at the front lines and proccing his shield, right? You saw it in the last game. I didn't really see any Alonsos pointing his finger to start the fight. He always used it as a result of the fight.
Looks like Rosner is going to find the Johan here. Oh, the Chloe is just going to TP back in, and the nice bat skill into the wall. And I think Rosner's actually going to be the one to fall here. But wait a second, Bomb is in the area. There is the Faith Unwavering, and the Soul Link going to be procced here. But the Scylla is also here to join the fray, and there is a nice Q from that Scylla, going to be able to secure that one for the side of BNK Fearx, and the Johan is going to just get on out of there. Actually, the Johan is kind of playing with fire here into a Suwa. You get a lot of damage off, but that is not what you want to do into the Suwa. The Suwa has a lot of inbuilt healing with those Don Quixotes, and it's just going to be able to out sustain the Johan with the spell shield as well. But wait a second, TP coming back in. He's able to live for so long, and the Chloe is just going to be able to finish it off. So they're going to be able to actually secure a nice kill for themselves. And they're going to trade the Johan for that.
That's rank 29 for you. I'm Johan, pulling off some funny skills, funny plays coming through. Nicely done for Team Sin.
Yeah, baiting Rosner in, and Chloe is going to be able to respawn just in time, and they're going to be able to get that one. Ooh, Cinema going to jump over that wall with that ward hop, so very nicely done by him. And there's going to be not much more MSJ can really do in that scenario. They do send the ultimate as well, so they're not going to have that coming up for the next objective contest.
Absolutely. It's all good though. We'll see what ends up happening for the teams that can objective contest. For Team Asher, it definitely didn't work, as Char by himself gets caught out by Team Cartel. That's the only fight we're seeing so far for any of our objectives. Definitely a different pace of game than we saw in game number 1 even. We're seeing a lot of that flip-flop around for these teams. The explosive bullet does land your right. Transcendent Sensor is pretty good at slowing people though. Yeah, Denana not going to be able to find it with the Soul Stealer even procced. Well done from Johan. But Cartel looking for a little bit more. Zerojin caught out again. The Cecilia taken down for what it is, I think the second or third time in this game already.
Yeah, and Team Cartel already on 6 field kills for themselves, so they must be feeling really, really good about that. It is just day 2, and Charles is going to be caught again here, I think. There is the taunt. The Quake is going to come through to get that slow on the Razi. Is the White Lily up? I think they will be able to proc it. Yeah, they're going to be able to get over the wall there. But maybe they can cut them off here. G-Works is in the area now, so it looks like they do want to turn and maybe take this team fight. Jan is on the top side. Sad Hand's going to jump on back.
He's got the
trying to get some damages. Their freeze that does end up coming off. The combo is not going to go through though. Taeyang maybe going to jump over the wall. Going to get a nice double knockup. And going to push the Razi into the wall, and Taeyang is going to be able to find the Razi that will blink on over. So yeah, will be Team Auto Arms going to get a nice 2 kills. Very nicely played from Taeyang, as he does find the angle, and he will be able to finish that Razi off.
Somebody give that guy a trophy, dude. I swear he is the real champion at this point. Who cares about Yan? It's just Taeyang everywhere. Denana caught out by himself. He's probably going to get taken down. The rest of his team not even remotely attempting to follow through with the Hyperloop in.
Yeah, you can't really TP onto a Marcus and a Suwa, especially when you are playing 2 backliners with no mobility, so they're just going to give up Denana there. Fortunately, their respawn timers is going to be a little awkward now for, if they do want to contest for an alpha or a battle zone. So I think they're probably just going to head over to maybe like a bear zone or something.
For sure.
Oh yeah, they're just at the top of your alley.
There are so many people trying to look for this alpha though, right? The only objective on the north side, as soon as this mutant bear gets taken down, teams should figure out that somebody is already inside a temple. Team Gyeonggi Innate, they're in a sandwich situation, and this is not a team that can easily run, although caught out are going to be the members of Mida and Sejong, caught out by the Burnt to a Crisp, caught out by the Semtex. Down they go. Denana trying to get himself away. They are on the chase though. He's stuck in the corner. He needs to run now.
Might get cut off here.
Yep, he does have his catwalk coming up. White Lily is going to take him to safety, and the rest of the map on the western side of the Lumi Island is going to be open, so they will keep themselves alive. But that is a very inefficient night number 1 for team. Night number 2, I apologize, for Mida and Sejong. Not looking too good for a team that needs to snowball very early for this team composition to really get that domineering effect in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I think a big misplay from Mira Sejong there. The Nana just respawning in, but the two backliners just ended up walking up, and the nighttime vision swap was perfect for the side of team, I think that was Team Gayang Innate, as they catch them completely off guard with that Shukai knockup. And, you know, that is, you know, if you do get hit by Shukai knockup as a backliner, it will just seal the deal. There's really not much you can do. Fauna actually going to get caught out here. Did Fauna end up crafting their item? I'm actually not too sure. They actually will be able to get on out of there, as great peel coming out from Scarlet. Going to be able to get that double poly off onto G-Work. G-Work is not going to be able to do much more there.
Yeah, even looking at the composition of Team G-Work, and on top of it, what we've seen from Team Sparkle Esports throughout the course of the weekend, this is a game where people are going to have to watch out for picks, but the double knockback with the Blast Wave is good. Fauna's still alive, he's got the Soul Link, but, the flank coming in from the third party, Team Auto Arms, is going to be able to knock down two. I think G-Work has to run, he should have the gauge and the distance to get out of there. He will keep himself alive. 2 down for Sparkle Esports, 2 down for Team Asher. Everywhere is pick central. You need to be real careful about where you start walking. Vision is going to have to be important. Recon drones will save your life in this one, 100%, I guarantee you. Oh goodness, this is going to be a hectic game for these teams. It's going to get real chaotic fast.
Yeah, not only do you have to be careful where you're walking, you have to be careful where you're taking fights, because they didn't recognize that Auto Arms was in the area. And Auto Arms, they reap all the rewards. They're going to be able to get, I think, 3 kills out of that. And they're going to be able to get a lot of credits off the body. So, yeah, Auto Arms is going to come out big for that team fight. Team Rare Sejong, it looks like they want to play for this meteor. Here comes the Energy Blast Field in. Do a lot of damage onto the Razi. Here is the damage. Going to lock down the Shukai, but the Shukai has the SSM. But they're just taking so much damage as they're behind the wall from the Theodore, and yeah, it looks like they're gonna go down. Here comes the sniper shots. One does connect, the second one doesn't matter, as Mai is going to be able to finish them off. Here is Team Gayang Innate. They're gonna lose 2 members. That's gonna be a -500. And Mersejong, they're gonna be able to take both the members of Team Gayang Innate, and they're gonna be able to secure a nice meteor for themselves.
I don't know why, but the Shukai have to go back in, but Johan's the wrong target to go for, I guess so. There's the Faith and Wavering coming out. Perfect timing. He keeps himself alive. It's way too long. Now Jengi in a little bit of trouble. Dodges out on the Nightmare. He's still alive for now. Chain still following through. The Pork Chop actually sends Sakin over the wall, and that's going to seal the deal. Cartel are kill leaders in the lobby. Taken out by Team Sin. These guys are just knocking top teams down left and right.
They are showing up in the finals here, and they are going absolutely crazy. Not only was the Faith and Wavering good for the Johan to keep himself alive, but it did damage, and did enough damage to actually kill the Razi there. Just enough to, you know, finish them off with that Q as well. This Johan is playing absolutely perfectly.
He was playing with fire though, right? His health bar is sitting in double digits most likely for what felt like an eternity in the course of the fight. I was looking at his health bar. It was there for a while.
Sejong is stuck in the middle between 2 teams, and oh no! They get pulled off, but a great exclusive with the ultimate there, as looks like Team Gayang Innate, I think they recognize there's another team nearby, as they decide not to chase.
Yeah, the preemptive Energy Blast Field was also good. I think the communication was already there the moment he got caught by the pole. Well done from Team Mira and Sejong. Good response. Of course, the cooldown on Energy Blast Field, now that it is level 2 at least, is not going to be that bad.
Radic is greeting for that box. It's going to be forced to use their blink, and he's will just
Energy
fall
Blast
here.
Field.
They are going to play into the corridor, into a Theodore, but the Theodore is not going to have anything. Oh no, I think they're dead.
Yep, I think they're dead too. Denon is already dead. One circle gets taken down. That's it. Mira and Sejong once again wiped off of the map. That's a bit of a misplay coming from that team. They shouldn't have greeted, especially when there was no Energy Blast Field up. What were they even calling that they stuck that for so long? Was it a 4-score or what?
I don't think it was a 4-score, because Romantic still has 100 credits. So, yeah, a huge misplay coming out from Romantic, as they Mira Sejong, they already vested all their cooldowns in the previous fight, so they didn't really have any real juice left in the tank there to basically, you know, kind of peel G-Work and the engage off. G-Work just, you know, jumps on in, forces the Bernice blink, and splits the Bernice as well with their ultimate, as if the Bernice does end up walking through that corridor, they will get frozen, and, you know, there's not much Bernice can really do, because they have no real escape.
Yeah, I wonder if even for Team Asher that was a big risk too, right? It's a super thin corridor with a Theo that potentially had. Oh wait, this is a little bit weird.
Wait a
G-Work,
second.
he is looking for the flank. He is so tanky that nobody on the side of Team Gyeonggi is even remotely attempting to knock him down. He will get a bit of damage off, and both teams walk away with minimal damage.
Yeah, but Gyeonggi, they don't really have any items. Look at the items of Cicella. Only that Persona. Not really looking too good. I'm surprised Asher maybe didn't. I'm surprised Asher didn't try to full send it there because I feel like they could have, considering the item difference. But it's definitely not worth to be a little risky there. They have no real vision in that zone as well. And yeah, will be Team Sin. I don't know if you saw, but the Kiara, they did end up getting a blood, and they do have that prominence online now. So they're gonna be even more tanky. They're gonna have more CDR. And it's just, you know, another uphill battle for these teams, as I think Team Sin, they are looking really, really strong in this lobby.
I think, if I remember correctly, Sakai also built up a Blood Ripper, which is quite surprising because, you know, nowadays there are so many good transitions around with the blood sample that Blood Ripper tends to be one of the side products of a lot of actual builds, right? You find them off of a red box, and maybe you're like, okay, well, maybe it's better than the item I have already equipped for my transition. Yes, I will substitute it, but it's been a while since I've seen somebody physically craft the thing with a blood sample.
Yeah, I mean, Blood Ripper is just still a really strong item, and it has that 20% armor pen. It has, you know, the attack speed, and it has a good amount of AP here. And looks like Gyeonggi is completely caught right in the middle between Team Sin, and Team Sin is just gonna send it onto the side of Asher now. Team Asher is just gonna try to peel back here. Sakin gonna get a lot of damage, and G-Work is gonna be the one caught, and they will be the one to fall as well. And Team Sin, they find 3 kills off that, as they're looking at 7, and they're looking for more here.
Johan, he should have the Soul Stealer up very soon. He's still got the bonus movement speed on his E if he wants to continue the chase. Zero Jin is still Scylla though.
There's
Trying to deny it. There's a Soul Stealer. The movement speed is insane. There's the kill. Holy crap. It's nuts. It is bonkers. It's Team Sin. They're sitting on 9 kills now. The kill leaders of this lobby. How do you stop this team? It's just unstoppable.
Yeah, this Soul Stealer with the Johan movement speed, it just gives so much free reign for the Kiara to just walk up and have access to your backline.
Oh, dude, it was so funny, man. Yeah, I knew it was coming, but even then, I see the Soul Stealer proc, and they just zoom.
It looks like Taeyong is gonna be caught here, and Santas is gonna jump on over, and it is going to be Taeyong completely falling, and they don't even have a chance here, as Cinema is gonna fall as well. And Team Sin, they're gonna pick up another 3. It looks like they're gonna try getting Cinema. I do like how the Johan did end up cutting them off, and they will connect the route here.
Oh, he's got the slow with the whip thing too.
Yeah, and that's gonna be it. Team Sin find another 3 kills, sitting on 12 field kills, and they get the wick line as well.
That's crazy. I'm Johan. He's walked up to the Mai with the wick AoE pop on him. That slows, by the way, guys. That is an additional crowd control. Soul Stealer proc for them to get away. They can eat timer for all I care. They definitely deserve eating all this time. If anything, don't bring it back.
Yeah, they have so many items here. It's going to be impossible, I think, for some of these teams to really fight into Team Sin. I think once Team Sin is able to get, you know, the snowball rolling and is able to get, you know, all these items,
they got another blood.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty impossible for these teams to fight them.
Their entire team is sitting on 4 blood samples right now. Blood Lotus Shuriken set up now for Sakai. A Force Core being brought in for the Yoha. What is he building with that? Hermes? Okay.
So gonna be able to live as well. Rosner gonna try looking for an angle as Team Asher is completely split off. Rosner just gonna blink on forward there. Look at where the Rozzy is. The Rozzy went up, and they're gonna TP on down. So this is a complete 2v3 here. Rosner is going to be able to live for a little long, but it looks like a great knock up into the wall, and Rosner will end up falling here. They do actually end up trading.
Oh no.
1 for 1 here. So Golden going down to 2v2. G-Work taking a lot of damage here. Great blink on back behind the truck there. as it is going to be
Oh god.
Marcus able to just do so much damage into the 1v1s. Marcus is just able to just win the 1v1s into these ADCs as he just takes like no damage at all.
Yo, how broken is Chloe? Our two last full teams are Chloe teams. What's going on here? Sparkle Esports and Team Sin, both fully alive. This is a slower game from Team Sparkle Esports, but you and I know that this is a gameplay style they can opt to go in for.
See Sparkle Esports at all, so they probably have a lot of items as well, and they might be able to contest it for this win. We've seen Sparkle Esports and Team Sin go at it in the wild cards, and Team Sparkle Esports have a pretty good matchup into them just because, you know, Team Sin is, you know, forced to kind of clump together. And when you're clumping together into Celine, if the Celine is able to get, you know, those 3 to 4 or those 4 bomb stacks onto you, it just does way too much damage for you to kind of recover from.
I also think it's really nice right now for Team Sin to have the bikini on the Kiara, because that Tranquility Shield is going to provide a lot more of the sustain for him, especially when dealing with Sparkle Esports. We know Sparkle Esports is a team that can insta-burst teams. I don't think the Kiara is going to easily...
I do like the answer from Team Sin. Team Sin is just waiting because they know that team might go for this res, I think.
Oh.
They will get the res here, but Team Sin is just waiting on that corner. They should hear the ping, and Rosner is going to be forced. Yeah, Rosner is forced at half HP here. Going to get some rest off. They do have to send it because they don't really have any timer left. Rosner going to start getting some damage in as Cella is going to head explode, so that will be a -1 as the Kiara is just going to finish the rest of the 2.
What? Okay, his Huns are a little bit weird. He wasn't keeping track of his time, but now we are really down to our 2 final teams, both with the Chloe. Sin sitting on 14, looking for 17 plus. This is an incredible game. You and I were talking about yesterday about how some of these teams need to get 20-something points in order to have even a resemblance of hope to get into the finals, and that's a low probability in an ERM style format. Well, they're about to look for 25.
And they're about to look to get into checkpoint first and maybe close out the series, maybe in 4 games.
Oh, goodness gracious. This is going to be a scary one. Team Sin is putting their foot on the ground, making a statement. Transitions aren't even close for the members of Team Sparkle Esports. Song Harang also sitting on Imugi's Pearl. He's not even on the Chaser.
And look at the side of Liguri here. He's on 3 bloods, Sakin on 2 bloods. And not only that, but the Kiara should have a... Actually, it looks like they don't have it this game. I think it was last game they had the Mithril Water. But I think 3 bloods is definitely going to be enough. And the Johan sitting on full items as well. Johan will be able to keep their team alive. Looks like Team Sin, they will take zone priority here, as they will spend a little bit of time. Team Sparkle Esports, they're going to opt to choose to save their full timer. I think if you are farther away from the zone, it is a good idea to just sit in your zone so you could have that extra 20 seconds of timer. Timer is a really valuable resource in the final 3v3 just because, you know, the margins and, you know, the team fighting is so close that you're going to be able to maybe reset and get some of your HP back and maybe look for a second angle in. While if a team doesn't have that timer, you know, they're not gonna be able to do or to have that option.
Yeah, I think though that for Team Sin they should have held on to that timer because of the fact that they're gonna be pushed out of this area eventually, right? Unless they're just gonna full send it like this. I love holding the plague. I love holding the plague though, right? Quick Cup might have been invested. That's a lot of damage down onto Liguri, and now is where the problem with investing all that timer from earlier comes in. They've already lost the pressure. They've already lost the positioning inside of the zone. It's eventually what's gonna happen to you if you're playing up against Team Sparkle Esports. Sakin looking for an angle onto Fauna, not going to find it. But for Liguri, he's a lot of investments have been made from this team. He does have the quick cut available again. Soul Stealer should be coming up in just a moment, but traps have been laid all over the place inside of this area. How many EMP drones do Team Sin have access to? Nice attempt to catch out on Carlin, but the plague was bad, and there it is. Okay, he's still trying something.
Gonna push them back in, and I think they're gonna be able to kill this.
He's still alive.
Here, the wavering.
That's a lot of time.
Here.
Oh, they get him!
Get caught. I don't think they're going to be able to turn. Can
that's a lot of damage, though. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
Well, they get the third spot. And they do actually end up killing the Kiara, and it's going to be a trade 1-for-1. But the timer difference now is going to go over to the side of Team Sparkle Esports. They are going to be up about 20 seconds here. It's going to be the Johan and the Chloe going to have to funnel on in here. Phaeton Wavering is down. The Soul Link is down as well. Scarlet is gonna bait them in. But wait a second, he gets a root off, and oh my god! Scarlet finds the angle to one-shot the Chloe, and that is going to be it. Very nicely played from Team Sparkle Esports, as they will be able to close out this game with 5 field kills. So not too many points for the side of Team Sparkle Esports, but they do end up getting that win for themselves.
Yes, sir. Very, very unfortunate. And we saw a mistake that Liguri made in the group stages that he typically fixed up in the wildcard stage. Preemptive proc on the play. It almost makes me wonder if they even knew there were traps down on the ground in the final zone. They should have heard it, at least, even if they didn't know where it was. That's
No
where the EMP
EMPs.
drones. Yeah.
Yeah, no EMPs from the side of Team
Sin.
Team Sin, yeah, and I think that did end up costing them. I don't think they had enough credits because they did end up just investing all the credits onto cams. But you got to have those EMP drones, especially when you give up when you give a team the zone and you let them place down the traps, because EMPs are just, or sorry, not EMPs, but double guillotines are just such a powerful tool to kind of prevent any engage, and especially when you are playing into a triple range, when you do try to dive on in, you know, they're able to just utilize the double guillotines, they're able to get to root you down, and then when you are rooted, there's really not much you can do. You're just a sitting duck there, and the triple range will just, you know, have free reign. You're just going to be able to get some damage off for free, and in that scenario right there, it completely stopped the engage, and it completely stopped the plague from really doing anything in that fight. And yeah, that, you know, Kiara with ultimates is it's not really too good of a character.
I think though that game is a really good testimony of how this is the first ERM for Team Sin, right? All other teams, if they're put into a final zone against Team Sparkle Esports, know they're going to be bringing traps. That's guaranteed at this point. That's just how they play, especially with a slow game like the one that Sparkle Esports ran just now in game number 2. They're bound to have traps going into the final zone. If Team Sin played in any previous ERMs and knew about that and actually played against it in a tournament format, I'm for sure they would have at least reorganized themselves, even with the minuscule amount of credits they had left, to at least call one set of EMP drones from all of their credits combined, right? Even if you had to craft it, you should have brought those into play, but they didn't, and ended up costing their lives. The preemptive plague, I will say, I'm going to forgive it a little bit because I've seen him improve on it yesterday, but it's just overall a team macro play that I think Team Sin faltered on, because as soon as those traps are gone, I think the Soul Stealer with the plague would have actually been in a fantastic play. It just got stunted by that one double guillotine down on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. But, you know, not a bad game for them. They got 15 field kills and they placed second place. So that is going to be showed on these total standings here, as they have such a big lead now compared to these other top teams. Team Sin sitting in first place with 36 points. So they could potentially go into checkpoint in game number 4 as long as they have another one of those games like they just had in the previous game. If they get a 15 kill second, that's going to be enough. If they get a 11 kill first, that'll be enough as well. And yeah, you could see the other teams, you know, slowly going down. There we have BNK and Sparkly Sports both tied with 23.
Considering the big performance we've seen so far from Team Sin, their point gap isn't too massive though. 13 is not that big, considering we saw a massive game coming out from Team Sin just now, and the fact that they won game number 1. It just goes to show you that everybody else is also playing at the best level they can. And for what it is, after game number 2, it's still quite early in the series. 36 points is still a lot. I am not downplaying that at all, ladies and gentlemen. But that was game number 2, and you guys know what that means. It's an even number game, and it just ended. We're going to send to a break, so we'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4 of the finals of phase number 3. Go grab yourself some water, go grab yourself some snacks, go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for the next 2 games of the Season 3 finals. Season 3, phase 3.
잠시 후 새 금지 구역이 지정되었습니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 전장을 누비고 있습니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 전장을 지배하고 있습니다.
숨바꼭질 시작이구나. 숨었지? 시작한다. 원래 술래는 아주 빠르고 영리한 거야. 자, 잘게 찢어줄게. 놀래키는 일에는 자신 있어. 찾았다. 놀랐지? 네가 첫 번째로 당첨이야. 아하, 너네 거기 있었구나. 많이 아플지도 몰라. 도망가면 안 돼. 숨고 죽여버릴지도 몰라. 지져볼까? 좀 더 해치울 수 있다니까. 아직 멀었어. 사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 붐! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 어우, 좀 이상하니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야! 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘. 대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데. 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료. 일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빵빵빵. 받아줄 거지. 와, 케이크가 더 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 11의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
Oh, they got rid of that, man. What's going on? Welcome back,
Oh.
ladies and gentlemen.
So that?
Yeah, they got rid of it. What's going on over there, man? What's going on? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. Welcome back to the Eternal Return Masters Season 5 Phase 3 Finals for the Phase. Not the season finals. There's another one coming
Yeah.
up very soon in a month or so. I know somebody was confused about that, so let's clear the air about that one. Finals for this specific phase. Okay, it's not the season finals. We got some time before that one. But yes, welcome back from the break. We just finished games 1 and 2 for the finals. Now we just have games 3 and 4 that's upcoming in the next couple of moments. Games 1 and 2 had some pretty interesting results. Team Sin, our newcomer on the block,
Yeah,
the only
they
newcomer team.
they have been playing really good, and they're showing why their team comp kind of works well, especially in a lobby like this one. Just the Johan, the Chloe, and the Kiara are just able to kind of pair so well with each other. Johan just providing so much extra sustain for their team, and then the Kiara just gonna get a lot of lifesteal, gonna be able to get a lot of damage off as well. And the Chloe, they're sustained the backline DPS, but a lot of people kind of forget that Johan also does a decent amount of damage as well and has that lockdown with that root. But it looks like Mirai Sejong, Romantic is going to swap to that Chloe. And we're actually going to have maybe 2 ADC bans possibly. I think Romantic, I don't know if he's going to swap back. I don't know if just a... Yeah, it looks like he will end up back over to that Nadine. And I don't think anyone is brave enough to get that Chloe banned out. Because Chloe, despite Chloe being really good, she's a really, really hard character to play. She's almost probably one of the hardest characters to pilot, I would say, perfectly. Just because... you kind of have to micromanage Nina throughout the team fight with that Soul Link, and it looks like they will just end up swapping over to that Nadine. So we will have 5 teams playing Nadine. So Nadine will end up getting banned and being off the table. Looks like we're gonna have a rotation between Nadine and Razi maybe for the series. I don't think we have a Haze ban. There's only 2 Hazes this time, so one of the teams decided not to pull out that Haze, and I think that is going to be it for bans.
The reason why that happened is because BNK Firex substituted Solentar out for E8.
Yeah,
We are seeing the ERM coming through, no Haze. means that she will be available for game number 4. We should see Zerojin back on this pick in that one. I know for sure that he was uncomfortable on the Cecilia. He did make some really nice plays with pulls here and there, but you did see that inside a cemetery, there's a certain limit to what Cecilia can do trying to get away herself, especially when Soul Stealer is so abundant in this game. That late into the game too, Soul Stealer can almost nullify the kind of pick potentials that Cecilia is going for, because in the end, she is still relatively close range. If you think about it in the perspective of Soul Stealer level 2, you can close the gap really quickly using that skill, and starting from there, Cecilia is in a whole heap of trouble. So I like the fact that they are bringing in E8 at least for BNK Furex, and it's lucky for Zerojin to be able to play Haze in game number 4. But here we go, guys. A little bit late on me saying this, but game 3 is underway. We should see the scoreboard in just a moment so you guys can get a slight refresher on what the score sheet actually looks like after game number 2. But as we've been talking about, Team Sin has been having an incredible series so far, 13 points ahead of BNK Furex. Their composition still not banned out, indeed. About 19 points to go before they hit checkpoint. It is going to be a tough road ahead, but we've been seeing that all weekend. Team Sin just blew it out of the water with I think a 20-point game themselves with that second place finish. Possibly was looking for the 25 if they did end up winning.
Yeah, 36 points for them, a 13-point difference. Quite a big lead that they have, especially since it's only been 2 games so far. Looks like MSJ, they are gonna find some damage onto Jungyi, but not gonna do much more there, as it looks like the Johan did end up dying to Asher off screen, and Bum will end up getting caught as well. Oh, wait a second, maybe Bum finds an angle back in. He's gonna be able to get the Priya. No, it looks like it's going to be Team Ottawa. Gonna be able to pick that one up, as a couple of kills gonna be traded around. Looks like BNK Furex also got one. Yeah, the Chloe will end up getting one from Circle Esports. Asher gets another one from Sin. So yeah, pretty more aggressive game. It looks like teams know that they want to get some more kills. They need as many points as possible to get into that checkpoint range.
Quite interested to see what the dynamic itself is going to look like, especially with all of our Razi players, by the way. Everybody changed over to the Nadine. It's nothing too surprising for you and I. We've been constantly talking about some strong picks throughout the course of the weekend, especially during breaks. Nadine was definitely one of them. But first, we are going to see a big team fight coming through. Our first one in this game.
CMB gonna be able to kill Jino.
Still alive. Cartel is still alive too, as Jangy managed to juke out on the range of Zerojin. His rocket launcher is on a bit of a longer cooldown, as it is still early game. 2-0 in favor of that team. On the eastern side of the map, Team BNK Furex trying to duke it out up against Auto Arms. BNK Furex are in a bit of a trouble. Bum will get taken down. E8 trying to run. He is an ERM. He will be able to book it on out of there. Rosner with the late TP. He's going to have to invest his Blink and the Don Quixote, but I don't think it's happening when there's a Pre on the other side.
Yeah, as it looks like they're just going to lock up the Suwa, and they will end up falling on that side. And on the top side, they have another fight between Gaeyoung Ine and Team Cartel. As Team Cartel, they pick up yet another kill into Team Gaeyoung Ine. They're able to actually win it out 2 times in a row. Team Asher, they will be able to find the Chloe from Team Sin. So Team Sin not able to find their footing this game. They are getting picked off a lot. I think Liguri is going to get caught once again. There's the knock-up from Taeyoung. Is that going to be enough? The speed gate is maybe going to be able to get Liguri on out of there. There is the root coming out from the Kiara. I'm surprised Taeyoung actually didn't use this match to smithereens. You're right, because it should have the CC immunity now. I think so. And you're just going to be able to get the Kiara on out of there, as it will be Jinu getting caught once again, as BNK Furex, they do get another kill. And here's the Queen combo onto the Nana. Actually not going to do that much damage. The checkmate is procced a little early as well, so Team Sector, they have full reign over this team fight. They're going to be able to kill 2 members of the Asher, and I think they're going to get wiped here, as it is in Alonso. I don't think Alonso can really get away, as the respawn timers are
they're blocking
way
him
too long in the early stages, as it will be Team Asher just wiped off the map.
Is this the 3rd game in a row where Team Asher has died quick 8th?
I think so. Team Asher, yeah, they're just not able to find their footing in this series. Yeah, that is very surprising that, they did end up sending that G-Work. I think a big misplay using that checkmate a little too early. Not really in the range of anything, and will be Team Resurgent going to be able to get a nice 3 kills.
Yeah, just because they're first place right now in the circuit points does not mean they can take this series lightly. There's still a lot of circuit points to go around, especially for teams that are vying for that top 4 spot today. 700 and something points is just not safe anymore for Team Asher. They're going to have to start picking up the pace in the next few games to at least grab themselves a couple placements, at least, if anything else. We'll see if they're going to be able to pick up the pace for Games 4 and Game 5, maybe onwards if we do see any more. This game is just not going to be it. Team Cartel also struggling a little bit, as the Nadine's the last one alive on their side. Another team who's been struggling quite a bit today, of course, picked up a lot of kills in the last game, but got taken out pretty early on. And maybe it wasn't a triple 8th place for Team Asher, but a nice burger from coming in. Jinho's going to get taken down. Ing9 and Zerojin on the retreat course. I don't think you should be staying here, guys. Do not stay. Stuck by the dogs? Oh my goodness, and cancelled out of the strut. Ing9's going to get taken down. Exclusive invested. Not sure about that one, but Ing9 will get taken down. Zerojin left alive to his own devices.
Yeah, very nicely played from Taeyong, able to get that knock up as the Mine was using that catwalk to try to dash on out of there. And it will be Team Auto Arms going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills for themselves. So they're sitting pretty comfortably in this game with 5 kills so far. As teams will slowly start to go to these kiosks, they're going to get these items here. You can look at the credit counts of these teams. You're going to start seeing them slowly disappear as, you know, they get their first buy-ins.
Yes, sir. Pacing is really good for a lot of our teams. We haven't seen too many fights, especially post day number 1, night number 1 either. No real objective contest in this game for what it is. We're down to 7 teams already, which means the map is slightly open. It's the exact same pace that we've seen in game number 1. 7 teams
look
left
at
alive.
the shielding coming out from the Kiara. The Kiara actually took no damage here. Actually going to blink on forward to try to kill Rosner there. The ultimate is going to come out from the Kiara as well. The execute is probably going to go onto Rosner. They will be able to finish Rosner off on that side there. As, yeah, looks like it will be Team Sin. It's going to be able to get that 1 kill. They're just going to walk down for the Alpha.
Oh my
Here
god!
comes the ultimate coming out from Zhang Yi. They will be able to secure the Emma here if they time the... Oh, they don't get the timing off the totem correctly. As Scarlet is able to just get so much healing and value out of the kit. A nice execution bonus with the shielding as well. It will end up falling E8. Caught on the bottom side of the map here. It's getting N8. Will they be able to finish this one out? E8 gonna use that White Lily over the wall, and he will be able to get on out of there.
In the end, inside of school, the battle zone itself, I think, was won by a 2-man 4-stack ultimate from Song Harang. I believe it landed onto the double backline. School, very difficult to get full information on, so they just could not see it coming. Well done to Team Sparkle Esports for grabbing that one. Just 2 kills inside of the battle zone, though. They managed to pick up 1 before it started, so an extra point going over to them.
I like this. I like this
done.
from being N8.
Oh,
because Team BNK Theorix, they did hit that camera, so they should see that these the pack is up, or maybe it just came up the time they or in between the time that they hit the cams, so maybe they don't know that this pack is up. So actually just gonna leave the zone.
Oh my
so
god.
N8, yeah, they're actually not gonna be able to get this pick here, as they're probably just gonna grab that pack and they're gonna leave as well.
That's a lot of time being lost for Team Gyeonggi N8 though. This is a team that needs to start scaling. They're going to go for the Mutant Dogs now, but that's about 20 to 30 seconds they've wasted in night number 2. Night number 2 is a very important time, I think, for especially Nadine and Hayes. You need to make sure you have enough credits to supplement your Diet 2 buys. Oh, Jinho missed everything. He even uses the blink over the wall. He's still getting the autos off and the explosion shot blocked by the shield of the Curious Case. Zerojin knocked up by the Don Quixote. On top of it, Rosner is just 1v2ing the backline. He runs in and takes both of them out.
Yeah, Nadine getting hit by almost every ability. Got hit by both the bookmarks and tried to use the E-shift away, but it just wasn't enough, as, you know, Rosner was able to gap close. And then Zerojin getting caught by the Don Quixote, getting caught by I guess a lot of the auto attacks. He tried to SMG burst, but SMG burst did backwards. Like he jumped backwards and tried to SMG burst, and just wasn't in range to do the damage. So a little unfortunate for Team Gyeonggi in a big misplay, but very nicely played from Rosner to capitalize on that.
even more time invested by Gyeonggi NA now, right? Their mistake of waiting a little bit too long inside a cemetery is starting to double back on them. But here we go, first fight of day number 3 between Team Auto Arms and Team BNK Furex. Rosner getting a little bit happy about his moves. He's still feeling the high from the fight that he just did inside a cemetery, but calm it down there a little bit. That is a Marcus. You're not going to be able to kill him too easily.
Oh, jumping on forward there. Nadine is nowhere near, so I'm surprised Team Air didn't turn, but I think they just didn't have vision or didn't have any information about the team from Team Gyeonggi NA, so they will just back on out of there. But the Nadine is caught. A great monkey wire to get on out of there. Great reaction coming out from Jinhu there, as they will be able to get away, but Sparkle Esports, yeah, they're gonna try to apply pressure here. Team Gyeonggi NA, they're probably gonna be forced to take the fight here, as a monkey wire is just going to be used, and they're just going to walk away.
I saw Zing9 sitting on single-digit timer, so they don't really have the leisure to be able to walk in the red. Timing is really good on Taekyung. The crowd control stacking, not exactly the greatest, as I did see the Tomahawk roundhouse missing.
Oh, great reaction.
Wow, Sunser. Oh, no, not Sunser, sorry, Sad
so
Hand.
well played.
Yep, he's got the micro on his hands already. Rosner going in. He's trying. Yeah. E8, he's gonna have to run. Nice fight from Team Auto Arms. Sadhan with some really nice micro, dodging out on very, very crucial skills coming through from both the Yan and the Sua. He's got his hands.
Perfectly well played from Sad Hands there, as Bomb tried to look for an angle in with that instant blink engage, but the reaction coming out is gonna completely deny, and once you're denied, you're just kind of stuck in there in the middle, and you're just not gonna be able to do anything because you don't get your resets, you don't get your cooldown back. And it will be Sad Hands just going to be able to win that one out for his team.
A lot of times you see these Yans. Something that is really nice for me that I'm seeing over the course of the entire weekend is that we're not seeing any glove. I saw a lot of glove Yans, especially in Phase 2, but they miss a couple things. Now they're stuck in the middle of nowhere. At least with Tonfa, you do buy a little bit of time with Quick Spin. And a lot of the Yans that we're seeing in this game, especially Taekyung and Bum, they're both really good at actually utilizing that Quick Spin to buy themselves enough time. In that case, it wouldn't really have done him anything because he was really in no man's land, but it's just the fact that it still is there that I think gives a lot of leniency to these teams being able to play the Yan and make those kind of plays. It still will cost you though if you fail it.
Yeah. Well, looks like Team BNK Furex are going to be in this bush here. They actually don't look too strong for themselves here, as ERM only has the Eye of Horus. Team Circle Esports, they were able to get both those boxes in both pawn and stream, so they're going to be looking in a pretty comfortable position. Team Sin, they do check these bushes with those recons, very nice. Good vision heads up play from them. Spherex, they're just going to be sitting in that bush. They don't really have any items. They're probably trying to look for any sort of response and maybe vision play to try to cheese some of these teams, try to win some of these team fights to get back into the game here.
Much slower game though, right? In comparison to everything else, we're finally starting to see our first sets of blood items coming online. Blood Half Moon built up for Sadhan. He's going to be pretty happy about this one. No blood items for Team Sin, a little bit of a slower pace transition speed than we've seen so far in the series, but this is in pace with what we saw from them yesterday during the wildcards. Hopefully it's going to allow them to keep up with everybody else. All the games we've seen so far today from Team Sin is that they've been snowballing earlier on and using that snowball to just, run everybody else down. They're not going to be able to do something like that.
Once this Yawer gets items on, especially with this Johan, they are really strong. And great reaction from Danana, able to actually instantly use their exclusive to cancel out on the double polymorph from Scarlet there. So no real pick coming out on the side of versus Team Jung there. Zhangyi is completely split off his team, so he's going to be taking this 1v2, but Marcus is going to be able to live for so long. On the other side, Rosner is going to be able to live. Marcus only down to half HP, and CMB gonna Kayan backwards, gonna get a lot of damage off there. Rosner tried to jump on in, but not gonna be able to find anything, and CMB just gonna be able to finish him off, and that will be Team BNK Furex gonna lose another 2 members, so it's another minus 250. And if you saw the items on Team BNK Furex, they don't really have anything going for them for this game, and I think with those 2 deaths, it's probably going to seal the deal for them.
It's a disaster. They can't even walk into school because it's closed. No timer left for EA to even attempt that one. Hotel is now starting to get controlled by Team Cartel on top of it. This is absolute disaster. EA's going to have to run so far away, but the Hyperloops are coming in. E8 saw the ping, but he can't do anything about this. He has no time to play around. He sees Changi now, but it's a little bit too late.
Oh, and the
He
burger
gets
flip
Burger
hits.
Foot come in, and that should be BNK Fearx taken down unless the ERM can do something about it. She is the one with Soul Stealer. Still trying to run away. Changi, he does get the
Ooh, great
knock-up.
buffer.
It is an ERM, but how far can you go? Knock-up's
Knock-up's
becoming
gonna come
through in just a
again.
moment. Changi, oh, there's the
Oh.
bullseye. Yo, what is this? What is this? E8, no!
Range and hands of Sung Harong, but MSJ is also there as well, and it's gonna go over to Amira Sejong.
It's a disaster, that cat.
A delivery over to Team Mira Sejong as IREM had to trek all the way from hotel to hand deliver it to them.
She ran out of her lives. And all 9 lives invested.
Oh
in just
my
that
god.
moment. Scarlet taken down to about a quarter of their own HP from about 2 rocket launchers sent out by Zerojin. I think the red sprite refreshed in that specific second shot of the rocket launcher. Denana looking for this red box. He's gonna stick it. He didn't pick it up. Never mind. Should be able
Gonna
to
go over
now.
to
There it is.
Sin once again, and Team Sin is gonna be so strong here. There comes the auto attacks from NCMP, gonna get blocked out by the Mai here. Here's the Echoes of the Earth, does end up going down, but Ramatic able to fight back and deal so well for himself, able to deal so much damage. He is going crazy in this fight, as the Deans will end up trading autos, and it will be Ramatic coming out on top here, as Peng is gonna fall as well, so will be Team Mira Sejong gonna be able to get, oh wait a second, Peng is gonna be able to get a lot of damage in return and get that root off and those slows. So Cartel does end up living, but Mira Sejong, they will be able to get a nice 2 kills for themselves, as they will be sitting comfortably with 6 field kills. They do actually end up getting that red box. It was in Necronomicon, and they will look to maybe get some more items here, as they do end up getting a lot of credits. That you can see Ramatic is sitting on 600 credits for themselves, so they definitely want to get these buys. It will be that blood sample, probably for that weapon, and they will be looking pretty good for themselves.
I think that was a mistake from Changi. He should have seen that the monkey wire was activated for the Nadine. She was auto attacking. Oh, I'm sorry. With it on. Oh my goodness, I got the hiccups already. Goodness gracious. But he still went in with the Z. Oh goodness gracious, take over for me, Super. I'm dying. But you know what I'm talking about, right? The Marcus went in even with the monkey wire. That's not what you should be doing as a Marcus.
Kyung versus Team Mira Sejong. Mira Sejong has quite the item advantage here. You can see the haze on the side of Kyung. They don't have any blood items. One circle is on 2. Nice dodge out from 1 circle. A TP in from Team Auto Arms here, as Team Kyung is just going to be forced to back away. Team Auto Arms is going to have free reign over that TP, and there's not really much those teams can really do. If one of those teams send it onto Auto Arms, they're just going to die. Taeyong also only sitting on that battle suit, so these teams aren't really that strong compared to Mira Sejong. Mira Sejong is definitely out looking for blood here with their item lead. They got, I think, about 3 or 4 bloods to the name, with the Nana also sitting on a lot of items. Rocket's gonna go a little wide here, as I think Mira Sejong do know that they can't really take the full send here. As, oh my god, there is the combo we're talking about here. But wait a second, Sakin maybe gonna look for an angle here with that Soul Link. It's not going to be enough, as Fauna is going to be forced to blink away. It's just going to come down to the Johan last. But that is the combo we're talking about. There's not really much any team can do if they do end up getting that CC onto you. The Kiara can't even press their totem, because once you're CC'd, you can't use totem. And that's exactly what happened. They were able to get that double polymorph onto that Kiara, and they just get instantly blown up.
He's going to try to time the Lumi, looking for a Hyperloop, but I don't know where Lumi is right now in Johan.
Where is Lumi? Oh,
that is a disaster.
He's not going to get.
He's going to try Hyperlooping in the school, but as soon as he does that, where is he going to end up?
Oh, school might be a good one, actually. You're right. If they... Yeah. They can actually Hyperloop into school.
No, he TP'd into Fire Station.
Oh, wait. That's good too. I think they can get the res off here. But do they have enough time to get back into the zone? I don't think so. And Lumi is being stopped by Team Auto Arms. So it's he's gonna have to TP on back into archery. But Lumi's not gonna come into archery, so Sin, I think they're only gonna. I think they're gonna fall down into 7th or 6th place with only 2 kills, and they're a lobby leader. As yeah, looks like Team Cartel is gonna be able to find them, and they are going to drop into 7th place with only 2. So that kind of opens up the door for these other teams to slowly catch up in points.
Yep, Sparkle Esports is the one team that is very difficult for someone for a team composition like Team Sin to actually fight into. You're not looking for these extended fights at Sparkle Esports. You're looking for the burst, and considering how slow of a game it was for Team Sin, they don't have the bikini on the Kiara. They don't have the additional transitions on the Johan. Yes, it might be small additional amp changes. Maybe it might be those additional slight amounts of heals and slight amount of defenses, but it's those kind of stats that keep your Kiara alive. They didn't have it in this game, and it absolutely cost them. Down goes Team Sin. They're going to fall down in 6th place. 3 total points for them. Definitely not what they were looking for, but it is still something.
Team Auto Arms, they know that there's another team that has vision, and it is Team Mira Sejong, so they can't really full send here. Team Cartel also is going to join the fray, so a lot of teams on the side of, oh my god, and that is really unfortunate. Cinema caught out by another team here. I wouldn't even expect another team to be in that bush, because you know they just cleared it out, but Team Cartel did end up wrapping around. But now Team Cartel is in the middle of both teams here, taking rockets from the sides of both Gyeong Ine and Team Mira Sejong, as Team Gyeong Ine will be the ones to actually fall in that scenario. The res is going to go through here. Here comes the CC, but look at the time. Look at the time. They have to go in. They gotta get into the zone here, as Team Auto Arms is going to be there to respond. They definitely don't want a -1. Heng is going to go down as well on the side of Team Auto Arms, as Mira Sejong is just going to walk on over. They're going to collect their taxes. They're going to be able to get all these kills for themselves. 1, 2, and 3. I think they did end up missing 1, as it did go over to the side of Team Cartel. Team Cartel, though, 11 field kills for themselves and in 3rd place, so not too bad of a performance for them, and you would take that any day considering your position in that final zone.
This is a game that Cartel absolutely needed. They have been not having such a great series so far. Again, 7 kills in the last game, but their placement was 8th. Yeah, they needed this game. It's a really unfortunate situation, exactly as you said. I think the couple additional kills they were able to pick up with the Nadine on hand was something, and they should be happy about this one, at least for now. Game number 4 is going to be underway. We are guaranteed for a game 5 since Team Sin wasn't able to get in a checkpoint, but now it comes down to Mira and Sejong versus Team Sparkle Esports. And all the final zones, it's archery range. How do you get in?
And Sparkle Esports, they are the ones to claim the final zone first, and when you are playing into the triple range, it's going to be really, really hard to play into them. Danana is going to go for a different angle here. Do drop a ward down, as Sparkle Esports, they do end up using that White Lily as well, so no real flank angle on the side of Team Mira Sejong. Danana investing a lot of timer here, sitting only on 20 seconds of timer left. So they are going to have to look to send here. Here comes the rockets. One circle is going to land 1. Great blast wave to push Nanana out of that taunt. And going to get a lot of damage on Romantic as well. Going to chunk him down to half HP. Here comes the taunt. They are going to be able to get it. And they're going to be able to burst down the Emma. And they do kill the Emma here. But wait a second. Fada is going to be able to return the kill onto one circle. But Romantic is there as well. And the forward bomb does connect. What? Romantic goes down. And it's just going to come down to Danana versus Sung Harong, and it's 1 HP to 1 HP. The res is going to come through to maybe deny Sung Harong, but Sung Harong can't see it. He doesn't see the res coming.
No, the res does end up coming through. I don't think one circle. Oh, he's going to get taken out by the debilitation. Sung Harang falls. It was a nice attempt, but the Mai playing wonderfully. Danana keeping track of the cooldown of the blast wave is able to get the res. That is going to be a first place win for Team Mira and Sejong. It cost them an arm and a leg, but in the end, they will take it away. 12 kills, first place, 20 points to Mira and Sejong.
Yeah, I guess Sung Harong just didn't see the res coming through. I think the vision, the nighttime vision was too much. Did have a ward down, but I think it was just out of range for the Nana to get that res off. And you know, once the res did end up going through, and end up sealing the deal. Maybe Sung Harong thought he would be able to instantly kill Romantic out of the res, or maybe he just didn't see it.
Yeah, the damage wasn't there either way, right? He did actually land the blast wave onto one circle, but couldn't actually get the damage done in time. The rocket launchers came through, and on top of it, Denana already taunted him. He was locked down in place. It's just a well-played game from Denana in the final zone. Really, really impressive considering that, looking at the history of Team Sparkle Esports and very tight corridor entries to the final zone, they've been able to hold off so many teams. And, might I add, Team Mira and Sejong is the one unique team that decides to all stick together up against Sparkle Esports into a very tight corridor entrance for a final zone, whereas all the other teams split up and try to look for a flank, which gets heavily punished.
Yeah, I mean, you say you stick together, but they still end up, spreading a little bit wide. They do play that front to back really, really nicely, and their backliners are probably the best in the world, right? One Circle and Romantic, they're just so clean together, and yeah, their play is kind of immaculate, right? You could see that they kind of don't really need to all group up together, as they're able to just play the isolated 1v1s, the isolated 2v2s so nicely with each other. But like I said, Sin going down early there in 7th place and only 2 kills. They only got 3 points in that game, and now that opens up the door. Look at how close the series is now. We got Sin chilling on 39 points. We got Sparkle Esports 34, Mira Sejong 31, Other Arms 30, BNK Forex 29. So only a 10-point difference between the top 5 teams. And when it's this close, especially in a checkpoint format, it's really anyone's game. Whoever gets into checkpoint first will have that extra leeway to try to get that win, to try to close out the series. And any of these teams can sort of make their way in there.
Look at that middle of the pack, though. All of our 20-kill teams are sitting in that middle of the pack, save for Team Sin. 20 kills for Cartel and Auto Arms, 22 for BNK Furex, Mira, and Sejong. They are slowly climbing the ranks as well. Super. This is going to be an interesting series and a half. Sparkle Esports, with their consistent gameplay, are at least picking up placement points. But we found ourselves a little bit of that answer to Sparkle Esports sitting in the final zone. Hey, just stick together. Try your best to push on through as much as possible. And just let your tank do everything.
Yeah, and almost every team has about 30 points. So realistically, any team can get into checkpoint for game number 5. They just need a nice, about 15 kill win, right? 15 kills plus 8 would be... Actually, maybe slightly more than 15. Maybe they need like 17 kills. 17 is a little high on the higher end, but
still possible.
It's definitely doable. It's definitely doable. We have seen these teams, get a lot of kills. We've seen 16 kill games. We've seen 15 kill games throughout the weekend. So they just need a nice, clean game number 4. And for the teams that do have a slightly more points, like Mira Sejong, like Team Sin, if they just have a nice clean game 4, they don't even need that many points. They should be able to get into that checkpoint breakpoint as well.
For sure. Game 4 is going to be a pretty interesting one. Are we going to have a team that goes into the checkpoint mark, or are we going to be guaranteed a game number 6? It all really depends on how some of these teams are going to perform. We do have the Nadine ban going into game number 4. I believe that should be it. A lot of duplicate picks, but no 3 picks out of the Nadine. 5 picks for the Nadine, by the way. That's going to be quite interesting to see what kind of characters all of these players are going to swap to, although I have a feeling I know what one of the characters that are going to be swapped to is going to be.
Yeah, we're going to see that Razi coming back on the table, so all these Nadine players, they might swap over to that Razi. Razi might get banned again, and then I'm kind of curious to see if we will have a multiple ban. Like maybe some of these teams decide, maybe we should be targeting banning some of these other teams, or maybe we should just be swapping our team comp entirely. And then maybe that forces a ban in another character slot.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. There's a lot of ways that bans can go around, I think, throughout the course of the day today. And still, even more so than what we've seen, right? We can still see some target bans come through. We're still seeing many duplicate picks. Chloe, Marcus, Mai, you name it. Everyone's playing duplicate picks tonight. If just one other person decides to pick it to get that ban and get rid of it for the upcoming game, well, it could be detrimental for some of the strategies and plans these teams have been looking for to find success in these games. You need to be playing your comfort picks if a series is this close.
Yeah, comfort picks, comfort comps, they need to make sure they are on their A game going into game number 4 here. A lot of teams are going to be getting into that checkpoint breakpoint going into game number 5 or game number 6. it is a really close series. So everyone has to be on their toes here.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Game 4 is going to be fun, super. I'm super excited about it personally. Games 1, 2, and 3 have definitely delivered a lot of good Eternal Return experience for not even just me, but even for people who are learning the game to be able to watch and just say, wow, these are really good plays. We've seen stylish plays, we've seen textbook plays. Everything has been in the books for Phase 3 finals. That really means that these teams are bringing everything to the table.
Yeah, I mean, the level of play in Korea is always just such a treat to watch. Everyone just plays their characters almost perfectly to a T. Obviously, there are some mistakes here and there, but, that's just, the way the cookie crumbles. But I think we are just going to jump straight into the next game here. Round number 4. Nadine's off the table. Will we see any swaps and any bans coming into game number 5 here? I think the Rozzy will probably get banned here. Sad Hands is hovering the Rio, but I don't think he's going to be playing that. I think he's probably going to be playing the Haze. Maybe going to try to scare some of these people to force a ban out. But is he going to stay on the Haze? No, he's going to go back to the Rozzy, and Rozzy will be off the table in the upcoming game. Mai actually might get banned because it looks like Team Cartel is going to be swapping over to that. Is that Ignite on Piolo?
Oh my god, dude, this is a blast to the past. This is actually something from before your time, by the way. Super. This was when Circadia and I, or I guess Vicerious and I, was casting. Ing9 used to play a lot of Piolo back in the days when Seogunam used to play a lot more in these competitive scenes. His Piolo is extremely clean.
Hey, I'm all for Piolo pick. Piolo is such a treat to watch. It when piloted really well, and Piolo is not a character we get to see often in the ERM and in the competitive scene. So, yeah, seeing Ing9 pick it up here, I'm excited. I hope he's going to be able to make it work. They are playing that double bruiser dive frontline with that Haze. Haze doesn't really work as well in the dive, but she does have that burst damage. So I'm pretty I'm hoping, they will be able to make this team comp work because, it is a really fun character to watch, I would say. But, yeah, it looks like we do have the Mai getting banned this time around with that Rozzy.
You did say that Mai could theoretically get banned, right?
all three teams that are playing, all three teams are playing my Rozzy.
Not too surprising. 2 characters that have definitely been popular over the course of the weekend, and quite frankly, really popular throughout the course of the season as a whole, right? I think that with Taekyung and Sadhand together in a team, they've been much more comfortable playing in group stages and even qualifiers as well. They've been able to consistently show up to these main stages for Eternal Return Masters, whereas in the past, Taekyung and Sadhand split together. They've made it to the main stages every now and then. It wasn't this consistent, which means Team Auto Arms has found out some kind of equation to get themselves at least to this point in ERM. They have shown us some really nice performances throughout the entire course of the season. I'm hoping that the result they find today is going to be good. I hope that we can see them in the season finals because that will be an absolute treat to watch. But for now, Game 4 is underway. Cinema in a little bit of trouble. Sadhand, he sees everything and he's going to just give up his teammates. Taekyung, he's finishing his items. He's looking for a fight. Tomahawk roundhouse will go wide. Nice dodge out coming from Team Asher.
Double knockup
but
here.
the double knockup, there's a teleport coming in. What is going on? Pied with the counter Tomahawk roundhouse, but it's just not going to matter as Char. He's looking for a little bit of something, but the Semtex is going to block it. The taunt is going to come through. Down they go. 2 members of Asher. Taekyung again. And again, and again, and again.
Roundhouse kick from Taehyung is just so massive, and that will end up securing their nice 2 kills. As wait a second, on the side of BNK Fear X, the fight was looking so good for Team Cartel, but looks like they do end up losing 2 members here. Bomb on this Marcus. EA gonna be able to find a nice pick and gonna be able to finish off that Theodore. And on the side of Team Gang Innate, they will be able to find a nice kill for themselves as the Yon from Asher is gonna fall down.
Team Asher is just really not having it in the series. They are in last place right now, 15 points. They're so far ahead from the main pack. Again, they need to find themselves a good amount of points. Double push back into the wall from Bum. A lot of damage is being dealt, but the damage to secure is just not there. Jangy's sitting on the Theo. He's able to get some healing for his teammates, but now they're entirely split apart. There's the third party. Rocket Launcher auto attack is going to be what seals the deal for One Circle. It's been a while since I've seen that thing get a kill. We're going to see Ping also falling down as well. It's the Odyssey that locks that down. 2 members of Cartel gone. Jangy on the Theo, the last one left for the time being.
Yeah, being K4X, they're just able to get so many kills. They're able to farm a lot of kills on the side of Team Cartel. Then they got 3 kills off of them. Mira Sejong did end up getting that one because it looks like it was the Mai that just walked straight into the hands of Team Mira Sejong. On the top side here, Rheumatic completely split from his team. You're just going to get some split farm going. The farming is a pretty good strat in the early game if you are able to farm, relatively safe, as you do want to get as many credits as possible for those early four-score buy-ins. Liguri on the other side of the map as well. It looks like they are also on the same mindset to split farm. Definitely want to get as many items as possible for this Kiara because Kiara basically needs these items here. Looks like Liguri is going to be caught here. Danana is going to actually whiff on the taunt there, but One Circle just going to go on in. The Plague is procced here. Is the Totem going to come out from Liguri? I don't think he's going to invest it. Oh, he is going to actually get invested here. One Circle was almost in that execute range, but not going to be able to get executed there, as he will be able to get that SMG damage off. And yeah, will be Team Mira Sejong going to be able to get one from Team Sin. And on the other side, Team Sparkle Esports, they are going to trade one with Cartel, so not too bad for both those teams. You want to get as many points as possible, so taking 1-for-1 trades isn't actually that big of a deal.
Cartel's death timer is a little bit funky though, because the Theo's going to come up right before the transitions
they'll just
are going to
go
come
into
through.
Archery there, so it's not too bad. They're going to grab those archery bears.
Oh,
Taeyong. That is not what you want to do, as we'll just face check the bush, and if you face check into a Sparkle Esports, you're basically just dead.
Indeed. What do I say all the time, Super?
What do you say all the time?
No, not like this. Recon drone saves lives. There we go. NCMB about to get taken down. He's trying to run away, but the Semtex bomb sticks. Romantic with the auto attacks. He's going to be able to get it down. The dual guns is good enough to get the final procs. Whereas Jangy is dead. Down he goes. Cartel struggling a little bit in day number 2. The Mai will stay alive though for the time being.
Yeah, and nice kills going around for Team Mira Sejong and for Team Sparkle Esports. You say, I mean, Recon drones do save lives, but I mean, early game, kind of hard to get those, so I don't really blame Taeyong for face checking. Actually, I don't blame Taeyong for not dropping a recon, but I think Taeyong should have walked up first, right? If the Mai walked up first there and the Mai face checked, like, I don't think Sparkle Esports has enough damage to kill like a tank in the early game, so they probably would have been. I think that would have been like the play.
I was gonna say kill Sakin, please. G-Work. He ended up trading his life for it. They're actually trying to hyperloop into Temple. Liguri is stuck in the corner.
Razi should just be able to kill this Kiara here, as Kiara can't really do much into a Razi if the Razi is spacing really nicely here. The Plague is not up as well. It is going to come up just in time, and the Chain of Corruption does actually connect. So very nicely played from Liguri, but just going to get locked down there, as it will be Team Asher going to get a nice 2 kills. So they're going to be sitting pretty comfortably here. If the Kiara does land Chain of Corruptions, it is winnable for her, but it's really hard to land, especially into a Razi. But they did end up getting it there, so if it was just a straight 1v1, I think the Kiara probably might have had that.
Quite interesting the way that turned out. Team Sin in a little bit of trouble as down goes. Whoa, the Chloe.
Wait.
To stay alive. They managed to kill.
Kiara needs to res.
Kiara managed to kill the.
Oh my god, the Kiara was holding the res for a little too long, because the Kiara had res for about maybe 5 seconds there, and they just didn't revive, didn't press the button. That was a little scary. That was a little scary for Team Sin.
Yeah, it really was. But another fight on the south side of the map. Beautiful knockup, but it's just not going to work. Sparkle Esports down a member. Same thing now for Team BNK Fury.
Oh wait, it's not a battle zone.
Hold up. Songharang is in a little bit of trouble.
Just gonna knock him off the
he failed it. Oh, he's going to follow through. Now he somehow needs to buy time. Beautiful blink. Oh my god. I think that's the first time I've seen a Wait,
That
what
was so well played from Sunghong to actually get away there with the blast wave and the blink. It's gonna push him back and create a distance of that blink, and yeah, that will be
Oh goodness.
Bum just not going to. You know, I'm kind of surprised Bum didn't use their E for the knockback instead, because he could have maybe knocked Sunghong off the pad, and then his teammates could have been in there to maybe finish Sparkle Esports.
It seems like the chain for Team Sin's inconsistency has started to break down. We have inconsistent death timers now for the Kiara. They did die in the battle zone earlier inside school, so that's why they weren't fully dead just now. But Chloe dies inside of Beach, Johan dies inside of Uptown.
Yeah, look at the credit counts. You have not bought at all. So
Oh yeah.
and if you're a team like Sin, who kind of relies on this Kiara pick, you need to get your items on. You need to snowball, and yeah, if you don't get these items, Kiara is really weak, and looks like Sunghong is gonna get caught here, as Team Auto Arms is gonna be able to find another kill. But yeah, Kiara is really weak without their items, right? They're not able to get that execute damage. You're not able to get that sustain from the healing because they're low on amp. But if you are able to transition well, you're able to get those items on. Like, she is a really strong character, especially with this Johan pick here. Bum finding a nice knockup and a 3-man burger flip. But wait a second, the Laura is gonna be able to have an answer and gonna be able to get a 2-man ultimate in return here. Rosner is going to get some damage off here. Ing9 gets a nice totem off, and Ing9 has to basically run away there. I don't think Pillow has any amount of damage to really kill this Marcus, but the rest is gonna come off here as Juno is just gonna walk back in, gonna use that jump over the pole, actually gonna be able to kill Rosner. So a nice win out from Team Gangana, gonna be able to get a nice 2 kills.
Might be a bad matchup, but he can stay alive long enough to at least buy them some time. Rez comes through, nice buy. Holy crap, where the hell did Piet go? Into the grave is where he went. That's our first minus 250 happening in this game. Instantly bought back by Team Asher, but that's a minus 250 investment coming through for this team.
Yeah, it looks like they greeted. They wanted to get that extra box, but Team Dark Esports, they're just chilling in that bush. They knew a team would, or yeah, they knew someone would come for the box, maybe greed for the extra one, and instantly it was Team Asher that paid the price for that.
Really brutal. Char also playing it very dangerous. Imagine if Sparkle Esports was sitting inside of that bush. That would have been devastating for Char. He's still playing it a little bit finicky. Luckily for Sparkle Esports, they're not entertaining this. Doesn't want to go do anything crazy just
yet.
Look
at the credit count from Team Sparkle Esports. Yeah. It's no surprise that they don't really want to take any fights here. They need to get their buys, as Emma is sitting on 500 credits. So, I think Danana and Team Mira Sejong, they do know Team Sparkle Esports, they're not looking too strong right now. They're floating on way too many credits here. Maybe they're just saving for the blood. Scarlet is just holding off until night number 3, so they get that blood maybe for Sunghong or for Fauna. Here's an engage coming out from G-Work, a great exclusive, instantly gonna pull Taeyong back, but Taeyong's gonna be completely locked up by the CC of the side of Team Asher. Great knockups coming up from Piet and their freezes, and looks like Team Gangana is here for the third party. So will be Team Auto Arms gonna be getting a minus 500. A little unfortunate as they do get set back behind quite a bit.
G-Work actually outplaying Taeyong there. That's not something you see quite often, nor something that you can say quite often, and getting outplayed Taeyong. He used the figure 8 over the wall of that little warehouse inside of Forest. Managed to dodge out on the leaping knee. That kind of caused issues with the combo rotation of the Yan. Does allow them to win the fight 2-0 in favor of both Team Asher as well as Team Gangana, who did find the third party. They could be in a little bit of trouble. The final set of credits going to be going into the hands of Team Asher, I'm sorry. He's the only one that picked up any resemblance of a credit thing, so I will say Team Asher. He's the one that got it.
Yeah, and here are buys actually coming in from Team Sparkle Esports. MSJ, they're just gonna sit and defend this box here. Team Auto Arms, they might want to look to contest here. Looks like Cinema is gonna look for a taunt. It's gonna actually land it onto Romantic here. Very nicely played, but wait a second, they're just gonna turn straight back onto Cinema here. Taeyong taking so much damage from Danana.
Oh no!
Taeyong tried to look for an angle back in. We're not gonna be able to find anything. Satan's gonna look for Romantic as well, but he's gonna also fall. As Cinema is going to try to get out of here. Actually uses the exclusive on himself to keep himself alive, but he's just gonna fall.
It's an absolute disaster. Taekyung missing combos multiple times in this game is going to spell the doom of that team. BNK Furex in a bit of trouble as Rosner taken down already. Bum goes down too. E8 has to completely book it. And it's another game where BNK Furex, they found themselves a couple of early kills, but they're just not going to be able to snowball this into anything. And look, right up on top, there's a team waiting around Cartel. They're not making any sounds. E8 has no clue, but also Cartel has no idea either.
They're gonna buy as well. Cartel just bought on the kiosk, and EA is gonna walk straight into the hands of the Theodore here. But Theodore is completely split, so EA might be able to maybe get this 1v1 here. Oh, EA does see. That is probably the worst.
Dead.
EA saw a person on the top side, so instantly decides to turn back instinctively because he thinks it's a full team, and that goes right into the hands of NCMB, and it will be Team BNK for X going to fall.
Absolute disaster. They were one of our middle of the pack teams as well. It's going to be pretty tough coming back from this when every other team's still alive, looking for a lot more. Blood sample now called in for Kyunggi, and is that going to be the Hydra? Yes, it is. When was the last time I got to see a Hydra in an Eternal Return Master game?
Can they use this Blood Crown? I don't think they can, because Romantic will lose out on the crit rate, but it's probably still better for Romantic because, you know, that defense is pretty good. A 4 score found out from the Bear.
Oh, baby.
I think it will be used for that Dragon Scale. I think the Blood Crown is just a dead item here. I don't think you're going to put on anyone, which is really unfortunate, you know. That's like one of the worst feelings when you get a blood item and none of your team can use it, so you're just playing down like a transition.
The thing is, the Haze can eventually use it, but then she's gonna have to convert her boots into a cooldown item since you're gonna be swapping off your what is that?
Oh, they're looking to turn here.
Although here we go, Team Sin finally looking for something. No plague activated again for Liguri. He's gonna activate it a little bit late. No, it's already gone. He actually doesn't have access to it. But down goes the Theo. Johan was able to stay alive. Pang gets caught out by the chain, but it's just not gonna be enough. Catwalk will save him 2 for 1 in favor of Team Sin. Whereas on the south side, the fight begins. Piet is already down. The fight might already be over as Gino's still staying alive. He's banging out a couple of auto attacks.
Wow.
Down goes the Rozzy, and that means G-Work last alive.
Coming out on top with this Piolo pick and this Laura, so they're sitting on 10 field kills for himself. But yeah, on the other side for Team Cartel, I think the power screen was just slightly misplaced there. If they had the power screen slightly back and the Theater was able to get some more autos off with the power screen damage, I think they might have been able to maybe turn it on to Sin. But yeah, it looks like they will be able to get the callback, so it will be a minus 500 for Team Cartel. If you saw the Theodore's items, he's only sitting on that core tier and that weapon, so they are sitting in a pretty rough spot now. Maybe they can find a vision cheese here. Team Sin doesn't recognize, as they are probably going to go for the buy and maybe for the box here. Maybe, I'm surprised Theodore is not pulling the trigger. They could just look for a 3-man.
This is the position.
This is a great position for Team Cartel.
They have no idea.
They're going to send it as well, but the Soul Stealer is going to come through. I think, wait a second, Team Cartel,
God!
They're going to send it a little too far forward, and they're going to get instantly punished from Team Rare Sejong. And I think that is going to be it for Team Cartel. Is Pen going to be able to get out of there? He will, but look at the credit count of Team Cartel. They don't really have any money. A big misplay from Team Cartel. I'm surprised they didn't just pull the trigger a little earlier while they were just sitting there. Maybe they didn't see them, but I think they should have had the vision from the daytime. They just didn't, or they just decided, you know, maybe they're a little too strong for us. Maybe we shouldn't do this because, you know, the second that the Semtex bomb does end up going through with the energy blast, for Johan will just press their ultimate, and all that damage will be completely negated.
If anything, I don't think Sin should have gotten out of there alive, but Team Cartel, I mean, everything was given to them in a silver platter. They just failed to grab it. That's really brutal.
Yeah, I'm surprised they just didn't send one. Like, maybe when the rockets were coming in, maybe they just should have sent it, you know, in that scenario. But I think they just held out for too long, got a little greedy, and they were the ones who ended up falling in that scenario.
I don't remember the interaction with Vision as a Theo. If you send the energy blast field from inside of a bush, can enemies still see it until it's unless it's too late?
No, I think they could still see. I'm not too sure.
I still
But
do think
they should
should've
definitely
sent
see it
though,
coming
right?
out, I think.
Yeah. Either way, I think they should have sent it as well. You're absolutely right. But that's us speaking, right? We actually have information of what these teams are doing. Here we go. It's finally being sent. But
Oh
oh
my
my
God,
god, the
the
Nana
Nana
just ripped to shreds, and Liguri sitting up the front line. I don't know if that totem was absolutely required, but they
Oh,
do end up
no.
winning out on the fight. Now it's a bit of a problem because Kyunggi with the
Oh
follow
my
through. Twilight
God.
Heist is good. Slice Step is good. Liguri is going to fall. 6 kills for Team
Wait, maybe
Sin.
they get
That's
the
gonna
res
be
here,
it.
but
they don't
there's
have
another. Yeah.
creds.
No, Team Mira Sejong can get
Oh,
the
I
res
see,
here.
see, yes.
As Lumi is going to come into the fray, and yeah, Team Mira Sejong is going to get their mind back up into the game here. Very, very nicely done. Team Cartel, they don't have the credits. They're not going to be able to get the res. Sin isn't going to be able to get the res off either. And Lumi is going to be guarded by all these other teams. But yeah, Mira Sejong is going to be able to get back into the game here. The Nana also going to be able to buy a Force Core actually off Lumi, so they actually don't have to wait for that bot. I think he's probably going to go straight to that battle suit, I would think, just because... Oh, it's going to be Hermes? Surprised he's not going to build the battle suit. Actually, no, he's probably on the mid crop already, so... yeah, I guess Hermes would be the only buy there.
Oh!
They do sniff out the Johan, and the Johan will go down. And Sin falling down in 6th place. They had such a good game number 1 and game number 2, but now maybe teams just recognize how to play into this. I think they just got third party at the very end there, so it's a little unfortunate. And Young Innate, they're sitting really, really comfortably with 13 field goals for themselves on this PLO and this Laura, you know, a team comp that's is definitely pretty unique in this lobby.
I think that a big part of the reason why teams are able to deal with Team Sin right now is because of Team Sparkle Esports. They've seen the shenanigans that Chloe is able to pull off in a lot of these cases.
They're not
and they're reacting really well.
They're not on any chess piece yet, so I'm surprised they didn't go the battle suit, because I think the guardian, sorry, the guardian suit.
Yeah,
I think the guardian suit would be probably the best slam in
There's an
the
Oranos on the
sense
ground.
of the Nanos. Oh, you're right.
Can't might
The
use
Nano
that.
can use that, right?
I forget
yeah,
what
or-
Oranos stats are now, but maybe. Are they
It
not
is
picking
a.
up?
It's not. I don't think it's amp, but it does have the max HP damage.
Right, it
And
should be
Nana
better than
already
Phantom.
has. Yeah, the Nana already has the prominence for the CDR, so he actually can use it, like if he wants to.
What if it was like a bait that was set by Team Kyunggi and they're just like, hey, you want this Oranos? we have
Yeah,
floating
I
nine
think-
tails. We don't need those.
I think the Nana just didn't account for him having the prominent CDR, because he's overcapped on CDR right now, which is why I'm surprised he didn't go into that Guardian suit, because I think the Guardian suit would probably be the best item for him to make. But when you are playing Mai, you kind of want to keep your chest a lot open so you can go into that mid crop. Young Nine gonna send it on in. The Nana just gonna be forced to get on out of there. One circle, gonna get some rockets down, but actually gonna lose out on the trade to Zerojin. Zerojin is hitting his rockets. One circle already down to half HP. Gonna hit that Q. Ingnan gonna use that E in on forward there. Gonna jump away. Yeah, looks like the damage is kind of split here. Zerojin gonna get a lot of poke damage on the side of Team Mira Sejong. One circle still down to about a quartered HP down here. HP advantage is going to go over to the side of Young Innate as the blink is going to be forced out of Robotic there. Zerojin going to be forced back on out of there, as well as the Soul Seal is also invested on the side of Mira Sejong. So a lot of cooldowns invested as Young Innate is just going to completely reset. They're going to have the advantage coming into this final zone.
This actually buys a lot of space for Team Cartel to work with. They still have a Razi. This is a still devastating comp that could third party and cause havoc if they're left alone. Kyunggi and Miran Sejong, they have no clue that Team Cartel is sitting around in this area. Timer wise, it's still relatively even. Kyunggi and okay, they have an idea that something is going on. That recon drone will not check this.
Yeah, I think
Ping sitting on
Kyunggi
10.
are probably just gonna play a little slow here. They should back away because actually I don't think I don't think they did know, because there was nighttime vision. So Team Cartel just gonna explode onto the side of Team Mira Sejong. Actually get both, so Mira Sejong has the timer advantage now. So here comes the engage, a great taunt coming out from Danon. Actually gonna taunt Laura, and the Laura is just gonna get bursted down by the side of One Circle, and that is gonna be it. Mira Sejong gonna come out on top, claiming all 5 kills in that zone, so sitting on 14 field kills from himself as they are looking to get into checkpoint. Are they in checkpoint?
Yeah, no, if they get first place, if they knock down all the members of Sparkle Esports, they're going to be the sole team in checkpoint after this. After the devastating first 2 games, they were in 7th place coming out from game number 2. Are they going to be able to get themselves a checkpoint after this one already? No way.
and you just need to win this one out. And it is the exact same scenario, right? It's going to be archery. Mira Sejong versus Sparkle Esports, the same zone, and they're doing the same wraparound.
Exact same
I
thing.
think I've seen this play before. Suvi.
I'm getting a sense of deja vu here, Superior. This is so funny. Will Sparkle Esports be able to deal with it a little bit better? Rocket launcher hit rate is landing a little bit better. Song Harang is also splitting their magnetic compulsion to two different entrances, but it does give Danana a little bit of opening to run back in. They've gotten
And now the
control
zone.
over the final zone. But Sparkle Esports is not a team that's going to easily let that kind of control go too easily themselves as well, right? They're going to start pushing in.
Good blink away, but look at the damage coming out onto one circle. They're going to be at 1 HP. They have to reset here. Some more poke coming out from Sung Harang. They're going to give the zone control back to the hands of Team Sparkle Esports. I like how, this fight is playing out. They're just playing it really slow. They're making sure, they have the advantage. Using their timers, to their full potential. Here comes the Whirlwind gonna push the Nana on forward.
Oh, Song Harang, he's so
split.
split.
Get the taunt here. Song Harang is gonna get instantly bursted down by the hands of Romatic here. As I think that is going to be it. Romatic is just gonna peel back. They're gonna be able to kill Fauna. As Mirai Sejong, they win it once again in the exact same scenario, in the exact same spot into Sparkle Esports, as they will be our first team to get into checkpoint off this.
How brutal is that? Sparkle Esports played it so well, but then Song Harang making a macro, I think that's actually a macro mistake. Walking into a corner up against the Mai, that is going to get heavily punished, and then punished it does. Well played to Mira and Sejong. They're going to be able to pick up, I think, 18 total field kills, plus the first place spot. They are going to confirm themselves into checkpoint with that one. Oh, it's 19 actually. My goodness. So what is that? 27 points off of this game alone.
27-point game. Yeah,
What a
that is
massive game.
over half of what you need to even get into checkpoint, and they were already sitting, I think, about 30 points. So they will definitely be our first team into checkpoint going into game number 5.
Ooh, okay, so now that we have a team in checkpoint, the game is going to become a little bit funky. Mira and Sejong has always been that one team. In the past, they've broken it during Season 4, but they have been that one team that struggled sitting in this position, being the sole team in checkpoint. If you look at it historically, their win rate is not good in this situation. It always seemed like a curse way back in the days, them going into checkpoint this early on as the sole team in there. They always tend to lose series like this, but as I said, it's Season 4, they broke the curse. Are they going to be able to continue that streak today? Are we going to end it with game number 5, or are the other teams going to be vigilant enough to not let that happen so easily?
Yeah, I mean, Mira Sejong, I think in Phase 1, they did end it in 5 or 6 games as well, so maybe they bring it back. Maybe they do break that curse, like you said, and they prove, all the doubters wrong, especially since, did have a really bad showing in Phase 2. They are kind of just showing up. They're kind of reclaiming their title as, the best team in Korea. But we're going to have to see if that is going to reign true after, the next couple of games here. As Mira Sejong, they still need to win that game to close it out in this checkpoint series.
Yeah, the only problem with that is the fact that Mai is going to be banned for the upcoming game, right? We got the Mai ban and the Razi ban upcoming for game number 5. Mira and Sejong is not going to be able to run the exact same composition they were running just now, but we do know they have several different team comps they can run. If anything, they're probably the one team that can Iron Man through an entire series and still have good results because of how wide their character pool is for each individual player. It's not that big of a worry.
Yeah, I think they're obviously going to play that Nadine again on Romatic, but I'm kind of curious to see what the Nana and One Circle are going to play. Haze is still on the table, I think, right? But now that Mai is off the table, what tank are they gonna maybe pick up for the Nana? They're gonna go back to the Alonzo, but Alonzo is not really favored in this Soul Stealer meta because of Soul Stealer being such the augment, where you could just run away. But you can look at the total standings here, and wow, they just needed 2 points, so or that 1 extra point, so. They will be our first team in checkpoint. Mira Sejong with 56 points. Sin with 46. So again, Sin having a bad performance, kind of stopping them from getting into that checkpoint early. They had such a great showing in the first 2 games. Just not able to, have a consistent game number 3 and 4. And Sparkle Esports with 44, BNK with 35, Auto Arms with 35, Young Innate with 34, Asher with 31 as well. So it's really close, on the bottom side of the scoreboard. It's still really anyone's game. As long as Mirror Junk doesn't get that win, we could potentially see maybe 2 or 3 teams going into game number 6, and maybe even 4 or 5 going into game number 7 if it does get to that point.
Absolutely. The scoreboard is a lot closer now with some of these teams that started off strong, starting to struggle now. But ladies and gentlemen, that was an even number game. Game 4 is over, which means we're going to send it to a break. So grab a snack, grab some water, because this could theoretically be the last time you're going to do that for this weekend. And go take a stretch. We will see you guys back here for games 5 and potentially number 6.
Take care, take care.
생존자가 사망했습니다. 전장을 지배하고 있습니다. 생존자가 사망했습니다. 방어를 조심해. 이건 어때? 놓치지 않아. 생존자가
숨바꼭질 시작이구나. 스모츠 시작한다. 원래 술래는 아주 빠르고 영리한 거야. 자, 잘게 찢어줄게. 놀래키는 일에는 자신 있어. 찾았다. 놀랐지? 네가 첫 번째로 당첨이야. 아하, 너네 거기 있었구나. 좀 많이 아플지도 몰라. 도망가면 안 돼. 뚫고 죽여버릴지도 몰라. 지져볼까? 좀 더 해치울 수 있다니까. 아직 멀었어. 사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 붐! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 날 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 어우, 좀 이상하니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야. 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘.
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데. 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료.
일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빵빵빵. 받아줄 거지. 와, 케이크가 더 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 11의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Eternal Return Master Season 5 Phase 3 Finals. Hope you guys had a wonderful break. We are now back for Games 5 and a potential Game number 6 because we do, as a matter of fact, have a team in checkpoint after our first 4 games. Beat It and Sejong completely turning it around after resulting in 7th place after Game number 2. Games 3 and 4 goes to their way, both of those games with really dominating performances up against Team Sparkle Esports in the archery range final zone, a deja vu moment for you and I. It allows them to get in the first place and through that checkpoint mark.
Yeah, they are looking to close out this series, Shuvi. We have another, possibly one game on our hand, or, if these other teams do end up stepping up, we could possibly go, to a game 6, to a game 7, maybe to an 8, or maybe even to a game 9, Shuvi.
Oh boy. I can't believe you're feeding into the chat mentality. Listen, you're here in Discord call with me. You can't be feeding them at all, okay? I'm typing in chat. Sometimes I feed them a little bit because I'm actually typing in chat. That gives me a little bit of leniency since I can be considered a chatter at that point. But still, you gotta be on my side, man. What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, the point distribution has been going pretty wide, so there's not going to be that many teams that get into checkpoints, after the next couple of games. But, once more and more teams get in, it will be a lot harder for, the series to continue. Because obviously, it's just going to be, any team that is in checkpoint just is going to need to be able to, get that last win.
Indeed. It'll be a long road ahead for some of these teams, but for Mira and Sejong, they could end it here right now, confirm their spot in the grand finals, but that'll come to see what ends up happening in game number 4. Let's go straight, game number 5, I should say, not game number 4. Let's head straight into it. Let's see what the results are looking like for this game. Character select-wise, it's looking pretty familiar from what we've seen throughout the entire course of the weekend, although I do see Solenzor coming back into the series. We could potentially have a haze ban on our hands.
That's a Camillo instead of the Kiara.
Oh boy.
No, it's not. They're gonna stay on the Kiara, and yeah, it looks like we will have Innate gonna be playing their same team comp. Rosner is gonna. Oh yeah, like you said, Rosner's gonna be locking in that Alonso.
No.
And... Wait.
Nikki.
You're right. Nikki with the Adela. We've seen this comp come out from Team Asher time and time again. You know, G-Work always likes to play that Adela with that Nikki combo, and they just look for that one shot with that Amp Drone as well. Mira Sejong, they're gonna go to that Alonso as Hayes is back on the table here. So Hayes and both Nadine are gonna be banned for game number 6. I don't think we have any other bans here. We do have some duplicates with the Alonso, with the Priya, but I think it's just going to be those two.
I will be honest with you though, Super. The Nikki pick is really making me happy to see it in Season 5, but I'm a little bit worried about it. Because you know that a lot of Nikkis in the past, especially Denato, he's been notorious for doing this a lot. He sends it all the way to the backline as a Nikki, but then he gets so split apart from the rest of his team that after his Garden Reverses ends, he's just sitting in the middle of nowhere with nothing else to do, and he's still so far away from the rest of his team. Is Char going to be making the same mistakes like that? I really hope not, because if he does, Team Asher will be in trouble. Especially with all the Soul Stealers around, it could end up happening. But guys, Game 5 is loaded in. And please, yes, go ahead.
Oh yeah, it seems like you know, the observers knew as well that Nikki is a pick we haven't really seen in a while, just because, you know, Nikki kind of rotated out of the meta, I would say, compared to these other tanks, right? Because Nikki is more of like a burst damage dealer, and she's good into the meta when her numbers are high, but her numbers aren't relatively that high right now. So, you know, it's kind of one of the reasons why we haven't really seen the pick. But, you know, we've seen Asher utilizing the Nikki plus the Adela combo, and it's really, really strong when they utilize well. They could send it onto a frontliner and just one shot, you know, anyone they so choose with that point once they get enough items into the late game. And the Johan here getting a little greedy, trying to I don't know if you saw, but they were like, you know, pressing S and, you know, kind of trying to bait them in, and they did end up backfiring onto the Johan, as they will end up falling.
He's been doing that quite recently, actually, throughout the course of the series. I'm surprised that you only caught that now, because he's done that, I think, to try to get an angle on Transcendent Sensor. Sometimes if you're too far away, Radiant Brilliance is much easier to dodge out on. So maybe could be it is.
I think it's a little weird that he did it in the sense that his teammates weren't even there. So because I thought he was trying to bait them in because his teammates were maybe under, so they could maybe look for like a flank angle, or, you know, the Johan can bait them into his teammates, but he was just doing it for fun, you know. He was just BMing, and then he just died.
The people feeding into Team Cartel, Auto Arms, they get a couple additional kills for themselves, but Cinema's about to fall. Taekyung will fall in just a moment. Third party coming in. Sadhan needs to leave. He just used everything. Only a 3-stack allows him to stay alive for a little bit longer.
Oh my god, the Marcus
Taekyung comes back. Yeah, 3 kills for themselves. Really close. Cinema kind of puts himself in the middle of everything. Jinho trying to chase this down.
Should be able to find it. Oh wait, the speed boost.
So yeah, the Priya is pretty good, and it's still day number 1. He does have the speed gates available. Sakin gets taken down too. Chapel is an absolute graveyard.
Gets another kill, and Asher gets a kill as well. So look at how many kills already. Day number 1, it's over 10 kills. I think it's almost 11, maybe even 12 kills already split throughout the lobby here. As Gang Innate, they do find Cinema as well. So Gang Innate sitting on 5 kills already. Going into night 1. You have to be feeling really good about that, especially since you know, they're a team that is a little far behind, so they need as many points as possible so they could reach that checkpoint breakpoint.
You really don't want Mida and Sejong to be the only team in checkpoint, even assuming that we go to a game number 6 after this one, right? I like the fact that teams are starting to step up the aggression. They understand the situation of this lobby right now, but that's a combo that you don't want to deal with. Beautiful expulsion shot, but there's the Nikki follow through. There it is. Who said you need to use the Nikki to initiate? Yeah, got the Yan as well. Alonso's gonna get taken down, and that's BK Furex gone. What happened to the Haze?
Died on, was it? Oh yeah, it was Haze. Haze died on the other side of the map to Sin. And yeah, that's BNK Fearx. 8th place, 0 kills. Completely wiped out because they were split off, and that's one of the downsides to splitting up and, you know, trying to split farm is if you all get caught at the same time, you're just dead.
That's absolutely tragic. AutoArms trying to duke it out up against Team Cartel inside of Forest. A lot
lot
of damage. Indeed, towards the Marcus. Sadhand is going to be able to barely get himself on out. Cinema doing the same thing, but they have to eat a whole lot of timer even after losing a member. Checkmate's going to be invested by G-Work, but I don't know if it's going to be anything resulting from it. Yeah, the Queen is there. Piet. Oh, nice check with the vision. Romantic not taking it too far. Nicely done from him. Char sitting over the wall. They're looking for angles. Checkmate isn't available, but it's early game. I think the Della still has enough damage to follow through, but that's the problem. Look at this. Now Char way too far to the back line. Magnetic field is good coming from Dinana, but for now the fight is just reset. A lot of investments coming through from Team Asher. I don't know if they have what it takes to fight this front-to-back comp anymore unless Piet finds something, but he's by himself.
Oh wait, great knockback, but yeah, looks like Char is going to try going in. They're just gonna fall here, I think, slowly to the MSJ. Yeah, there's the point from the Alonso, and they will end up going down. So Team Asher, like you said, that Nikki tried to jump on forward there, but there's really nothing that Team Asher can do as I think one circle they just used E backwards, they used the blink, and you know, the Nikki has a delayed travel time with their ultimate, and if you do it, just end up reacting and you go back. They are a little too far forward. And G-Work didn't have the queen prep there. They did have their queen for a second, but you know, it did end up fizzling out. So, you know, G-Work's not able to really get in there to, you know, follow up with that ultimate.
This is a pattern that we see from Team Asher as well. Whenever they run these pick comms with the Nikki, as soon as the initial start to the fight goes awry, they just really don't know how to react to it. I don't know why Piet decided to go in by himself. It looked good for a second. I think he thought that he had the reach for it.
Keeping on in, and they're gonna look for.
Yeah,
they will end up finding Zero Jin. Yeah, Team Asher or G-Work was in the area as well. Great stun into wall from Piet. They will get 2 kills from getting in it. Getting in it. Unfortunate TPs there as they tried to probably TPing into the battle zone, but it will end up paying the price. Just a minus tempo for them. Not gonna lose out on any credits, but it is kind of bad to die at this point into the game because they need to get their buys in. This is the perfect time for that team to start buying. Look at them. Look at the credit counts. They are going to be able to get the 4 score buys if they do so choose. But yeah, they're not going to be able to. They're probably not going to be able to contest an objective and get their buys because of, you know, the awkward timing on their death.
All the zones that have consoles in it that are also battle zones are already contested by some of these teams. It's going to be a bit tough to get both of them. You're absolutely right. Cartel being pushed around a little bit by Team Mida and Sejong. Force field is already invested by Jang Yi. That's a cooldown that's going to be gone for quite a bit if a fight potentially brews. Although there isn't an objective in archer range. These teams are just kind of hanging around. Yeah, I guess Lumi, sure. You know what? You're right. Lumi was added as an objective. I apologize, Lumi. You are absolutely correct. Lumi was the objective there. It is going to be Mida and Sejong to pick that up. Now they're going to go on their own buying spree, potentially, as the console is right there. Is it going to be a Force, a Tree of Life, or a Meteorite call? Absolutely. It's actually
Zeojin gets caught by...
That's not good. Big 9 also caught out. Luckily, Jinho
was engaged. There's a one-shot combo that we've been talking about. Very nicely played by Team Asher. Will be able to get one from Team Sparkle Esports, and yeah, getting in it, they decided to start the alpha, and then Zero Jin gets caught by the alpha swing, putting him a little too far forward, and then just gets double polymorph. It's not really much that Zero Jin can do, but Team Asher, they are able to find these kills. Will G-Work be able to get the stun? He does end up getting to Queen. Ghost Sprite does end up proccing as well. A great change coming out from Scarlet, going to be able to dodge out on that quick cut, and yeah, looks like G-Work is just gonna try looking for that damage, and a great checkmate after Scarlet uses their change to jump on forward, and Asher sitting on 10 field kills already.
Absolutely. That's a nighttime vision diff, though. I don't think Scarlet knew that Piet was there. He used the change, and by then it was a little bit too late. Unfortunate for him, but for Team Asher, you're absolutely correct. They needed this game. Still sitting in 8th place right now. They need to catch themselves a break, and this game right here could theoretically be it. It's been a long time since we've seen the Nikki Adela combination. It is working out. These teams have no responses to it.
Yeah,
Soul Stealer alone won't save you.
I think teams probably forgot how to play into it. You know, it's probably been a really long time. It's probably been a while for, since Team Asher has played this kind of combo, and yeah, looks like it is working out really nicely for them. I think most teams are sort of playing it slow. Mirror Sejong, they definitely want to play it slow. Kills don't really matter too much for them anymore. Obviously, they still want to get kills. They still want to get points because they want to secure that first place prizing. But to get first place in the tournament, they need to get that checkpoint to win. So they just need to play it slow. They need to start scaling up, and they need to play for that late game.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the bigger part here. It doesn't even matter about the points right now, in my opinion, for Team Mida and Sejong. If Team Asher is scaling this fast, they also need to stay caught up. 2 kills is definitely not bad, but Mida and Sejong has a tendency that whenever they go into checkpoint, they start playing extremely slow, playing at their own pace. And we've seen Team Mida and Sejong win in games like this before, but they need to be dominant in the lobby, otherwise they are going to get ratioed. That's the biggest problem about being the only team in checkpoint. Everyone else is going to know that they need to stop you, otherwise the series itself is over. Mida and Sejong aren't careful, then they will get punished for running a slower game like this.
Yeah, this is good. That's my god. There's a combo, and that was through the ultimate as well. But wait a second, they invested way too much into killing that Chloe, and they're just gonna return and kill Piet. But they do get the body, so it will be a 1-for-1 trade between Team Asher and Team Sparkle Esports. Both teams will be minus 250 there. But yeah, that is the one-shot combo that we see time and time again. Even through the Soul Link. Yeah, the Soul Link tried to keep the Chloe alive, but it wasn't enough. And then the response, great damage coming out from Sung Harong. There's so much AoE damage when you do commit, right? And you do clump like that. You're just also susceptible to that big burst from the Celine.
Exactly, and it's so funny that it's both Sparkle Esports and Team Asher that runs the exact style composition, doing the exact same thing to each other, despite the fact that one seemingly had the upper hand, right? Because one seemingly had the upper hand, they used their entire combo on one person. The other team does the exact same thing and still has enough damage to knock down Piet, which is really funny. But again, this is the exact style of composition that both of these teams are going to run. It's a classic between these two teams. For Team Asher, of course, they are getting some slight leads because of the fact that the other teams haven't been dealing with this well. And on top of it, we don't see too many mages right now sitting with Totem, right? Even Priya is starting to run the Soul Stealer because of how good that is. Timing on this composition, in my opinion, is absolutely on point if they can just expect and deal with the Soul Stealer.
Yeah, Mirror Sejong, they're looking pretty strong here. Mirror, looks like One Circle is on 3 items, Ramatic's on 5. Look at the credit counts. You're going to be able to get these blood items as well. So, there's a lot of teams coming in, though. I think Ramatic might be caught here as he tries to jump on out. He's going to use the monkey wire. He's going to be able to actually get on out of there. Going to be able to get that cube as well. So, yeah, they will be able to get this blood buy-in, probably in hotel for One Circle, because One Circle is still sitting on 2 purple items, so probably going to be able to get that blood for them, and they are going to be looking really strong.
Indeed. I saw full transitions up online for our Chloe, I believe, down in Forest. That should be Team Sin sitting down there. Team Asher looking for a little bit of something, but G-Work was slightly split apart. The Queen is going to fizzle out, and Gyeonggi Innate still trying to get themselves away. They understand it's been a while since they've seen a composition like this, but I think PTSD is starting to pile on in for all the teams that's been dealing with Team Asher for the longest of times. They know exactly what that composition entails. No way in hell they're going to chance it at all. We'll just back away.
Yeah, it looks like MSJ did end up buying that blood sample. We got Colin here, nice kiosk. Just going to get some safe buys here. I think that's going to be the 4 score. Going to be given on over to possibly the Chloe or the Kiara. Cartel also looking in a pretty good spot there, as Nadine is sitting on 4 items. Not having that radar completed just yet, but we'll be able to get that on very, very shortly.
I like the vision play Team Cartel is doing. They just checked the bush. Luckily, the bullseye didn't catch out Sparkle Esports, but it is nighttime vision that still gives them just enough of a heads up to not get caught out. Nicely done. All of the flowers being placed on the ground by the Priya, checking corners. They are playing exactly textbook. I think they should keep the camera on Cartel a little bit longer. A lot of people can definitely learn from this. Even if you're going to be safe, you still need to check your corners. NCMB finds Team Sparkle Esports. They're not going to be worried about this. Recon drones being invested everywhere. They understand how important of a phase this right here, right now, day 4 of just about to turn into.
Oh, they're gonna get caught here. Jungyi is completely still off from his team. Peng on the bottom side here. There's the polymorph. There's gonna dodge out on the knock up here as Peng is gonna use the soul seer to actually get away. So very nicely played. Great sidesteps from Peng and great awareness to get on out of there. Surprised they didn't end up splitting like that, but it looks like it did end up working out for them.
Phew, Jangy scared me a little bit. He just decided not to fight the composition at all, and you know what, for good reason. He's actually quite behind on his items.
Oh god, MSJ, did you see his items? He's sitting on 2 bloods already.
Ooh, goodness. Well, we'll see if that's going to matter a lot. G-Work, he's being forced to use his checkmate up against a Piolo. He's going to chase that down, using his quick cut against the Mutant Wolf Horde. No, not like that. 11 kills. Team Asher will get wiped. Kyungi Innate going to be able to wipe out that team. 7th place for Team Asher.
Great find from the lower, able to hit that 2-man on the Twilight Heist, and then a great SMG burst follow-up from ZeroJin, able to just lock them down. They're going to be able to get a lot of credits. I think they're going to feed the credits into Piolo for the Blood buy-in, for that Hellfire onto the Haze. So getting an Innate, they're going to be looking in a pretty comfortable spot. So another team wiped off the map, and that's really good if you are a team like Mira Sejong who is in that checkpoint, because that is one less team to contest and ratio you in that final zone.
Especially Team Asher, right? Because their composition is actually one that can one-shot the Alonzo if he doesn't get his shield out in time after his initial
and they can just, as long as they knock one, and if the team's nearby, right, that's all they really need to shut down a checkpoint team. So a team like Team Asher going down is really, really big, because they won't be able to get ratioed.
The only other problem is Sparkle Esports still exists. They don't have the Mai. I think the Mai was the big factor in why they were able to knock down Sparkle Esports multiple times in archery range. This time it's Alonzo. He actually has to eat every single source
one rocket
of damage. Yep, one circle pumping out the damage.
Gonna go over to Mira Sejong.
That's big.
That is huge for the side of Team Mira Sejong, getting that work line and then getting closer and closer, to closing out this game and, securing their spot in the Season 2 finals and, becoming the winners of Season 5 Phase 3.
Yeah, Blood Half Moon now built up. There's the Crimson upgrade for the Vigor. Romantic starting to get really terrifying now. Most likely Mastery 20 for all of the players on that team, save for the Alonzo. He's probably staying on 18 or 19. Maybe a little bit lenient with that one. Team Sin also starting to move around. A bit of a slower game for them once again. Transitions not looking too good for that team when it comes to the snowball phase. You see the solar system miniature built up for Taekyung. Everybody just kind of at their own pace now. I do like the position that most of these teams are sitting on. The question is, for Mira and Sejong, is the accelerated pace they're going to have going to be enough? Romantic is just full sending it. Holy crap, Ing9. Alright, well, he just dies. There it is. 15 seconds to go. ZeroJin's in a whole heap of trouble. Beautiful blink to get himself on out of there. Do they have the credits? Absolutely not.
They do not. They do not. It is a disaster for a team getting Innate. That's the power of Nadine. If Nadine is able to catch you in these isolated 1v1s, and especially if you're on the back foot there, the Wolf Assault, it just slows you, and the amount of damage that Nadine can pump out can just kill you in a couple seconds, and it will be ZeroJin. Fortunately, TPing right into the hands of Team Auto Arms. Team Auto Arms will be able to pick that one up, and yes, now it's only gonna be Laura, and that is, again, that's really big for Team Mira Sejong. As once these teams get split up, once these teams start being not full teams, it's gonna be a lot harder to kind of team on them and ratio them here. As looks like Team Auto Arms, they don't really have timer left, so they're kind of forced to take this fight here. Team Satin's gonna walk back, but I don't think he has enough timer to get in.
3, 2, and a 1. Pop goes the Weasel, -1, and now Team Auto Arms is in absolute trouble. They have no damage to follow through on this Romantic. He's in a bit of trouble. Wait a second, hold up. I don't think a Haze alone can kill this Marcus right now. Oh my goodness, the damage is huge. They do end up getting the kill.
Oh,
Oh, that
third party's not here.
Bad.
Yeah, and it will be Team Auto Arm's gonna go down, and Mira Sejong, they pick up another kill for themselves, so another team wipe as well. So that's really, really big for the side of Team Mira Sejong. There's only 4 full teams left to contest them. So 2 teams need to go to the zone, but they are looking so strong here. As Team Sin, maybe they're gonna try looking for an angle onto Team Sparkle Esports. All the other teams are gonna be on the bottom side of the map here, so it might be Team Mira Sejong's game to win.
Indeed, this is actually really bad for Team Sparkle Esports because you know that at this point in the game they usually want to control that one final zone and still hold it by themselves. It's not going to happen with Mira and Sejong controlling the entirety of archery range by themselves. I think that team is going to be forced to start walking down into beach to try contesting something over there. Hotel TP for Jinho considered, not going to take it, but he doesn't really have time.
Go. Yeah, I think he has
got a TP, and Hotel, he will live with 1 HP. Oh, 1 second of timer. Cartel,
they're actually sending it here.
Sin. They want to fight it out. Echoes of the Earth does come out. There's the healing coming from it. Faith
TMP doing a lot of damage. Will kill the Kiara.
Gets taken down.
Chloe
down
will go down
Chloe.
as well. Yeah. And I think that is going to be it. And that opens the door for Mira Sejong.
Even more.
They just need, yeah, then Johan's gonna go down. There's only 3 full teams left.
But this actually I think kind of puts a bit of a strain onto Mira and Sejong too. The best case scenario here for them is that Sparkle Esports has to deal with way too many things inside of Beach, and then they also get taken out. But with multiple teams falling down in night number 5, this is the thing that happens where they have full control over Beach. Are they really going to be given that final zone for themselves? Yes, Cartel.
Looks
they
like
don't
they
have
will.
time.
Yeah,
They just gotta go.
Yeah, they don't really have timer because they spent a lot of their timer back on, like, into the other fight here. So yeah, it's all just gonna come down to a 3v3 between Mira Sejong or versus Cartel or Sparkle Esports. Jungi is gonna get a double knock up here. The damage coming out is going to be a lot. Jungi is gonna get instantly bursted down.
God.
And again, it's probably gonna come down to Sparkle Esports versus Mira Sejong. Mira Sejong already 2-0 versus Team Sparkle Esports. So will Sparkle Esports be able to stop them this time around?
But they don't have the Mai this time. Echoes of the Earth is gonna go. Cartel, the Marcus is still spawning right now. He wants to try getting the self-res, but it's just not happening. There's the tag with the Dove dealer. Down goes the Marcus. There's extra healing for that team and the additional cooldown reduction going for that team as well. Now it's a 2v3 onto the hands of Team Sparkle Esports. This is everything they could be asking for at the moment. 4-stack landing on 10 CMP. Down goes the Nadine. It's gonna be Sparkle Esports again.
Yeah, comes down to Sparkle Esports versus Mira Sejong, but this time you're right, they don't have the Mai. And Mai is such a pivotal character because of that exclusive, maybe gonna be able to pull them out. But Mira Sejong, they are looking so strong this game. Look at one circle, he's got the 2 bloods. Romantic also has that blood as well, so yeah, here we go. It's gonna come down to this. The zone control is being set up for Team Sparkle Esports, but the zone this time around is a lot more open. So it could be a lot better for Team Mira Sejong. They're just gonna have to look for a pick here. Look at the rocket damage coming out from one circle. Oh my god, another one connects. And they're probably just gonna have to give.
They're going. The Alonso,
they're actually gonna burst down. Alonso's at 1 HP here.
Oh!
Are they gonna be able to kill? They actually
One circle's about to die though.
One circle.
Down goes. What?
They kill him.
What? What just happened?
I think Romantic tried to send it forward and they just ended up dying. Danana just kind of tunnel vision a little too hard there. Tried to use a damage reduction or tried to just walk up and then he took way too much damage and then pressed his damage reduction. It was a little too late. I think Danana should have just sent it on to, I would say Fauna there because I think Fauna was a little too far forward, but instantly getting punished. As Fauna also just won the 1v1 into one circle. One circle not really going to be able to do much into a Chloe, as a Chloe will just get that movement speed. They're going to be able to press that Soul Link, and they will just be able to kill him off there. So yeah, very nicely played from Team Sparkle Esports, as we will. That means we will be going into a game 6.
And that's what I mean about Sparkle Esports, man. You can't let this team be the last team alive. Oh, Mira and Sejong, they almost had it. Everything was just going their way, and then Sparkle Esports of all teams was the last team to stay alive inside of Beach. No chaos means they are able to thrive inside of that zone, just zoning away Marcus over and over and over again until to the point he just gets taken down. Control over the fact that Marcus is also self-resing was amazing. Nice stuff, Dealer, to lock that in. Taking down the Nadine, taking down the Priya. You saw their positioning as well. I love the fact that right before they were killing the Priya, all three of them were trying to position to get in the hotel ASAP. You saw them hovering around that area, nobody fully investing into the Priya because they know they need to get in there first, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, Sparkle Esports, they had zone control, but they still got pushed out because of the haze rockets. But it ended up not really mattering because, yeah, I think they tried sitting it a little too hard. I think they could have just played their range a little more well because they do have a decent amount of range with one circle with that and Nadine. If they walk too far forward, especially when they are playing three backline characters, they are really squishy. And if the Nana is able to get that point off onto any of them, they will be able to kill. I think that's kind of what happened, though. I think the Nana tried to look for a point onto any of the backliners and kind of walked a little too far forward, took way too much damage down to like about 20% HP. That's kind of what you kind of have to watch out for when you are playing into this triple backline is they could just burst you down with the Celine and the Chloe, and that's exactly what happened. And Mira Sejong did end up paying the price for that.
Absolutely. But because of the fact that they got to that final zone first, they were given the leniency to start stepping back, right? That's a big one. But in the end, now Mira and Sejong, their leniency is gone.
Mira Sejong and Sparkle Esports both in checkpoint, and these two teams, for the past 3 games, have been our top 2. So
Yes.
It could end in game number 6 unless any of these teams have a response to these teams, kind of dominating the field right now. We're going to have to see coming into the upcoming game. We do have Sin, 5 points behind. They are 5 points before they hit the checkpoint breakpoint. Yang NA only 9 points away as well. Auto Arms, 14. So we could see a lot more teams, getting into that checkpoint breakpoint if it does go to game number 7.
Yeah, we always talk about how at this point you really need to have the rest of the lobby trying to stop the 2 teams in checkpoint from getting a potential win. But the consistency of these 2 teams to make it into the top 2 is what's really scaring me right now for the rest of the lobby. It's just Sparkle Esports. It's just Mira and Sejong. It's exactly what they do. Get to the final zone, duke it out in the final zone. It's just stay alive in the temporary zone as much as possible. One team has always gotten control of that one temp zone that isn't contested by anybody else. It's either Sparkle Esports or Mira and Sejong. That's been happening for 3 games in a row. I don't think that's going to change in the next couple games either, as long as Sparkle Esports and Team Mira and Sejong can make it all the way to the temp zone phase either. It's just how they play.
Yeah, these 2 teams are really good at playing, the 3v3. They're really clean, especially when they get control of the zone as well. When Sparkle Esports get control of a zone, it's really hard to play into them because they are playing that triple range, right? Like we said time and time again, if you walk into, a Chloe, a Celine, or an Emma, they're able to get that combo off of you for basically for free. And the side of Mira Sejong, they're just one of the best teams that are able to play consistently at a really high level. And the classic double backline, frontline team comp, they're just able to do so much with that. And with that, I think going into game number 6, Mai is going to be back on the table. And I think Mai was, the key for Mira Sejong to winning that 3v3 at the very end there. If Mai had that exclusive, if Mai was able to maybe look for this taunt angles, just because Alonso can't really, find the angles that Mai can.
Yep.
Because, Alonso does have to...
Punished.
Yeah, exactly. Alonso does have to, stay in place. He could get CC'd out of his Altake, so... Yeah, Mai being back on the table is going to be really big for Team Mira Sejong. And these other teams as well. I think we're going to have the Rozzy back on the roster, and Nadine is going to be getting rotated out.
I forget if Haze is also banned. Is she? I forget.
I don't think so. I don't think there's 3 Hazes.
Wasn't Hohenzer playing Haze in this one, or was it E8? No, E8 wasn't in this one. We could actually have a Haze ban, so... We'll see. It's either we'll have to see. Either Mira and Sejong has to completely flip their entire team composition despite the fact that Mai comes back, or let's see.
Oh, Haze is banned. Haze is banned. Yeah, so will One Circle maybe play the Theodore?
Oh, yeah. Okay, he's hovering it. I know he can also bring out the Celine or the Tazia. He's been considering that pretty recently every now and then, just hovering it. Jengi considering the William. I see Felix being hovered by NCMB. That is one of his favorite picks. What are you No. I know she's actually pretty decent in 1.33, but I don't think in a lobby like this where there's so much crowd control
No, they're gonna play Mai. They're gonna play Mai.
Yeah, they have to. I think that's the right pick. Romantic on the Rozzy. This is a pretty standard composition. One circle
And it will be the
lock
Dio.
that in. There it is. This needs to provide a lot of space for the Rozzy. Theo with the energy blast field needs to find angles to make sure that Romantic stays inside of it at all times while the movement speed bonus is up. She needs to stay alive. She needs to go in and out of fights over and over again. Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very tough game for Mida and Sejong.
Yeah, and it looks like it will just be that Rozzy ban coming through once again. No buy ban this time coming around. It looks like a lot of team comps are actually swapping. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they thought the Mai isn't really working out for them, so they did end up swapping the team comp. Looks like we have a Bianca coming out from Zero Jin. Gonna be able to follow up on the dive. I actually really like that pick with the Piolo and the Laura. But yeah, I mean, very excited to see, how this does end up turning out, because two teams on checkpoint. We have both Mira Sejong and Team Sparkle Esports. Both of these teams have been going kind of crazy, as both these teams, I've said it before, but both these teams in the past 3 games have been our top 2 teams. We've seen Mira Sejong and Sparkle Esports duke it out 3 times in a row in the final zone. So if none of these teams can, kind of shut down Sparkle Esports and Mira Sejong, it is going to be a little rough for them.
Exactly. All of it comes down to whether or not these teams can shut down the teams in checkpoint. Could theoretically be the last game, Super. 6-game series is a pretty standard night for us, but for these teams, for 6 of the teams, it cannot end like this, right?
Yeah. Their tournament life is on the line. Maybe their whole season is on the line here if they don't make it to straight to finals. They're gonna have to play an LCQ, and I don't know how confident these teams are gonna be in going into that LCQ. There are a lot of really good teams that are probably gonna get knocked down as well. So yeah, they will have to pull out something from their bag. Make sure they're gonna be able to get as many points as possible to get to that checkpoint breakpoint. And on the side of just Mira Sejong and Sparkle Esports, they just gotta close one out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 6 is now underway. Our potential last game of the morning for, well, I would have to say, hopefully for Sparkle Esports and Mida and Sejong. Potentially not the last game for the other 6 teams in the lobby. It'll all come down to their performance, whether or not they can stop the performance and the train that's been rolling down the rails at this point. Team Mida and Sejong and Sparkle Esports just continuously making it into the final 2. If that happens again in this game, the series is over.
Yeah, and you can see the leaderboard on the right side there. There are a lot of teams that are pretty close to that breakpoint as well, right? We have Sin with only 5 points away, King in 8, 9 points away, Autoarms 14. So honestly, we could have maybe 4 or 5 teams maybe going into the checkpoint if we do go to a game 7. Sin only needs about 5 points. Gang in 8 only needs 9. And if any of the bottom teams do end up getting that win with a couple more kills on the board, they should be able to get into the checkpoint as well.
Look at how slow these teams are playing right now. No fights, no red swords whatsoever, even if it has passed in the game so far.
I think throughout the series, like the more and more you play in the series, because I've experienced playing in tournaments as well. You kind of recognize where teams end, and you kind of recognize which which zones to avoid, so you don't TP or you don't end into a zone where a team is already grouped up there. So that's probably why we see later into the series, there's a lot less team fighting in the early game, because a lot of the zones are more established, and a lot of the farm is more controlled because you kind of know where everyone is.
And you also know which teams are typically stronger at that specific location too, right? Oh, whoa, NCMB dashing straight in. I don't know about that one. He's gonna die. There we go. NCMB doing a little bit of a micro whoopsie at a stage in the game where you really should not be doing that. Taekyung also going a little bit too ham. He does get the kill. onto the free. He actually gets it with the auto attack. The unyielding auto attack allows him to get that one. Actually, maybe I always forget where the bonus damage from the auto attack comes from. I actually think it's bob and weave now that I think about it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is, and that will be able to secure them the kill. So yeah, Team Auto Arms they're gonna be on 2 field kills already. Team Asher also on 2, engaging NA on 1. The rest of the lobby not really finding anything, but that's okay, right? We have 2 of the teams on checkpoint. They don't really need any kills. They just need to get that one. They need to scale up. They need to get as much farm as possible. And on the other side, Team Asher gonna try looking for something here. Pied maybe gonna look for Sad Hands on the bottom side here. They do see that jump pad, and he is gonna blink on over, and he's gonna get sent over to Sad Hands, and G-Work is gonna be on the other side as well, and they will be able to secure that kill.
Beautiful blink from what is that, Pied? Yeah, he manages to catch it out. He got confident, and for rightful reasons, his entire team hanging around that area. BNK Furex trying to play off of the Scylla, not really finding any picks just yet, and now they're the ones that might be in trouble.
Suo is going to get frozen
coming in
here.
over
Is
the
the Smelter
wall.
going to go? No.
Dance Macabre is good. Bum now stuck in the middle of everybody, but the third party coming in. Cinema potentially looking for it. There's a taunt over onto G-Work. He's got the Semtex landed on him, but he is a Elena. Not going to be enough. Sandhand will knock that down. Beautiful use of the White Lily to push Bum back into the comp. This is going to be another death going in for Team BNK Furex. Down 2 members now. Sua down. Now the Marcus down with very, very disjointed death timers.
Yeah, BNK Furex now finding their footing once again. These last couple of games, they just have not been able to find any answers into the rest of these teams. 0 field kills. They weren't able to get anything there. Just, you know, they're dying. So, I mean, they are going to be able to group up for this temple. They do get a knock up onto Ignan. Maybe they can look for the skill. Ignan does use that White Lily. Actually, doesn't even use the White Lily. He's just going to jump on out of there with their ultimate. And yeah, they're going to be able to get on out of there. Furex is going to be able to walk back up in the temple. Maybe get that Tree of Life for free. So you do have Team Asher going to get a nice knock up onto the Johan. And they are going to be able to finish. A great follow up there from the Rozzy. Going to be able to get a couple more autos attacks on there. And the Chloe will also end up falling on the other side as well. Great engage from that Yan, as it will be able to get a nice 2 kills. Bum gonna look for an engage here. Good poke coming out from the Scylla. Gonna chunk Ignite down to half HP. Looks like getting innate. They want to look for an angle here. They do have that all-in potential with the Reign of the Vampire Queen and that Laura and the Piolo, but looks like they're actually just gonna disengage, because I think they did see another ping on the top side, and they definitely don't want to be stuck in that sandwich situation.
If anything, this is also a bit of an awkward situation to be in for Team Gyeonggi. They lose out on the poke war, but now they start to come back in, and I think they're getting punished for it.
They do go on the Suwon. They do instantly
good.
kill her, and that's the burst. That's the dive that you need. They are gonna look to kill Bomb here.
Yes.
Marcus is just gonna be able to
Oh,
1v1,
yeah,
even with the card. Wow.
Okay, Zero Jin.
Wow.
He's stuck in the middle of nowhere. He needs to get himself out. He does. There is a Rozzy sitting at the end of the bridge. He needs to stay alive for the next 10 or so seconds for the Piolo to start coming back alive. I see the fight. Bianca, she's still keeping herself alive. I see the sword, but the Piolo should come back up now. There it is. Okay, safety in hand. Zero Jin will get knocked out, but it's still okay. Kyoki is still alive. And CMB trying to stay alive against Bum. They're both going to take the White Lily, and now Bum is right on top of this Rozzy. He's trying, but Rozzy's too mobile.
Yeah, good side from the Rozzy there. MCMP just going to get on out of there. I think Marcus can just really walk away. They have a lot of mobility with that dash. It's on a pretty short cooldown, so they're just gonna get on out of there. Might see a team between I might see a team fight between Team Cartel and Team Asher. Team Asher trying to get all the credits off of Lumi here. Pied taking half of their damage. Pied fully stacked up as well, so they could look for an angle here. They do look for an engage and a great Echoes of the Earth to cancel out on some damage with the damage reduction, but it's not going to be enough. But wait a second, maybe Zhangyi can look for an angle back in. Does use Echoes of the Earth, but gets frozen by G-Work. Looks like G-Work is going to does get cancelled. I think G-Work should be able to get some slows off here if they are going to be able to land the freeze, but it looks like it doesn't matter. Great blink on from the Rozzy. Going to be able to use that Gut Vault in and that ultimate for that slow, and they will be able to secure that kill. So Team Asher, another 2 kills. This is a really nice early game once again. They're sitting on 9 field kills on the other side here. One circle is getting completely bursted down. He's going to fall, actually. Romantic is going to be forced to run away here. As wait a second, the buy is going to fall on the other side. That's going to be Team Mirror Cedric. I think they're going to fall here. Yeah, and he gets stunned by the Alpha, and that is going to be one of our checkmate teams already eliminated.
Uh-oh, and Sparkle Esports is playing slow. They've got the right idea on what they need to do. Mira and Sejong doing a little bit of an oopsie opens up an opportunity now for Team Sparkle Esports to potentially close out this series, but it does give an even more opportunity for the rest of the lobby to potentially send this into a game number 7. That is good work done by the team on the south side of the map. Cartel in a little bit of trouble, or is it? Because G-Work is trying to find a pick onto Peng, but he's isolated by himself, will get taken down. Cartel picks up another one, finding their second kill of the game. Galaxy Steps with the Laurel Wreath online for NCMB. Transition speed is slightly slow, but that's also hampered by the fact that a Marcus on this team is always looking for that solar system miniature.
Yeah, unfortunately, Team Asher or G-Work not able to kill that Priya. Priya having a little too much sustained with those shields. They did end up bringing the Priya down to 25% HP, but it's just not going to be enough. But yeah, I think Mira Sejong going down early there is going to open up the door for a lot of these teams to get into that checkpoint themselves, unless Sparkle Esports has anything to say about it. And they end up winning the game and winning the tournament, so phase 3 for themselves here.
It would be really nice for Team Mira and Sejong if they could potentially send this to a game number 7, but all they can do now is just wait and see how Team Sparkle Esports does. Team Sin, they're playing their own game too, but it's another slow game from these guys. We've seen a lot of these slower games for Team Sin not working out in their favor. Are they looking for a potential fight right now? How strong are they in comparison to Team BNK Furex? Hunzar sitting on the Sicilla could potentially look for a pick as well.
They do hit
There's
the
a
chain of corruption
landing, but the shield is going to deny any attempts at a re-entry.
Oh, Kiara is dead.
What the hell happened to her health bar? That's a day 3 death, minus 250 already.
Gonna be even more because yeah, the Johan will for sure fall here. You're gonna try using that White Lily, and oh, it actually is gonna use it onto the Sua. Wait a second, is Johan gonna be able to get away? I don't think so.
What
Great
is that
pull
hitbox?
coming out from this Marcella, and they will end up falling on the other side. I think that we're gonna have a team wipe here as Team Ash or Team Auto Arms are going to be able to find all 3 members of Team Cartel, and they're going to be sitting on 10 field kills for themselves here. So we might have another team that's going to get into checkpoint very shortly.
Indeed, it needs to go to game 7 if all of these teams actually want a chance at utilizing all the kills they've gotten in this game. We got Auto Arms and Asher poised to send themselves into the checkpoint after game 6. But again, game 7 actually has to happen. Sparkle Esports needs to be shut down in order for that to happen, but the teams are falling and Sparkle Esports is playing their own game.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for Team Sparkle Esports. It's not good if you're the rest of the teams, but at the same time, you know, you need these points, so you kind of need to get these team wipes. But that does mean that there is going to be less teams to contest for, you know, the checkpoint team. And into a team like a triple backline team, you know, you kind of need, you know, all the players you can get to, you know, maybe surround them. But yeah, if they're going to be able to get their final zone to themselves, once again in this game, it might be a little hard for some of these teams to play around that.
Absolutely. 2 things needs to happen in this game for Sparkle Esports to get a lower chance of winning. 1, Wiccaline cannot go easily to them this time around. We've seen multiple games for the past few in the series where Sparkle Esports is the only team sitting around Wiccaline. We've seen a pattern in Season 5. No one really contests for the Wiccaline. It almost makes a surprise that some teams do every now and then. That shouldn't happen in this one. Sparkle Esports cannot be allowed to get a free Wiccaline. That's step 1. Step 2. They cannot be allowed to take a battle zone for free, temporary zone for free. I think at the minimum there needs to be 3 in the including Team Sparkle Esports. There needs to be some sort of chaos.
Great spell shield coming out from Suwa. Gonna be able to completely negate G-Works combo there. And looks like they're actually gonna look to turn here. There is the free at last from the Sicilla. Gonna do some damage, but not gonna be enough as Team Asher is just gonna disengage.
Slowly but surely, this is okay for the rest of the lobby too. In the end, the main goal is to not let Team Sparkle Esports get their own game off. Kyunggi and 8 picking up the Omega for themselves. That's a force core going into the hands of the Bianca. What are you going to be building out of it? Don't really know. Was that Holy Orders built, or did they not build anything from it just yet?
It's the Dragon's Fury, so some defense shred coming out from the side of Team Kyunggi and 8. I really like that because it is a lot of AoE damage coming out from the Bianca, and they can just choose who to focus, and you know, they will be, you know, fully defense shredded if the Reign of the Vampire Queen goes through with the AQ and an auto attack. And you just add on the Arcana skill as well there.
Indeed. I wonder if they're still going to invest into the Mithril Shield that we've been seeing
Oh
over
my
and over. Pierre, a good quick spin, but he didn't quick spin the 4-stack. Down he goes, minus 250 into the hands of Team Asher. Sparkle Esports finding themselves the mid-game
And
kills.
they get
now
a
that
red
they've
box here. That's
scaled.
going to be big. What is it going to be? What is it going to be? It is going to be a
Blood
Blood
Ripper.
Ripper.
That's so good for Fauna right
Can
now.
they
if he
use
doesn't
it,
have
though?
anything.
Yeah. Oh, here comes the rain from the Vampire Queen. Gonna land onto Scarlet, but a double volley is actually gonna instantly kill him. And a great toe coming up. But wait a second, Fauna's gonna press R.
Wait, this is not
But
good.
the double
But
volley
the
is
Piolo
gonna be
gets
good. It
taken
looks
down.
like it doesn't matter, as yeah, Team Sparkle Esports is gonna come out on top there. Very, very nicely played by Team Sparkle Esports. It looks like there was a big mistake. You know, the Chloe did not press their ultimates
yeah.
for that immunity, but yeah, it looks like it's fine. On the other side, BNK Furex is going to be taking 2 members out from Team Sin. This is really good for Team Sparkle Esports because a lot of these teams are losing so much combat power, and when you know you go to the final zone and you know a lot of these teams are weak, they're just going to be able to run these teams over, and it should be fine.
If teams are also behind, they're going to be dissuaded from contesting for Wickeline. This is not good at all, especially with Team Sin not having enough credits to bring all of their members back right now. The pace of the game slows down massively. They're starting to call in blood samples. It's been a while since we've seen Swanarang with this.
Chaser ready for that. Celine, they're going to get that blood cloak going as
God.
They're going to be looking really good here. As Team Sin, they're going to walk back up and they're going to get completely wiped off the map from Team Auto Arms. Team Auto Arms is looking really strong as well. They would be the team that can contest Sparkle Esports with 12 field kills already. I think they're already in checkpoint. I can't really tell because there is a lot of placement. There's some placement points already going out to some of these teams as we are already down to our top 5.
The problem with Team Auto Arms is comp. We've seen it time and time again, duking it out up against Team Sparkle Esports. I don't think they've won a single final zone against Sparkle Esports.
Yeah, it's because Taeyong tries to engage, but he gets instantly shut down by the Emma Poly, by the Blast Wave, the Chloe, you know, dash or knock up. It's really hard for Taeyong to find an angle into Sparkle Esports, and if he doesn't find the perfect angle, he will get instantly blown up.
God,
And yeah, it is gonna be a little doomed. Pied gonna be able to get away here, but now it's actually Team Sparkle Esports that's completely isolated, as Scarlet is on the other side here. Fauna's gonna have to force to pop the Soul Link. G-Work is gonna go in, and oh, they do actually kill Fauna here, so that's kind of big. That is one of the members of Team Sparkle Esports gonna fall. That's gonna be a minus 250. But the items on the side of Team Sparkle Esports is still really good. They just need to get this res off and they should be back in the clear. But there is another team nearby. There's Gayong Innate. The change was already invested. And it looks like Sungrong is going to get caught. And on the other side, Team Asher, they're going to find Scarlet as well. Wait a second. The res is going to go through though. I think they're going to be able to get both of them. Do they have enough?
They do. That's 3.
Oh no, they're going to...
right here.
I like this. I like this. Scarlet does know that Asher will probably chase them, so they're going to look for a TP. Are there any safe zones for the console here? They're going to go down to Warehouse, and Warehouse is safe.
But with this, one of the checkpoints, one of the points that I made earlier has been checked off. Wickeline was not freely given over to Team Sparkle Esports. They're not going to have that objective, nor the buff going into the final zone. Now, the other thing that needs to happen is that team cannot be allowed to freely take a temporary zone, but we'll see how it goes.
Taeyong taking so much damage.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, it looks like Team Auto Arms is just going to be forced to disengage. Furious is also looking pretty strong. They just got that SSM on the Marcus, and the Sua is already full build with the Taproots as well. So they are looking poised to also win this game and maybe shut down Team Circle Esports as well.
They have to.
As it looks like, yeah, Team Auto Arms is going to walk into the zone. Sparkle Esports is still looking pretty strong despite their minus 500. Fauna on full items, Sungrong on full items, Scarlet on the full items with the, or not full items, but almost full items with that Blood Ripper. So despite them, you know, going down and losing a lot of credits, they're still in a really comfortable spot to win this game.
Yes, sir. Couple more minutes to go until the fate of this game is decided, until the fate of 8 teams are decided. Game number 7, is it going to come through, or will we see it end at game number 6? Couple of additional checkpoints needs to be marked off. Final zones is going to be Chapel. Another Chapel. Is it going to be Sparkle Esports yet again, pushing it into Sparkle Esports?
Did end up winning the last Chapel final zone, so Sparkle Esports can get to final zone again. They just need to repeat what they did in the last game, and you know, it should be good to go. They should be able to get that win. But Sparkle Esports, they don't have zone control this time around. It will be Fearex that does have factory zone, and it will be 3 teams on the top side. Auto Arms, Asher, and Team Gayyoung Innate going to be contesting for the forest zone here. I think teams might try to go down because they definitely need to ratio Team Sparkle Esports. But I think BNK Fearex has a pretty good matchup into that team as well.
We'll have to see. I think you're right though, and this is the reason why it's really smart for Team Sparkle Esports to not get control of any zone right now. It makes them really invisible to the rest of the lobby. They understand the situation around the map is that everyone in this lobby wants to try ratioing them, so they need to just not show themselves as much as possible to keep everyone guessing. Once everyone's locked into their own respective temp zones, that's it. I don't think anybody's going to be able to get the leniency to TP out to try denying Sparkle Esports. They're actually picking the right zone too. The only team in Factory right now is BNK Fearex. If they stick that and none of the other teams TP in over to stop this, then Sparkle Esports, they have a very solid chance at getting a raw 3v3 up against the team.
Yeah, and then if they win the 3v3, they'll have another 3v3 going into the final zone, and if they win that, they should be our tournament winners for phase 3 here. But I think Rosner, as long as he gets a good spell shield on this Suo into a team like Sparkle Esports, it should be good. And it looks like a team's just going to full send it onto the side of getting innate, and it will be Team Auto Arms just going to completely get a nice clean 3-0. I don't think any of the members of Team Auto Arms drop below 50% HP. Very, very nicely done. I think Team Auto or Team Getting Innate was a little too far behind. I don't know if you saw their items, but they did not have too many to really go, really too many in their name, as I think the Bianca was only sitting on 3 items. But Auto Arms, they are really, really strong here. It looks like Team Asher is actually going to give up the zone, and they're going to come down to Factory. Wait a second, Team Sparkle Esports, I think they see them, and they're going to go up to... Wait, are they going to go up? Uh-oh.
Oh, they could get ratioed hard. They could get ratioed hard.
There is a double poly. They are just going to send it onto Fauna, and Fauna is going to go down. And I think we are going to go to a game number 7.
Okay, really bad macro decision from Team Sparkle Esports. All they had to do was just walk to forest, but they had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, they have
Sparkle
no
Esports
vision,
is done.
so... Yeah, they have no vision. They don't really know anything what's going on. They've been sitting in that corner for about 3 minutes now, so I don't really blame them for trying to go for like a TP play, because it's really weird that a team did end up coming down at the last second from forest to down to Chapel to Factory. Don't really expect that. And it looks like on the other side though, we do have the Rozzy already on 1 HP. Pied looking for an angle, trying to do some damage on Bum, but the Marcus is just able to live for so long there. Suo is going to be able to get a lot of damage onto G-Work, and it will be Team BNK Fearex going to come out on top. Team Asher going to fall here, as G-Work is the last one alive. I don't know if Asher isn't checkpoint off that game. They got a 13 kill game with 3 placements, so 17 points. I don't know how close they were to getting that checkpoint breakpoint. I know Team Auto Arms are probably guaranteed in now. I think in total they have 20 points to their name, and if they get another 3 kills here, they'll get another 6. But yeah, I don't know if Asher are in or not.
I don't think so. Remember, their first few games throughout the course of the series has really
yeah. You're right.
They try to pull it back during games 4 and 5, but I don't think that's going to be enough for them to pull it all the way back for this game's performance to net them into the checkpoint. We'll have to see though, right? Maybe their consistent gameplay has remotely got them a couple additional points. We really haven't actually been paying attention to the raw bottom side of the score sheet in the past few games. So maybe they've eked just barely enough. We've seen a couple teams so far today getting some points here and there. Consistency is the name of the game. But we'll see what ends up happening.
I think Team BNK Fearex, if they win this one, they should be good. Well, I like this play from Cinema.
There it is.
Yeah, they don't check the vision, and they're just going to walk up. They're going to get a taunt here, and wait a second. Cinema's going to get sent all the way behind into the back line onto the Sicella, and this is the 1v1 is going to come through. But wait. Bomb is just taking the 1v1 into Taeyong, but Taeyong finds the angle and is going to be able to stun the Sicella into the wall, as Sadhands is just playing out of his mind, dodging out on every Suo ability, and it will be an Auto Arms victory here with 18 field kills for himself. Look at the way Sad Hands is spacing. This guy is world class. He will not get hit by anything. And yeah, he's playing really patiently as well because he knows the effective range on this Marcus. He's just spacing so well. And that is going to be it. Team Auto Arms coming out with 18 field kills as they do take first place as well.
He was just toying with his food at the end there. GG's to Team Auto Arms. Incredible game. Guaranteed to get themselves into checkpoint. The other question is, will BNK Fear X make it? That's the other question mark off the top of my head. But guys, that was Game 6. A huge moment for so many of these teams, as now we potentially have 2 to even 3 teams going into checkpoint after this one.
Yeah, should be 3 now because Auto Arms is definitely in. Right?
Yep. It's a question of whether or not any of the other teams have been able to make it into the checkpoint now too. That's also a question mark up in the air. How close were some of these teams to get to that point? The more there are, the less of a chance Mita and Sejong Sparkle Esports get to win the game. And
yeah,
for
but
the rest
now,
Yep.
but now Mira Sejong, they get to play all their comfort picks. They get to play the Mai, Nadine, and Hayes team comp, because Hayes is back on the table. Mai did not get banned because it's only 2 Mais, and they're gonna rotate obviously the ADCs from Razi back into Nadine.
Oh yeah. Oh, Game 7 is going to bring in a lot of issues for the teams that are in checkpoint, but for the teams that aren't in checkpoint, it's still going to be an issue. We have so many teams that are running the Razi right now. We've seen how impactful she has been through the entire Weekend Super and even through the entire season as a whole. We've seen so many Razzies this season. It almost feels like, hey, why do we ever see her fall off for the previous few seasons?
Yeah, I mean, Razi is such a strong character when piloted correctly. She has so much mobility throughout a team fight. She's able to, able to take these isolated 1v1s. Like if Razi is ever able to jump onto the back line, like she'll always win the 1v1 into, another ADC. Because of how her Semtex bomb works and because of how her skills work and how her skills rotate. She's just such a nice character, and when her numbers are like pretty good enough to be played at the competitive level, like you always see these Razi players come out and play the character.
Absolutely. It's a problem when a Sua can't really easily handle an ADC in a 1v1, right? Let's take a look at the score sheet. Oh my!
Young Innates 54. It is probably I've had this happen to me so many times when I play like when I've been playing in my competitive career. 54 points. It feels so bad to be in that situation because you're not in checkpoint, and then in your back of the mind you go like what if we got that extra kill? What if I didn't drop that kill? What if we didn't -1 somewhere throughout the series, right?
Yep. I think there was a team during Phase 2, by the way, that was at 54. They won the game after, and then they couldn't win the series in the finals. I could have sworn there was a team that did that.
Yeah, not being in that checkpoint breakpoint is just heartbreaking, especially when you're off by 1 point. But surely Gayyoung Innates, they could turn it around here. They're a really, really strong team. And if there's any team that can do it, it will be them. BNK Fear X also, not getting into checkpoint either, even despite having a nice performance, a second place 9-kill game. But they are pretty close. But I think with that, since that was game number 6, that was an even number game, so we will be sending it on to our break here, and we'll be back very, very shortly.
Yeah, I see you starting to pick up on some of my comments. What's going on here, man? Trying to steal my words or what? All right, guys, we'll see you guys back here for game 7. I'm sorry, and potentially game number 8. So go grab yourself some water, go grab a snack, because this may very well be the last time you're doing it for this weekend.
Hey,
we'll see
you said that already.
Here. I know, but we went to a game number 7. Chat's happy about that one.
Guys, take care.
숨바꼭질 시작이구나. 숨었지? 시작한다. 원래 술래는 아주 빠르고 영리한 거야. 자, 잘게 찢어줄게. 놀래키는 일에는 자신 있어. 찾았다. 놀랐지? 네가 첫 번째로 당첨이야. 아하, 너네 거기 있었구나. 좀 많이 아플지도 몰라. 도망가면 안 돼. 숨고 죽여버릴지도 몰라. 지져볼까? 좀 더 해치울 수 있다니까. 아직 멀었어. 사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 붐! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 어우, 좀 웃으라니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야! 우리 비둘기가 자기가 당신보다 머리 좋을 것 같대. 어떤 카드가 좋아? 널 위해 준비했어. 토끼와 함께. 우리 비둘기가 살려달래. 폭력 반대. 웃어줘.
대부분의 문제는 폭발로 해결돼. 예술은 폭발이야. 터뜨릴 준비는 끝났어. 그냥 터뜨려버리면 안 되나? 기폭시켜줄까? 날려버리는 수가 있어. 발밑을 조심해야지. 이런 건 전자전 지원을 받아야 하는데 퓨즈 관리는 철저하게. 조심해, 폭발하니까. 문제 해결 완료.
일레븐의 결혼식 브이로그. 지금 바로 시작할게. 드레스 어때? 오늘을 위해 특별히 준비했어. 신부 입장. 아직 브이로그 안 끝났다고. 빵빵빵. 받아줄 거지? 와, 케이크가 더 커졌어. 예쁜 추억 많이 만들자. 저기 있어. 청첩장은 안 줬는데. 영원한 사랑을 맹세합니다. 11의 결혼식 브이로그 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
밝은 달 아래
Alright,
What the
ladies
heck?
and gentlemen, welcome back. They got the party hats up, but they're not wearing it.
The hats are back.
Yeah, well, they're putting it on their hands like that. Okay, well, they're still partying over there, so let's party over here as well. Welcome back from the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the Eternal Return Masters Season 5 Phase 3 Finals. We just finished games 5 and 6. We had a couple teams, one after another, starting to step in the checkpoint. We started out with 1 going into game number 5, 2 going into game number 6, and now 3 going into game number 7. This is going to be an interesting way to potentially round out the series if Team Auto Arms that just stepped into that checkpoint pulls off another performance like we just saw in game number 6. A huge game for that team.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw the points for the other team, Shuvi, but it is really, really close. There are about, I think, 4 other teams that are only about 6 points away from hitting that checkpoint breakpoint. So it's really anyone's game here. If any of these, if it does go to a game number 8, we're going to have possibly maybe 6 to 7 teams that are going to be in checkpoint, because the other teams are really, really close to getting in. They only need a couple kills and a couple placements. But yeah, we will be jumping in to game number 7 here. We will probably just see Ramatic going to be on that's Nadine. I don't think he's gonna lock in that Chloe. I'm pretty sure he's gonna swap back last second. One circle is gonna be on that Haze. Nadine is gonna be picked out for some of these picks. Actually, yeah, he's just gonna swap. He's gonna scare the Chloe players a little bit. And is that Sad Hands on the Tsubame?
I told you, right? You didn't believe me on Friday. I told you Sad Hand could possibly bring out the Tsubame. This is the micro-intensive character, but on the complete flip side of what Razi does. She wants to keep her distance, whereas Tsubame, she wants to get up close and personal, try to catch somebody off guard, and make sure she can dash through everybody up in the front lines to have sole access in the back line and then disappear for a couple seconds in the fight.
I mean, Tsubame kind of plays similar to Razi in the sense where, Razi needs to, get on in there, because a lot of the times you see Razi just blink on into the back line. And Tsubame can kind of do the same thing, where they could use the ultimates, they could use the seal to, kind of taxi off of a tank and then blink onto the back line. And Tsubame is also really good in these isolated 1v1s, and they can definitely win into a lot of these ADCs. Not sure about Nadine, because Nadine also does a lot of damage with the Wolf Assault. The Nadine has Wolf Assault up in their full items.
Speed.
Yeah, might be a little hard for Tsubame to win that 1v1, but honestly, I'm not surprised if I'm not too surprised about the pick. I'm more surprised because I haven't really seen it. But Tsubame does have the same type of playstyle, I would say, as a Razi. So we're gonna have to see, how Sad Hands does utilize this pick. We haven't really seen Tsubame back in ERM in quite a while, I would say, because Tsubame, has kind of rotated out of the meta. Right now, I think like the meta ADCs that we've been seeing a lot, and it has been really prominent so far throughout the weekend, has been Chloe. We've seen the Nadine, and obviously the Razi. Those 3 picks. So to see Sad Hands, just come out with the Tsubame, yeah, it's quite the pick here, and let's see if they are going to be able to take it to that victory that they need, because they are in checkpoint. So either they need to shut down the other teams that are in checkpoint, or they need to win this one out.
Absolutely. The other change up in this lobby that I will mention is Team Cartel. They're in 8th place right now. They need to find something. So there's something that they're looking for is Pungwa substituting in now. We'll have the Adina inside of this lobby with NCMB sitting on the Felix. I talked about this earlier, but NCMB is a candidate for one of the best Felixes in Korea. He's had some very stellar performances on this character in ERM before, even in the finals. We just have to see if that is going to be the right decision for this team. If they want to, they need to move on to game number 8, potentially with a good performance out of this Adina to close the point gap. They need 14 to get into checkpoint. All the other teams, though, looking for a little bit less. 6 is the maximum outside of Team Cartel for all these teams to get points. One circle trying to leave. He will be able to get out. The chase is still on for Team Sparkle Esports.
Yeah, I don't know if One Circle can get on out of here, as Scarlet is just going to keep using the change to close the distance, but there is going to be a speed gate, so he will be okay here. Going to get some damage, and he will get on out of there, as NCMB gonna look for this 1v1 on Sua, gonna be able to dodge out a lot of the Sua abilities. Gonna blink on forward, get that knock up, and it will be lights out for Rosner there. The Johan is gonna look for an engage, gonna be able to maybe get a route onto this Nadine. Yep, gonna be able to land it there, and I think the Alonso is gonna shortly fall right after, as G-Work is going to be forced to disengage. So Sin going to be able to get 2 kills, and I think that's going to secure them into checkpoint. I think they're on 52, so they need 1 more point. They're just going to get 1 more kill or 1 more placement. Chung Hrong going to get caught out by the Nadine from being in a Dejinru, as he will end up falling as well. So some kills to go around, but not as many as we've seen in the past. I think teams, like I said before, they recognize, where teams are ending, so it's a lot harder for these teams to get these early game kills as, they do know where, a lot of these teams are going to be grouping up. One Circle actually playing and dodging out on a lot of Sicilla's abilities and able to deal so much damage. There's SMG burst. Is it going to be enough? No! The Sicilla is just going to completely deny anything that One Circle has to say. Going to get that pull into Q combo. Going to be able to finish him off.
Yeah, well, that's just how you play up against Scylla. But I do like the fact that One Circle did decide to just stick it, right? Because you're not going to be able to get away from a Scylla. She'll chase you to the ends of the earth if it's a raw 1v1. And she feels like she has an advantage. She will always do that. Haze doesn't really have too many mobility skills, so I like the fact that he tried. It was pretty close in the end, so the decision was absolutely correct. Now the question is, can they find something else instead inside of Beach? Tazu looking for an angle onto NCMB. They do have these two isolated and caught out. Pungwa trying to keep himself alive but will not be able to. Auto attacks are a lot more if they can land consistently compared to skills. 2 people down from Cartel, Mai the last one alive. On the flip side, School, another fight. Sparkle Esports duking it out up against Team Mita and Sejong. A lot of good damage being dealt over onto Danana. Nice sidestep on the blast wave, but now Romantic is stuck in the middle of nowhere.
The
nice dodge out.
does
There
connect.
it goes. Yep, Romantic is going to get taken down. 2 members of Mita and Sejong now left alive. They're going to have to completely ditch this meteorite, whereas Team Sparkle Esports, they're opting for this transition over the tree that they've been providing and opting for quite a lot in the earlier stages of the game.
Ooh, great stun onto Rosner. They are going to be able to use a checkmate, but a nice ironclad proc and use that weapon skill. Going to block out on a lot of that damage from that checkmate as Rosner is going to look for an angle back in. Not going to be able to find the last member of Team Asher, but a nice 2 kills going out for the side of BK Ferex as they are going to almost be in checkpoint as well. Gayung 8 is already in checkpoint as they were the team that was at 54. So next game we already have maybe 2 to possibly 3 extra teams that are going to be in checkpoint. As Sung Harang going to look for an angle, going to try to do some damage here. Going to get their taunt cancelled out by the last wave. Going to be pushed back, so not going to be able to find an angle back in. As Mira Sejong going to have to walk out of there. Rosner going to try looking, maybe to kill the Felix, but Felix is just going to dodge out on the auto attacks as NCMP is going to be able to secure that one for Team Cartel. Team Cartel already on 2 kills as well. This is a team that needs a lot more points as they are, in that 8th place position.
Not gonna lie, I got spooked for a second because my clean feed got a little bit blurry. I thought NCMB built Blazing Lance. I was like, yo, this guy's cooking. But no, he is on the 18-foot spear. This is about right? You have the Adina behind you to support your sustain. Ignite getting caught out by the members of Team Cartel. Nice catch of a break for these guys. After the 2 deaths inside of Beach, we'll be able to pick up a couple extra kills. 3 out of the 14 points they need secured so far. A great start for this team.
Yeah, a lot of points going over to the side of Team Cartel. They need every point that they could get because they are really, really far behind. I think if they do have a pretty good game though, if you're going to be able to win this one out, they should be able to get to checkpoint as well. And if they get into the checkpoint, then I think every other team will be in checkpoint. And we might actually have a golden round on our hands.
Already too. Only game number 8. What's going on?
Yeah, we just I think it's just up to, Team Cartel. I think all the other teams are basically going to add checkpoint at this point. Team Gayung Innate already at checkpoint. Sin just needs 1 more point, and BNK Ferex just needs a couple more as well. And I think Team Asher are pretty close too. They only need like 5 or 6 points. They don't have any points right now. They don't have any kills. 3 lasses end up coming through. No damage is going to be really provided. Nice pull. Going to be able to connect. A nice taunt follow-up as well. A lot of damage on the Kiara, but no real follow-up to finish. A nice pull again, gonna hit onto Chloe. A lot of damage, a lot of poke damage coming off. But it looks like the side of Sin is just gonna resend it back in. The Plague does end up going through. No Last Judgment, as now the Kiara is not really too much of a character, and they're gonna be able to get that taunt. Then Dean is just gonna be able to free auto, and they're gonna be able to win this one out.
Felt a little bit weird. I can see why Team Sin wanted to send it there. The angle, especially with the escape tools that team has, is really difficult to deal with for Team Sin. But you can't just send it like that when you don't have a guaranteed chain of corruption. If you're going to do that, at least land it on the Mai so she's going to be stuck inside of your Plague. By the time she went into the totem, everybody else was already way too far away, so a bit of a difficult battle zone for Team Sin. They're still going to be struggling a little bit, at least for the time being. 2 kills for now. Their pace has been halted a little bit.
that is one of the downsides to Kiara's. You need to have the perfect plague timing, because if you press it a little too early, press it a little too late, the enemies will just walk away and your plague is basically useless. And once you don't have that ultimate as a Kiara, you're not really too much of a character. You kind of have to walk up and queue for your damage, but then you get instantly punished. Enemy team can just walk at you, and there's really not much you could do. Scarlet stuck in the middle of Team 5ㅅX and just gonna use the change to get on out of there. Nothing's really gonna come out of it. Taeyong gonna find an angle, gonna blink on forward and get the stun into the wall. The Nadine is actually gonna stay alive here, but G, we're gonna be forced to go in with their checkmate, just gonna fall as well. So it's gonna be Team I think Team Auto Arms gonna be able to get 2 kills for themselves.
Tsubame starting to get activated. They also won a battle zone, as we can see. Their team kill not aligned with their field kills. The Mithril was picked up by one of these players. It's the GP MVG built up for this Tsubame. She has the Aoyai already, especially with the Galaxy Steps online too. There's a lot of attack damage on that Tsubame. Damage is good. NCMB on this Felix is able to snipe down both the Yohan and the Chloe.
Yeah, Team Cartel, they're getting the kills they need. They just need to maybe win this one out now. They're not actually going to go back in, but look at the HP bars on the side of Team Sejong. Ooh, that is such a good play from BNK5ㅅX. We've seen this, this play a lot in the past, where teams would just wait for the day swap. And that's exactly what you want to do. You want to minus 250 these teams. Just wait for the day swap, because the Mai can't really get out, and they can't do enough damage to really threaten anything. So you can just wait for them to... Wait a second. Team Sin's dead, and they only got 2 field kills, so they're not in checkpoint.
Oh, what a disaster. What an absolute disaster for Team Sin. Is it another 54-point curse? I hope you did your math wrong at this point, man. That's all I can ask for.
I think they're on 52, right? If they're on 53, then they're just in checkpoint, but if I'm not mistaken, they're on 52. But it looks like Gang NA will lose 2 members as well, so a lot of teams just, getting the minus 250s, getting the minus 500s, looking a little rough. But it's all kind of opening up the door, for the other teams that are in checkpoint here. There's only going to be 7 teams left, and there's 3 teams that are in checkpoint. So almost about a half of the teams are available to, try to contest, these other teams that are in checkpoint.
All of our checkpoint teams are playing very slowly though. Again, for Sparkle Esports, I'm going to kind of disregard them, because this is exactly the way that they want to be playing at this point, and we've seen the results of them doing this. But for Mida and Sejong and Team Auto Arms, I think the slow pace game is not exactly the great place to be, especially with the Tsubame. I'm really hyped to watch Tsubame for Sandham, but I think what you said earlier is correct. There is a reason why Tsubame isn't played as much as we saw her sometime in the middle of Season 3. We saw a ton of Tsubames during that time, but she's gotten changed a lot. A lot of her damage has been neutered down a little bit, which makes it very difficult for her to lock down the damage, which means she needs transitions to go. With a slow-paced game like this, that's very difficult to pull off.
King Innate in a pretty rough spot. You could see they don't really have enough credits to buy all their members back. They will be able to get maybe the Nadine back, but after that, they're going to need about 200 plus credits still to get, actually about 100 credits to get their Sicilla back into the game. Looks like Team Auto Arms are just going to wait for the forest reopening with that Tree of Life. They're going to just walk on in there. Here, Sejong going to wait for the box up in Temple. And yeah, the game's going to slow down a bit here. All these teams, they need to make sure they're going to be able to either shut down these checkpoint teams, the teams that aren't in checkpoint. And checkpoint teams need to make sure they're snowballing, they're able to get these items online, and they're going to be able to close out the game.
Indeed. Team Asher getting a red box on to Char sometime soon. We got about 40 seconds until that drops. It was also a red flare gun, which means they don't have to wait around in that area too long. I feel like the red flare has been much more visible and much more common for a lot of these teams. We've seen these red boxes actually spawning on the players a lot more often than they have not on the players.
Yeah, what was the red item that they got?
I don't know. It's still going. I think they had about 40 seconds before it actually dropped. But
there
for the opportunity, double knock around, but
he gets instantly punished. But that's a lot of cooldowns invested. Yeah, I think Saturn can just go in, and they do end up taking 2. Taeyong once again finding that angle, able to get that double knock up into that double roundhouse kick into the wall. It doesn't matter if he does end up going down. because they invest way too many cooldowns into killing him, and it's just there for Sadhan to just clean up.
No fear whatsoever on Taegyeong. I'm wondering if he used quick spin or if he was even given the option to. He would have been able to stay alive and actually countered a lot of damage that he did, but it's all good. You're right. It doesn't matter if he dies because he will get res back. He's already invested so much of his cooldowns doing so much. The effective use of his cooldowns were much better than Team Sparkle Esports. By the time they kill the Yan, there is nothing left to deal with the rest of the team following suit. And I think this is a team that once a Tsubame starts going into melee range up against that team, it is so tough to deal with that Tsubame unless the Bunny Morph is readily available, which of course it was not because they used it on the end.
Yeah, and looks like on the in stream here we do have a team starting. There is the full combo onto Denana. Denana's gonna use the exclusive a little too late, but it looks like it's not gonna matter. It's just gonna back on out of there. As Team Asher is gonna be the one to get the box. On the top side though is going to be a third party. Berkeley Sports going to lose all their members. Actually, Chloe's actually going to be able to get out of there, and Auto Arms is going to find the members of Team King Innate. It is going to be the Mai and the Nadine going to both fall here, as I don't think you're going to be able to get away. Wait a second, actually, I think that is going to be able to get away with the Catwalk and the Soul Stealer. And look at the credits of Berkeley Sports. It is looking completely doomed for them.
It really is. It's day number 4, 50 seconds left to go. They need to grab about, what is that, 400 credits before that happens? Yeah, it's not happening for this one. Sparkle Esports waiting for game number 8. Mita and Sejong on the other hand, they're trying to duke it out, trying to get control over the pond bridge because Wickeline spawning inside a fire station, the better control they have over this area, the less they have to worry about their flank. But Team Asher are not going to let this happen as the Wolf Assault invested by Romantic. They're already trying to send this. G-Work is going to activate the checkmate and it actually hits. Denana lands it. Oh my goodness. And the shotgun is not going to allow One Circle to salvage anything. Romantic is still relatively healthy. G-Work trying to land something, but he doesn't get it. The third party comes in and this is bad. Mita and Sejong. Asher doesn't know about this, but it's over. They see Romantic starting to step up. I think they can smell something.
He's right in the middle. He's right in the middle.
They smell something. They absolutely smell something fishy.
Yeah, he's dead. He's shown on division now, and he's gonna be forced in. Oh, that was a good try. He tried to monkey wire over the wall there, but unfortunately, it's not gonna come out here as Team Asher. They're gonna get the res off, as they also shut down another checkpoint team. So we could possibly go to a game number 8 here on the other side. Team Gang A8, they're getting a lot of damage. Ross are gonna jump on in there. Gonna use that. Hammer skill for that Anklet just going to be able to keep them alive, as Bomb is just going to walk on forward now with the Marcus. I think they're timer. Wait a second. Yeah, Dasu doesn't have any timer here. They have to get the kill, and it's not going to be enough. King Innate will be the ones to fall here. So the only team that could win right now is going to be Team Auto Arms. Both all the other teams here are not in checkpoint.
Yeah, but this could be prime time for Team Auto Arms. A lot of those annoying, pesky teams have been taken care of. Sparkle Esports gone, Team Sin gone, Tsubame not really easily targetable by a lot of these point-and-click auto attackers because she's so mobile. She has her invisibility, she has those dashes. Single target onto those priority targets, especially with the Blood Moon. What is it? Blood Lotus Shuriken right now?
Bunghwa.
Yeah, Bunghwa also has some really nice items. A lot of our carries in this game very well set, but their main goal has to be.
If we're going to a game 8, I really want Cartel to win because I want to see a golden round. But I think Finn didn't get enough points, unfortunately. I think they're one short.
Oh, goodness gracious. Maybe we need to wait for game number 9 if that's ever going to happen. But for us, we're still chilling, right? Auto Arms still could theoretically win this game. 6 team kills overall for those guys. 6 field kills overall for those guys. It's 19 kills because they did win a battle zone. It's a bit of a slower game for Team Asher, but they are playing their standard composition. We've seen them play pretty often. We're not seeing so many weird Nikki shenanigans coming around this game. They still, I think, have enough points now for checkpoint if you also include the placement points. Yeah, I think they're okay with it. As long as they don't let Auto Arms win, Team Asher is also happy about this one.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, it looks like Team PRX, they're going to walk on down here. They're just going to actually give the box because they don't want to risk anything. What did they buy? Just a tree? Okay, so it's not too bad giving a tree over to Team BNK PRX. Team Asher, I think, are pretty close into checkpoint as well. They just need probably like a couple more points, and they should be there too. So they probably don't want to take any unnecessary risks, as you don't want to end like Sin, I would say, being 1 point off, or Gang Innate. But Gang Innate, they should be in checkpoint, and they're gonna give another box here because Team BNK Ferex, they're just gonna walk back and say thank you for all the money that you spent for these items. We will be taking those, good sir.
They've also invested two remote consoles too. That's what I think hurts more.
No. It was the same one. I think,
was it
right?
the same
one?
one?
Console. Yeah.
I thought
but they still
reset
have
the
another
timer.
one in their inventory, I think.
Oh, that's so funny. All right, well, they're gonna be okay with it, I guess, with the question mark. They can call in another tree in about 10 or so seconds. G-Work's about a natural reach and all that back up, but here we go, Team Auto Arms. Oh, they get the targeting over onto the Nadim, but no one's there to follow through on it.
Wait,
Cinema
there's vision though. They don't have
pushed
vision.
away.
Team Asher doesn't have the console here, as Team BNK Ferex, they see everything. And they're just gonna go take the cams back. But wait a second, look at how many teams are nearby here. Cinema is gonna get caught. Gonna walk back. They don't get the console, I don't think so. Ferex is the team that should see all of it, and it looks like they will end up coming down to contest for Team Auto Arms. They know Team Auto Arms is the only last team on checkpoint. They need to make sure they can shut down this team to make sure they go to a game number 8.
Yeah, but there's only 4 teams left. I think for the most part, there's no hyperloops inside of Pond, right? The 2 teams that Team Auto Arms saw, they have to be inside a stream. If Auto Arms is smart about this, I think they'll make their way down to Cemetery. Now, from there is a hyperloop inside of stream,
Oh yeah, they're gonna
so
send
you can do it. So this is really good macro play. This is just a Team Auto Arms taking what they know about the map situation as they know, and then actually utilizing this to take the best chance possible to go into the final zone itself. Because that's the main goal for Team Auto Arms right now, right?
Because they recognize there was a team in Cemetery, and the vision plan got hit, and I think they got revealed, so they know that the team warp rotated down. So it was actually kind of free. Ooh, they're gonna jump on straight in, get some damage onto the Suwa. The Suwa's gonna throw both their bookmarks out. Stella is gonna pull the Mai. It's not gonna do enough damage here. That Hands just needs to get some needs to get a lot of auto damage off. But the problem is Tsumami auto range is pretty short, and he's definitely gonna be in range to get engaged on by the Suwa and the Marcus. There is a lot of damage coming out onto the side of Taeyong. Taeyong's cut down to 1 HP. Satan's gonna look. Maybe gonna look for some damage onto Rosner, but yeah, looks like it is completely cooked here. Yeah, they are going to fall, and I think we are guaranteed for game number 8. It is going to depend on how many teams are going to be in checkpoint now, though, because if Cartel is able to win their 3v3, and if they are able to win the game, then they should be in checkpoint as well.
Yeah, I don't know about Taeyong right now, man. He's made a lot of misplays on this Yan. He's getting a little bit too hyped up.
Here's
at the moment. He's playing a bit slow, but here we
good
go.
sidestep and a great exclusive.
Fantastic exclusive, but a magnetic field also pulls everybody back. The problem is Team Asher,
Only
they've
one
lost
needs
a
to live
lot of
here.
their
Need to
damage.
kill him, they
Char,
do.
okay, but NCMB is still alive. This Felix has the 1,000-foot spear. He's got the auto attacks. Down goes Team Cartel. Oh, down goes Team Asher. I'm sorry.
So they should already be getting
They
guaranteed
are.
in checkpoint, because I think they were 41, right? So it will be 7 teams in checkpoint. I think Sin is going to be the only team that's not.
Oh no, the golden round is not happening just yet. It could possibly happen with a game number 9, but Team Sin, they have to pull off a miracle.
Hey, Sin won game number 1, so it's possible that they can win another one. And also, what is Peng doing? Why is he on this Sultan?
He's got to get the cooldown, man. I don't know. He doesn't have a cooldown anywhere else.
Would you just sit on? I would just sit on the normal health, right? The banner, right? Because he is gonna be a lot less tanky. But
he's got to do damage with Drake.
Oh, maybe. I guess it's probably because Bungo upgraded into the upper mass, but I feel like you still just sit on the purple.
Yeah, maybe he wants to do more damage with Drape. I don't know. Well, we'll see what ends up happening, if it's going to matter or not. Cartel versus BNK Ferex. They can see all the traps on the ground right now, but EMP drones are a dime a dozen. It's gonna be
so
tough.
much poke coming out from Ferex. Here's the ultimate coming out as well. This Cartel is going to be forced to full reset here, but Ferex is not going to give them, let them have this opportunity, as they're just going to walk in and make sure they don't start resetting here. No, they're just going to walk back. Good poke coming out from Ferex, coming out once again. Basically going to force their hand. They are going to be up some timer here. They're up about 6 seconds of timer. as Cartel is going to be forced to run into them.
They're getting punished so hard. NCMB, he can't find an angle on this. The EMP drone has been invested. They got to send it in now while the EMP drone is up. They're trying to take care of the traps as much as possible, but now Peng is sitting in the backside. There's all the traps gone. There's the collapse with NCMB getting taken down to about a third of their HP. Doesn't really have that much time to reset, but they do have the Athena in their arms. Damage is good. Double taunt, nope, not going to happen. Going to be attempted onto Bum, but not going to work either. Force field has been activated, but the Marcus is about to go down. He's still alive, but the Helix is so good. Down he goes. Honzer is also taken down. NCMB taken down.
Oh, I've seen two of these. I've seen two of these.
But Sua has no time.
Get the
She's
thing.
sitting on 5 seconds.
Come through. You're right.
It's over.
They're going to be able to do a lot of damage. There's the Don Quixote is not going to be enough, and it will be Team Cartel coming out to win game number 7. So we're going to a game number 8 with 7 teams in checkpoint.
Beautiful game from Team Cartel. Bungwa substituting in with MCMB on the Felix is the exact solution they needed. And what did I tell you? NCMB's Felix performance is immaculate. Getting access to the backline with the Marcus fully focused onto the other two. Very difficult situation for NCMB to handle, but he did it perfectly. And almost traded it out even against the Sua as well. That's not a matchup that Felix tends to do really good in because of the blinds, but he got it almost just barely to the point where the Suo a little bit too pressured. Rosner, without that much time to play around with either, ends up losing it out. Cartel, they have bounced back from the depths of hell in the scoreboard. Now they are also in checkpoint. 7 teams if Team Sin did not make it. I'm hoping that you did your math wrong, so we're in golden round.
I hope it's a golden round, but I think Sin was 52 and not 53.
Oh.
If they were 53, then will be a gold, but I think they were 52.
If they're 52, then it's a disaster. The curse strikes again with the 54. We'll have to see when the score sheet comes back. It is going to be a banger score sheet, and you know, for what it is, it already has been a banger score sheet, banger series. We're about to end it off potentially with a banger game as well. Game 8 is almost underway, of course. Right after the score sheet, we'll give it a moment for that to come up. But what a weekend you and I have had so far, Super. What a series. What a phase.
Yeah, it's going to come down to this. Who wants it more? All these teams, they just need to get one win. Any of these teams. And Sin, if they get their win, then we will go to a golden round in game number 9. They did win game number 1, so as long as they get a nice snowball going, if they are going to be able to, have the one up into most of these teams, we could possibly see a game number 9.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to take a look at the score sheet, man. If we do end up going to golden round, it will be one that I haven't seen in a very, very long time. Although, I will say, without the bubble, man, I can make sure that I can resign happy knowing that he's the only one that has ever caused me the 10-game series as a whole. Even you with your powers cannot stop that curse. 10 games.
Yeah, I think it's definitely impossible for us to go to 10 games now because of I think it's because of how the game is playing or played out now, because there's a lot more rezzing from just Lumi. There's like mobile kiosk, early game respawn timers are lower. There's more credits to go around in the later game for the revives again. So that's kind of why I think it's impossible to go to a 10 rounder now, or a 10 around like 11, 12 rounds. Even if teams are playing optimally, and yeah, it's like I said, 7 teams in checkpoint, and unfortunately, Sin, they won the first game. They had a 13-point lead going into game number 3, and now they're in 8th place, and they don't get into the checkpoint while every other team is in there.
I said this at the beginning of the series, man. I got scared for Team Sin, and looking at game number 2, their performance was also really good. So I had my hopes up for Team Sin. Maybe they were going to be able to pull off something incredible, but they do it once again. A consistency that we've seen throughout this entire weekend as a whole, where Sin, they do really well at the beginning of the series and picks up some really nice kills with some incredible plays. But then as soon as that goes through, like they run out of steam for some reason really quickly into the series. It's the complete flip side of a lot of these ERM teams that actually opt to play it slow in the earlier stages of the series and then ramp up. They play off of the hype of some of the plays that they go through in each of the games, whereas for Team Sin, they show off all of their cards at the beginning of the series, and then now they're stuck with a dead hand.
Yeah, it's just heartbreak, Kristen. This is our second team today that's at that 54 breakpoint, and being at that 50-point breakpoint when every other team is in that checkpoint, you're just you just have a long road ahead of you. If you want to win the series, you gotta win 2 in a row. But I mean, they won game number 1, so it's definitely possible for them to send us to a game number 9.
Yes, sir. They've won a game before. They can do it again. If you want to see a game number 9 in an actual golden round, we're going to have to see Team Sin pop off in this one, my friends. Beautiful series so far. Is it going to be the end? I don't know. Game 8 is going to provide so much for you and I. If Team Sin is able to provide much more than what game itself has to offer, then oh my goodness, we are treated to a game number 9.
Yeah, we do have a lot of characters that are going to be off the table. I think this rotation was the Nadine
Yes.
and Hayes. So Rozzy will be back on the table for Sad Hands.
Oh, yeah.
And it is going to be a treat to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Getting that Rozzy back for the golden round, basically the golden round, unless Sin has anything to say about it.
The only teams really stunted by this game now is Miren, Sejong, and Gyeonggi and 8. They're not going to be able to play their main compositions anymore. Mai will be up, I believe, unless she was also banned.
I think
in the
Mai
previous
and
game.
Hayes are up, so maybe they go for the Mai, Hayes plus Rozzy, because that's the team comp that they end up winning on, at least for Team Miren Sejong. I'm not sure what Gyeonggi and 8 will do, but we're going to have to see what these characters that are going to be on the table for these teams.
Again, as I said earlier, different flavors of the same text, right? We're basically seeing a mix and match of different characters that are available with a certain idea of a composition. That's the name of the game of Season 5 Phase 3 as a whole. Really, a lot of these teams, even if certain characters were banned from their main composition, that was like the focal point of their comp, they always flip-flopped onto an alternative version of that character instead of flip-flopping their entire roster around.
Yeah, I'm excited, Shuvi. I'm excited for this last game. It all comes down to this. A lot of...
Well, don't say last game yet.
Okay, possibly the last game for today and for, our 3 phases, right? It all comes down to this. It's all the blood, sweat, and tears going into phase 3, and depending on how many circuit points each team will get, right? We're gonna see if they're gonna be able to go straight to the finals for day number 1 or for day number 2, or if they will get subjected to last chance qualifiers. And here is the loading screen here. Let's see what some of these teams will pick. Sad Hands is going to be on that Rozzy, but they're actually gonna swap to the Marcus and the Priya comp.
Ooh.
And it will be Marcus coming out for a bum as well.
I'll be real with you. I think this is the right decision for Team Auto Arms. As much as I hate to see it, Taekyung's Yan for the past maybe 2 to 3 games have been very shaky at best. He's missed a lot of his combos, and typically Taekyung is really good at doing like the 180 where
is that a Kadia? So they're going for a Kadia Estelle Hayes. Wow.
This is a comp that Maeda and Sejong has ran in the past. They're really familiar with this composition, but I'm worried about this Kadia. She's really bad at dealing with a lot of these very tanky frontliners that just run you straight down. Marcus is so good at that.
I'm a little scared at what they're gonna do with like a Marcus, because I feel like Rozzy already, who is able to deal with these bruisers and deal with these like frontline tanks. She has been struggling a little bit into these Marcus, and the Kadia is definitely not going to be able to do that much damage to Marcus.
I'm wondering what the arm piece option is going to be for Romantic. Are we going to be seeing the pen version of the Chain of Thorns that's been relatively popular for a decent amount of time now, or is it going to be a game where you're looking for much more consistent damage to try to chunk away at the HP bar of these Marcuses? You can go for something like the Cube Watch, you can go for even something like the Radar, right? I think if you're gonna be looking for those kind of options, I think the Cube Watch in this game is funnily enough a bit better because of all the shields that are readily available for pretty much every single team in this game right now. But we really have to see how Mieda and Sejong decides to operate this Kadia. Will it be the long-range poke version? Are we going to be seeing her a lot more close range in these fights, trying to get those Ashen Reaper auto attacks off? We will have to see. But guys, Game 8 is underway. The potential last game. We've been saying this for how many games now in this series? But this time around, we got 7 teams in Checkpoint. The likelihood of this ending here and now is very, very high unless Team Sin pops off and completely shuts me and Super down. We're going to be hibernating for a long, long time before LCQ.
Oh, looks like Piet is gonna have some fun with Sunny Soul here. Gonna just make sure they don't get any of their crafts for free, as it looks like we do have Team Sparkly Esports gonna be able to group up in archery as well. A lot of teams gonna be trading items, grouping up early, you know, looking for these early game kills. But like I said earlier throughout the series, now that teams, you know, have an idea of where teams end, you know, you're not going to be able to really find any, you know, we're grouped up here, and now we're going to be able to kill you and get some free kills. There will be like some cases where, like for example, Johan does end up keeping on in here, and Team Asher is going to be able to group up, going to be able to get that one for themselves. But there is like a stark difference between, you know, a 4-game series and a drawn out 6 to 8 game series, where teams will slowly start to recognize where teams are ending, which zones are free, which zones are good for farm. It's kind of something you notice, you know, when you do play in the competitive scene. Is the longer the series goes on, the more of an idea you'll have.
Absolutely. Got a couple kills earlier on. It's not that bad. Pace is, of course, as slow as ever. You talked about it earlier. This is pretty standard. There's the leave with the helipad stat coming through for Mr. Pang. And CMB also going to be able to book it on out of there. Liguri getting taken down too. So Team Sin already losing out on 2 of the members on their team.
They're in checkpoint. They got that 1 point that they
You're
needed,
right.
so they will be in checkpoint going into game number 9.
Oh, but they're struggling as a lot of their team members are actually falling. And for Sakai, he just fell down at level 8. That's a long death timer for Team Sin. Not going to be the best of situation. Death timers, again, disjointed for Team Sin, and they're actually dying a lot more often in the earlier stages than we typically see them in the games they succeed. Kind of wish they group up a little bit earlier to try to look for some of these earlier fights so they can snowball a bit better. But for Cartel, they're being forced to duke it out up against Team Auto Arms. Nice blink coming out for Pungwa. There's the Echoes of the Earth going down. Pang, he can't decide where to go. You gotta make a decision, my friend. And CMB now completely isolated. He's got the Semtex on him. Should get taken down in just a second.
Close.
Tempest Hydra is just not enough.
Yeah, Fierce was able to utilize a lot of their auto dodging to take the 1v1 into Razi, but it's just not enough there, as Razi will be able to land on second bomb. That max HP damage is going to seal the deal for that Felix, and yeah, will be Team Auto Arms going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills for himself.
You can already, by the way, see the fact that this Kadia's damage is lacking against G-Work. His Q did absolutely nothing. Sharpshooter, max range too, by the way, did maybe 30 damage. It's just not a good matchup for Romantic to go into some of these tanks, especially for Elena, right? She builds a lot of defense items since she does also scale off of it. But let's see what ends up happening. She's getting good damage against Piet, though. Okay. Yeah, and getting taken dangerously low. Tetragon down, but it doesn't matter. G-Work now trying to run away. He's in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
There is the ultimate coming through. Romantic picking up a kill for himself and a couple others thanks to the work of Team Asher. 2 kills picked up for Mida and Sejong, 2 for Team Asher, but they're 2 down as well.
Yeah, the damage isn't that bad because they do have that accelerator, so they are going to be able to get like 3 or 4 autos off, you know, in quick succession. So their burst damage isn't the worst. The only problem is I think their sustained damage is definitely going to be a lot worse than obviously like a Razi if they are playing into those tanks. But if they are able to get those items online, they should be able to deal enough to probably deal with them. Do have Ging in it, taking the fight into Team Auto Arms here. The guy gonna pop the Soul Sealer in. Nice knockup. Gonna maybe try to lock down 89. Sad Hands gonna find an angle.
Oh.
Ooh, and a great gun vault from Sad Hands. I don't know if you saw that, but just a response from the engage from the Laura. The Laura tried to use that knockup, tried to use that jump in, and Sad Hands was just able to just gun vault over it. Completely denied. And they will be able to win that team fight, and they'll be able to secure that meteor for themselves.
We are absolutely blessed with the fact that, you know, Sadhan actually plays this game. It's amazing what he's able to pull off. There's the Tempest Hydra coming through. Thunderstrike is also pretty good. It does deny Team Sin from running away from a lot of this. but Liguri has the plague activated. He is going to pop it. It's only level 2, but he has enough damage with the rest of his kit to kill that Felix. Down goes that Felix. Pacing for Team Sin slightly accelerated, but that one kill won't mean too much in the long run if they can't actually use it. It's not that bad though. They are still ahead. Again, as you mentioned earlier, they're still in checkpoint. Right after that first kill, they were already in there. Any kills from here is meaningless outside of the fact that they can snowball with it.
I mean, getting some extra placement, you know, for the extra prize, I guess, isn't too bad. So, oh, a great find from Piet. Actually going to catch Sad Hands on his W back, but Sad Hands going to be able to pop that ultimate onto Piet and going to be able to do so much damage. And Sad Hands is going to be the one that's going to be able to win now for his team. A lot of damage, and Taeyong living on that Marcus for just so long.
Good decision from Char to back away, right? You can't really support G-Work from going in. Nice cancel on the slide step coming through from the Estelle. It's Cartel actually trying to duke this out, and CMB fighting it, but with the Felix still got a lot of this kit left, I guess. Piolo, he tried to save himself with a totem, but it doesn't work. Tazu's also going to fall down on the ground, and very unfortunate for him. Whereas Mida and Sejong, they're in trouble. Here we go. Bomb has access over onto the back line. He's trying to get the damage down onto one circle. Free at last is going to tag up a lot of members of Mida and Sejong, and down goes Romantic. He will get taken down. All of the members of Mida and Sejong now completely booking it out of here, unless, yeah, do not stay. That's a lot of wasted time.
I definitely don't want to stay in that bottom side because Romantic's not going to be up for 15 seconds, so you just have to give up the objective as it will go over to the sides of BNK Fearx. I think it was an alpha that's going to be, or was it a battle zone that's going to be in hospital there? I think it might have been a battle zone then. Yeah, they're going to get a free battle zone, and uh-oh, looks like NCMP is going to get caught here by the sides of teams. Auto arms, but a great spear skill. Going to push them back, and it's actually going to be able to let the Felix get on out of there.
Oh, Team Sin, they're looking for more. Oh, they actually knock out Team Asher. 2 members gone from that side. Nicely done for that team. You got Elena last alive as that team starts to run away. Mida and Sejong pushed into the red, but it's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Solensar, he's going to get tagged up pretty heavily. Nice girl in the bubble to soak up all the damage. It's just a simple 1-for-1 trade. Don't know who the alpha went to. From the looks of it, I think it was Team BNK Fearx. Yep, there's the Axapangu. So I would have to say an overall win for BNK Fearx.
Yeah, they lose 2 members, but, you know, getting the items matters so much more, especially for this I guess type of game state where 7 teams are on checkpoint. They need to make sure they get this win if they can, and you know, getting those items is probably a lot more valuable than a couple kills here. And on the other side though, Ing9 actually gonna get engaged on by Pied. A great CC from Pied. G-Work will also go down as well on the other side, so it will be a 1-for-1 trade between Team Asher and Team BNK.
Absolutely. Trades happening all over the place, but no team still losing out on a devastating loss so far, right? We still have 8 teams going in towards the latter half of night number 2, which is not something we've actually seen in quite a while, UNI Super. The series after pace, after games, what, maybe 1, 2, and maybe 3, we've always had a team falling down pretty early on. This is a standard game of Eternal Return where everybody is genuinely playing for the win. No one is over-investing, no one is reaching too far just because they find a little bit of a lead in the fight, but this could be a bit problematic. Team Sin is looking for something, but now they have to back away. Yeah.
Yeah, and great heads-up play from those teams because they do recognize there's another nearby, so they obviously don't want to get third-partied. And there will be, I think it was Team Struggle Esports, I think, though, the team that was able to get those items. And a great knockup coming out, and Ganerigan is going to be able to secure the Suwa. Rosner's going to instantly fall, but wait a second, Bomb's actually going to be able to get a kill back onto Sad Hands. Bomb actually going to be able to completely solo the Rozzy as Rosner is going to move their body back here. It's going to be a 1v1 between the 2 Marcuses, but it looks like Bomb probably has more items here, and they will be able to win it out. Wow, despite how the fight started, where, you know, Rosner instantly falling, they were actually able to find the angle, and they were able to kill that Rozzy and trade back.
Thankfully for Team Auto Arms, they shouldn't have too much trouble getting back Sad Hand. They will be able to reset their entire team. We should be back up to 24 of 24 in just a moment. There it is. Sad Hand called back inside of school. A couple of seconds invested by, I believe it's the Priya, to get the call back. Yep, look at their credit count. It's a little bit on the lower side. It's all good and dandy though. Team Auto Arms, 5 kills strong. They are still strong, right? They just just because of that lost team fight does not mean that their game is over just yet. Just a slight delay on what they probably wanted to do post D3.
Yeah, will be a -250 for them, so a little unfortunate. Uh-oh. Kiara is going to get caught here, pushed back as well out of the totem, and a double pull him up is going to go through, and it will be a -500 to Sin, and that is going to be devastating, and they are the only team that's not in checkpoint, so this might be it, because an early day 3 deaths, 2 early day 3 deaths, are going to have to spend 500 credits. Is going to be quite the task to come back from, as I think they do have enough credits, just barely. Actually, no, they don't have enough credits to call everyone back just yet.
About 100 away. I think that's why the Chloe was trying to at least get the res off on the Johan, because then they could get all of their 3 members alive, and with a slightly delayed pace, they can pull back. Well, now with a -500, now we can see Team Sin starting to really struggle. Another fight inside of Chapel though. G-Work starting to go in towards the back line. Breath of the Dragon not going to land on anybody.
My
a lot of damage being dealt onto Jinho. This guy.
Completely. Yeah, G-Work completely solos the Laura there. Just gets their full combo, gets the ultimate off, and G-Work actually going to try looking for the Scylla as well, but I don't think he has enough HP to really support this, but... Oh, on the other side, he's going to TP. Oh, I see.
No.
Yed is going to TP on forward here. I think that's going to be it for getting in. Dasu is...
Oh, he
misses the pull, and that is a disaster. As that is going to be it. Getting in is going to be out for the count. I think even if he hit the pull over the wall, he probably still maybe would have died there. I mean, maybe he could have went to TP, but that is not what you want to see in game number 8, the last game possibly of the day here.
Alright, I saw Windy in the chat. This guy's about to say buff sus. Alright, I want to see it. Where is this man? Oh, that is devastating for Gyeonggi Innate. Yeah, you can make that jump over the wall as Scylla. I've seen it before happen, so just a slight misclick on the angle. It is extremely close. I think if anything, it might almost be a pixel perfect pull over the wall that you need to do on that. Oh, that is brutal for Gyeonggi Innate. All they can do now is what we've seen multiple teams be able to do for the past few games. Just pray and pray that Team
Sin wins, yeah.
Yep. They are all full back, though.
They just got hit with the -500 and they weren't able to really farm, so they're not really in a good position. But it looks like B and K Fix are actually going to respect Sin right now. They're just going to walk away.
I'm okay with this, but Team Sin is definitely not.
Yeah, they're actually just coming down for the boxes, it looks like, because there are a lot of RNG nearby here. Good pull onto G-Work. G-Work's going to take a lot of damage, and Asher is actually just going to back on out of there.
By the way, just to say this right now as well, it is throw Scylla, and I guess we're going back into the days where Incendiary Grenade is pretty strong. I've seen Eva's also up to run this over the Ruthenium Marble. At least for Scylla, it makes sense because you get a lot of cooldown reduction off of it. It's a really easy source of CDR until you go to Chaser, but I'm surprised Eva's a rotate again.
Does Ruthenium Marble have cooldown on it?
I think Ruthenium doesn't, but Incendiary
should. So that's why I'm guessing they're going it, because they want to go for the Chaser after, and then it's kind of awkward to slot in like the CDR, you know. So it's not too surprising, but yeah, Ruthenium Marble does have, I think, better stacks. It does have heal cut too on it, right?
Yes, I think that's the main reason why people tend to go for it, especially since you don't want to slot in something like the Legs of Steel. Although, if you do end up going something like Legs of Steel on an Ava, it does create that really long time before you're able to transition that Ruthenium Marble out into the Chaser, which also provides you with the double line stat, which is waste of efficiency. KR hates waste of efficiency.
Yeah, but it looks like Mir Sejong is going to walk up here to maybe Cartel. Don't know how strong Mirror Charging is, but it looks like they spent all their credits, so they should be in a pretty good spot here. Rockets are going to come through. Are any going to land here? 3 go wide, and it looks like Cartel are just going to back away. Team Fearex, they're looking really strong here. Maybe they take it back to back. It's a Chaser already on the Sicella. The Suwa is really looking pretty strong, and Marcus is also pretty full build. They got a lot of free RNG. I think in the previous rotation they got 2. So they're definitely going to look to try to close it out. Rheumatic kind of stuck in the middle in the corner here. I think he's dead. The Astel ult is going to come down, but there's going to be no follow-up there. Rheumatic, don't know where he... I don't know what happened for him to be stuck, to be put in that corner. But once he's in that corner into, you know, a team like Cartel, there's really not much he can do.
And that's another character that Kadia really struggles with, right? It's the Felix. He will block out every single heavy hitting shot from the Ashen Reaper. It takes a while for Kadia to build that up because Sharpshooter's on the cooldown. You can't rotate through all of your skills in order to just get that auto attack going. Here we go, Team Auto Arms and Team Asher looking for a fight over the red box. I believe the Wick line just went over to Team Sin, so that's also something going in favor of them. Nicely done. Red box contains, and the answer is a Blood Ripper. Do you want to slot that over Burn Stages? I don't think so. For Marcus,
I don't know
because damage actually.
Does Marcus? I guess he scales with HP, right?
Yes,
so
his Q does, which is
I don't.
why
You definitely don't lose damage for having the Blood Ripper over it, but okay, they're just gonna give it over to the Priya. The Priya is only gonna be sitting on 20% CDR now. Ooh, I really like this vision play from the side of Team Auto Arms. Not Auto Arms, but Team Sin. Are they gonna check? Are they gonna check? This is the corner.
There it is.
They don't check here, as they do end up getting caught. There's a lot of damage going on. Onto Cinema here.
It doesn't execute. No!
They didn't kill. As Sadhan's just gonna finish. He's gonna use a gun vault back up. And they get a third party, and that's gonna be it. Team Sin is out. That means we are ending it on game round number 8.
No, Team Sin, you had it, but they couldn't prioritize a target. I think the chains actually landed onto Taehyung, but they all shifted their focus onto the backline because they know Sadhan is such a menace and it causes their entire team to fall out. Team Sin will not make it into checkpoint today. They will be locked in as our 8th place team, which means I believe they're guaranteed to at least go into the LCQ finals, so congratulations for them on that. But this is definitely not the result the team was looking for, especially after that strong start to the series. Unfortunate for them.
Yeah, but a great showing, from a team that we've never really seen before in the competitive scene. Them coming out here, making it to the finals, winning the first game, and then having a nice performance for game number 2. It's unfortunate that the rest of the games didn't really go their way. It's just, a consistency issue, but I'm sure, the more and more they play in ERM, in the competitive scene, they will definitely get there.
Exactly. We'll see them again in LCQ, right? We will be casting the finals for LCQ right here on the Eternal Return Game channel. We'll see if they end up fixing their consistency issues, because that's the only thing I've seen them have so far. When they're having good games, I almost see no way for a lot of other teams to actually counter what they're trying to do. They're able to pull that off consistently throughout the entire course of a series and maybe an entire weekend. They might have a solid chance even in the season finals. But here we go, another fight. Burger flip over onto Asua. Rosner taking down to about a quarter of their HP. Same thing for Solensar. Bum sitting at the front line. He's trying to tank up 3 by himself, but it's just not going to work. Down he goes.
Oh my god.
It's a 1-for-0 so far. Rosner, he knows the situation on hand. He wants to try going back in, try to find an angle to recover from this, but there is just none with the Cecilia on the backside.
Yeah, great smash and smithereens there from Taehyung, able to get that burger flip onto Suwa, basically force Raj out of the fight. And then Sadhan's using that gun vault to dodge out on so many skills once again, and they are able to just focus their attention onto the Marcus, and the Marcus will end up falling.
Can slowly see teams slowing their pace down. Sparkle Esports waiting for mistakes from some of these teams. Lumi, I have no idea where you are, but Team BNK FureX is calling your name. Even though they don't have that many credits, they need to find Lumi at an angle and maybe some animals, but there's so many teams alive still. 6 teams, I apologize, 5 outside of Team BNK FureX. The map is not that big either, Super. It's looking doomed for Team BNK FureX. I do not believe they're going to be able to pull off a miracle that we always see them do.
Well, I mean, if it's any team, we'll be FureX, but yeah, I mean, it's night 5, no credits, not going to be able to get Lumi. I think it's not looking too good for them, but if they are able to maybe get a third party, there are a lot of teams left. If they are able to get the third party, maybe win that final zone, they could come back into this game.
We've always seen Suwa be that X factor in a lot of these tournaments that allows them to win. It's definitely a long road ahead, but they still have a chance. As long as they're not fully dead, you never know what's going to happen. As for Team Cartel, getting chunked out pretty heavily, this Kadia full transitions this late into the game. We've got the Blood Crown on NCMB with the Streamline on that Mithril Shield. Electric Shift invested by Romatic. Nice catch out from Pungwa, potentially getting the stun with that Astral Trine. One Circle also dashing out with the SMGs. Pang soaking up a lot of damage of these rocket launchers. All One Circle has to do is just continuously poke. Miden Sejong not really giving an opening for the members of Team Cartel, and they're going to be forced back into the red.
Yeah, a lot of dodging as well. He's able to dodge on so many skills here. NCMP tries to send it, and he gets completely knocked down there. Great spacing from Mira Sejong, is able to get so much damage from this Kadia and this Haze, and so much range as well. Able to kill both members of Team Cartel, and it is just going to be the Adina left, and Adina will end up falling. They're going to get some timer back here. One circle down to 1 HP. There is Team Furex. They are in the zone here. Team Asher, they are only on 25 seconds of timer. Maybe Mira Sejong just waits for Furex to send it on here. I don't think they know that Mira Sejong is also in the zone. They are just contesting the timer here. You're gonna have to look though. They do actually end up sending it onto Asher. Mira Sejong, they should start walking in very soon. They don't really have timer.
Team AutoArms just finally won the fight up against Team Sparkle Esports, and it was inside of 4, so Sparkle Esports, they're gone. It's going to be Team AutoArms versus whoever ends up winning the battle, the temporary zone inside of Fire Station. They do get the kills, which means timer is looking pretty good. Team Asher is sitting on single digits for Tar. This is not good at all. G-Work on single seconds as well. Down he goes. One circle.
Not be able to kill it.
Oh my goodness.
That is going to be Mira Sejong coming out on top. So it's Mira Sejong versus AutoArms for the win here.
Oh my god, this could be such a close final zone. Taekyung, Sadhand, as well as the Priya. Mira and Sejong, a couple more items. Yeah, trying to get things going. They are so far behind on transitions, and there's not that many credits to go around inside a Fire Station either. They picked up all that. But look, it's only a 4 score they can get. What are you going to go with it? It will be Solar System Miniature. That is as best as you're going to go on this Estelle, and it's a great item to have. Is it going to be enough is the big question now.
Having that SSM in the late game as well, because you have so much more max HP, that shield is going to be really, really fat. So hopefully this is going to make Danana tanky enough for the backliner of Mira Sejong to, you know, do their thing. They got the Haze rockets, they got the Kadia range. They just need to make sure to get some damage off before the fight starts.
Team AutoArms this entire season, they haven't been able to find a series win just yet, but it's right above their eyes. They can see it at the end of the tunnel, getting poked out now by One Circle and Romantic, pumping out these auto attacks, pumping out these rocket launchers. It is so difficult for Taekyung to soak up all of this. They lose positioning inside of the final zone, and now it looks much more difficult for these guys. Indeed, Taekyung, he's positioning right now, going for the White Lily. He does have the smash to smithereens, just need to look for the angle on the Robotic. He's got it. He's trying to look for it. There's the smash to smithereens. Take it down to a quarter of HP is going to be Robotic. They're trying to get things done. One Circle is dead. They're getting the damage in. One Circle goes down. Down goes the Haze. Danana sitting at full HP, but he ain't got nothing that he could do about this one. Sadhand trying to recover on the backside. They've got the HP advantage. Robotic still sitting on the 10. Sadhand blinks in. He gets the kill. AutoArms with the win. They will take away phase 3, and the win goes to these players to finally get the recognition they deserve. They will take away phase 3 with the championship trophy.
Wow, what a play. You're able to find One Circle. One Circle unfortunately mispositioned, and Marcus just completely capitalized it, stuns him into a wall, and that's going to be it. Once one of the backliners go down, there's just not enough damage on this side of Team Mira Sejong and Team AutoArms. Wow, they come out on top and they take phase 3, and I think they will secure themselves a spot for day number 2 as well.
Big fumble though by Romantic. He forgot the existence of that White Lily. We've seen it be a bane of existence on so many teams, but we've also seen a lot of teams taking note of that White Lily and actually getting rid of it before a fight, right? Mira and Sejong not in position to do that. They forget it exists, and it opens up an opportunity for Taekyung to opt in. The Marcus pick works its wonders. No Yan required here today. Taekyung, oh my god, what a player. Absolutely what a player.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 of them just playing really, really well today. I think, obviously, Taekyung having a couple of misplays on that Yan, but just swapping over to the Marcus, you know, to kind of offset that and to make him feel more comfortable, and it was the exact answer that they needed for that last game.
Should make Taekyung and Sadham millionaires, dude. These guys are going crazy with the wins here today. The last thing, I guess, up on the chopping block is whether or not with that performance they were able to overtake Team Miden, Sejong, and even Sparkle Esports in terms of the overall points, right? Because Mira and Sejong also had a very, very solid game. That is just a fact.
In ending points or in
Yes, in ending points.
circuit
We know they
points?
won. Circuit points
yeah,
wise,
yeah.
I'm not sure. I actually don't know where they are with circuit points.
I think circuit points they were already in first, so I think they should be okay. Or like they're already in the top 4, so I think they should be okay.
Okay.
But that is a good point because there is also an extra prize pool for the teams with the most points. It goes from first 8, and you get an extra, I think, 1 million if you do end up getting that champion bonus. So we're gonna have to see if they do actually have more points with that game because it was a pretty good game. I think it was a double-digit kill game for sure, and they were able to win it out. So I think they should be somewhere close to maybe either first or second. I'm not too sure.
Super, super close. This is why the last scoreboard is going to be really exciting for me to watch. I'm already shaking in my boots, Mr. Super. Will Team Auto Arms be able to overtake it? The last team between the top 3 teams to make it into Checkpoint. Consistent performances throughout the entire course of the weekend, culminating into their first phase victory, by the way, in a very, very long time. This Auto Arms team name, this brand has been existing for such a long time now, but it's been way too long since they last won a phase. Finally, it gets done under the mantle of Taekyung as well as Sadhan. Let's take a look at the score sheet, Super. What is it looking like? Let's go over it.
It is Auto Arms coming out on top with 97 points. And they take first place, and they are the champions as well for Phase 3. Congratulations to Team Auto Arms and Mira Sejong. With that performance, they will be in second place now with 84 points. Sparkly Sports in third with 78. BNK Furex in fourth with 77. Asher and Cartel tied in fifth and sixth, but Asher will end up coming out on top with the tiebreaker because they have more field kills with 71. Young in 8 with 64, and Team Sin in 58. Wow, what a series today, Shuvi, ending it in 8 games.
Yes, sir. What a series indeed. I think the total field kill count wasn't even close either, by the way, 68 to 57. For all the second place teams when it comes to field kills alone, Team Auto Arms definitely had an amazing series here today. Sadhand and Taekyung, you guys can go rest easy tonight. You guys did all that you could, and the results are given. Congratulations to Team Auto Arms, JCP, Taekyung, Sadhand, and Cinema. All 4 players played throughout the course of the weekend. All 4 players pulling their weight, and all 4 players deserving of this victory. Oh, I want to see them in the season finals. I really do wonder if they got enough to go straight into day number 2 off of today's performance alone, or if they're going to be forced into day number 1. That's all going to be coming up in a few moments.
Auto Arms, I think they got a win, so they should go straight to day number 2. I'm pretty sure, right? Because you get 500 circuit points for getting that first place. They should be fine.
Right? As long as they had some resemblance of performance before. What the heck was that?
Yeah, the previous games, or the previous phases, I think they had a decent amount of circuit points as well. So I'm pretty sure they should just go straight into day number 2, because I think in total they should have about maybe about 800 to 1,000 circuit points. But we will see very shortly, coming up here, which teams are going to make it to day 2, which teams are going to make it to day 1, and which teams will get sent straight into the LCQ.
Oh my god, dude. I'm like a child right now. I can't wait. It's like I'm waiting for my present. I'm waiting to open my presents. It's almost Christmas time, man. Ooh. This right here will be my Christmas present, to see which teams made it into the season finals, day 2, which ones made it into day 1. Sin, guaranteed to go into LCQ finals, right? That's something we confirmed after looking at the circuit points at the beginning of the day today.
Well, with that, I guess we just have to wait, because there is an interview going on. Korean side, they are interviewing the winners. They are interviewing Auto Arms. So, is there any specific play maybe that you liked throughout the weekend today, or any team comp? Anything stand out to you?
I can't pinpoint a single one, because The play with the parentheses S that I want to signify throughout the course of the entire weekend is Taekyung Zian constantly landing those
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
multiple tomahawk roundhouses. How do you do that?
I think I think he would probably be the standout player and probably be the MVP player for this weekend for Team Auto Arms. This guy he always finds the 2-man knockups, the 3-man roundhouse kicks. He just makes Jan look so strong.
Yeah, it makes no sense how good of a player he is. It really is. And even then, right, I think one of the biggest things that I'm going to repeat again, I said it over the weekend, but I will say it here now. Taekyung really did not get too much attention back in the days. Yes, he made a lot of really cool plays, but he was always overshadowed by his teammates taking away the glory by making a really good play following his setup. Right, it's one of those situations where you always forget about the support, kind of, and you focus on the star player.
Yeah, I think it's more because obviously Lumino was playing that Shoichi as well, right? And Shoichi is just such a flashy character that's kind of hard to keep your eyes on the other stuff that's happening when you just solely focus on, Lumino, just jumping to his daggers, getting these resets and just, kind of going crazy. But, when you look at it from a surface level, or sorry, if you look at it in a more deeper level, and you are able to, see, the setup and the CC from his teammates, and just from the I guess the initiation and the engage players, right? There's definitely a lot more, and a lot more credit should be given, to these tank players and to these initiators.
Yep. Ironically enough, and all jokes aside, the ring itself gets set up by Taekyung. Everybody else on this team just follows suit, walks up, and just does a little bit of a tag team moment, right? You got the wrestling moments where everyone starts tagging in. That's what Team Auto Arms feels like now. Sad Hand, perfect follow through. Cinema, perfect follow through. They are all just in sync. All of the results they got here today was just the culmination of that. Even JCP, by the way, on this Fiora, we had some signature moments from him as well. Popping off in some fights inside of Forest, landing those outer Fenties as a JCP, as a Fiora main should. I love it, I love it, I love it. Auto Arms just flowing so smoothly over the course of the weekend. It is a joy to watch and honor, and what is it? Not just watch, but experience this team. It's like a whole ride almost.
Yeah, I think it was definitely a treat to watch today. I definitely had a lot of fun, and just watching, just high level Korean ER, even for me, because like I just learned a lot from these matches. There's like so much. There's like these different spots that these teams sort of find to vision play with. The macro play is just immaculate, and obviously all these players are playing their characters at a really high level. They're able to get these fights, and they're able to swing fights on very slim margins. They know when to turn. They know when to contest these objectives, and yeah, it's just fantastic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The interview is going for quite a long time and for rightful reasons. I think this is the first time that actually the casters and the host, Xia is back, by the way, that's really cool, is interviewing Auto Arms, and I think this is a moment that Taekyung and Sadhand has been waiting for such a long time, right? Both of these players had to take an extended break from playing competitive due to their just natural young age. We know that Taekyung he had to step back for a little bit, right? He even talked about his whole history of playing in competitive, took a little bit of a break, coming back into Auto Arms. They've always had really stellar performances, even in Season 4 as well. This team has been playing with each other for quite a while, but Season 5 is where it really just started to mend together. I think they've experienced a lot within the time they spent with one another. All I can say is it's really looking bright ahead for these players. I want to see them playing with each other more and more and more after today.
Yeah, and Sadhan's, I think Sadhan's is definitely a new addition to the roster. Sad has not been playing competitive at all, I think, in the past couple of seasons. So seeing him just come to the big stage, and yeah, it just goes to show, the bright future of Eternal Return, because these are very young players, and yeah, it just goes to show these players have a pretty big future ahead of them. Maybe they might get signed to one of the sponsor teams, in the National League teams that I think will probably be swapping out, because it will be ending. I think in 2 weeks, right, or 3 weeks from now.
In a bit.
It will be, I think, on the 4th of, or like I think that was like the 4th or 5th of December as well as the National League Finals.
Okay. Well, you know, Fauna hasn't started his stream, but Scarlet and Songharang has turned their streams on. Did I
I'm
swear?
surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised these players are just starting to stream right after the finals. Like, you know, fuck it. We're just gonna turn it on, and we're just going to.
It's almost midnight.
I mean,
over there.
I guess they could just talk about their experience and everything, right? And they could kind of just wind down. But for me personally, you know, after playing in like a tournament series or even in like scrims sometimes, like it's really tiring because you have to be, you know, you have to give, you know, you're 100, you have to make sure you're focused, you have to make sure you're communicating with your team, you know, you're common. So yeah, for me personally, I don't like playing, or I don't like streaming or doing much after you know, like a tournament game.
You gotta let the adrenaline flow out of your system. But for these players, maybe streaming is their way of doing that, right? We gotta really appreciate all of the pro teams that played out here. Even aside from Auto Arms, we had some really amazing games played by all of the teams. Even for Team Sin, right? They had a really nice start to the series. We have some things that we did mark them down on with their inconsistencies, but it's something they can always work on. This entire season as a whole, we saw numbers of new teams playing Eternal Return Masters, non-responsible, Sin, Tangle, Dobby coming back from a very long time. We've seen them in the main stages. It was a season of seeing so many new faces, so many returning faces back to ERM, that it's so hard to mark any of these teams down because we know what they're capable of. We know what they're able to achieve as long as they're able to get things done on their side. It's just practice. That's all we can see for those guys.
Yeah, it just goes to show you how competitive, you know, the side of KR is, where, you know, you have so many teams just rotating in, so many teams aren't able to make it. We have some sponsor teams that just aren't able to make it, you know, even to the ERM stage. A lot of teams aren't even gonna even be able to make it to ERM qualifiers because the cutoff, you know, to even qualify for the qualifiers is insanely high. It's like usually it's about the top 400, I think, for Korea is what you somewhat need to be at. Yeah, top 300 about there. And if you're playing in LCQ qualifiers, it's going to be even tighter than that. So yeah, it's it just goes to show you, and it's really hard to climb in KR. You know, speaking from personal experience, because, you know, I did go over there, you know, for season 2, and then, you know, for the Busan event, and I did end up playing on their server. And yeah, it's definitely a lot harder.
Indeed. Super. But the series is over, right? Finals are done for Phase 3, which means it is time for us to start getting ready for the season finals. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the circuit point ranking after tonight. Which teams make it into day number 2? Which teams go to day 1? Which teams go to LCQ? And which teams need to start from ground up? Auto Arms, they are going to take first seed after today's result, 11:30. What an immaculate season from this team. Well done, my friends. Rest easy. We will see you guys at day 2. But it's the same case for Team Asher, BNK FRX, and Mira and Sejong. We will all see all of these 4 teams in day 2 of the season finals. Congratulations to you teams. For day number 1, Sparkle Esports, Cartel, Gyeonggi N8, Daejeon Cybers, DHCNJ, and Seongnam Rocks. We will see these 6 teams in day number 1. And luckily for Seongnam Rocks, it seems like their performance in phase number 1 was enough.
We didn't see them in phase 3, so
or 2.
Yeah, was it 2 as well? Yeah, so it's just one phase. I think they got second place. It's enough to get them straight into day number 1. You just need to get 1 second place. It looks like DHCNJ as well. Looks like they are in as well. I don't think I haven't seen them in phase 3. Don't know if they made it for phase 2. Oh, no, wait. DHCNJ did make it here as well.
Yes,
they just didn't make it to wildcards, or they got eliminated in wildcards. Yeah.
But thanks to the work of all of the other teams in the top, it means Team Blanche and Sin, well, at least Team Blanche are going to be pushed down into the LCQ finals. We'll see them in 2 weeks to see whether or not they're going to make it into the season finals as well. But guys, of course, on the topic of LCQ, the signups are still going on. It does not pertain to most of us here in the western side of the world, as I've been constantly saying, but the signups are still open for about 5 more
5 days. Yeah.
Exactly. And with the circuit points finalized now for the entire season, we should see a lot more teams starting to sign up for that one. Do expect to see Blanche as well as Team Sin going into that phase. I saw Team High also dropping out of the LCQ finals, guaranteed 120 versus 130 of Team Sin. That has got to feel brutal for that team.
It's okay. I'm sure we'll be able to see Team High in the LCQ. They do have to make the cutoff, though. I'm not sure, what the rankings are over there for some of these teams, but I'm just gonna. It just makes it so all these teams are going to be so much more motivated to queue ranked, and we do have the Charlotte emote. Make sure you guys go redeem it. It is a very, very cute emote. It's just Charlotte doing the flutter. You just have to play 120 minutes, so 2 hours in game, and you should be able to claim it.
I've seen some tweets already about how everyone's just using this emote inside of inside the game. It's a great emote, very easy.
It does have it does have the music as well of the meme.
Yep, and there is the information. Well, not exactly too detailed. Eternal Return Masters Season 5 Finals will be on the weekend of the 6th to the 8th in December.
No, this is the National League.
I think it's both, man. Like, there's no way they split it, because I don't
think
Oh, wait.
It says Masters on the left. Oh, yeah. So it's both. It is both, yeah.
Wait, did you really just see that? I've been telling you this for the past couple
I thought
days.
the left was just showing the arena. I didn't realize it said the Masters as well. So we'll be both, gonna be at the esports arena. So are they gonna have them both at the same time? Like they're gonna do
I would have to assume
ERM and then the National League like right after? Wow.
Maybe because it's 3 days, since maybe they're just planning on doing National League in one day. I don't know. There's probably going to be posts about it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll give a lot more information during LCQ, because I would assume that more information is going to be posted by then. But with that topic, Super, I believe that is going to be it from us. We had a very, very, very fulfilling weekend. I had so much fun watching all of these series, and 8-game finals as well. Oof.
Yeah. A lot. Is that average? Would you say about 8? It's like 7 to 8 would be the average you usually get. So, yeah, great series. Really, really close. 7 teams in checkpoints, and it will be team. Sad Hands' team is Auto Arms that will be coming out on top for Phase 3 Season 5, and they will actually secure first place as well for all 3 phases.
How amazing is that? Woo-hoo-hoo. Gosh, this competitive season was a blast. I don't know how Eternal Return always does it. I don't know how the KR players always do it. They always won up the performance in the previous season.
Yeah, I mean the competitive scene and the skill level is just constantly evolving, right? When you have these top players just always playing against each other, just getting better and better. So it's just great to see. And yeah, I think with that, I think we might be calling it here, because that's going to be it for us. But we will see you guys back here for the wild cards, or sorry, not the wild cards, but the LCQ. That's going to be happening, I think, 2 weeks from now, and the finals will be 4 weeks.
Indeed, guys. Thank you all for joining us this weekend. Have fun watching the replays. We'll see you guys in 2 weeks, like Super said. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Sunday.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
생존자가 사망했습니다.
우리 안전을 훼손합니다. 생존자. 숨바꼭질 시작이구나. 스모츠 시작한다. 원래 술래는 아주 빠르고 영리한 거야. 자, 잘게 찢어줄게. 놀래키는 일에는 자신 있어. 찾았다. 놀랍지? 이거 첫 번째로 당첨이야. 아하, 너네 거기 있었구나. 좀 많이 아플지도 몰라. 도망가면 안 돼. 끊고 죽여버릴지도 몰라. 지져볼까? 좀 더 해치울 수 있다니까. 아직 멀었어. 사람들에게 행복을 선물하고 싶어. 태어나서 연애해본 적 없으면 마법사가 된다고 하잖아. 마술사는 될 수 있더라고. 마술사 등장! 새 무대를 준비해볼까? 지금 필요한 건 웃음과 마술이야. 동정과 카드, 어느 쪽이 좋아? 비비디 바비디 부! 말하는 대로 이루어져라! 나에게 필요한 건 실력보다 미소. 응? 어우, 좀 이쁘라니까. 표정이 왜 그래? 여기야! 우리